Welcome everyone to day 2 of the DAF Esports World Championships. We are at home, but everybody is over at Patrick's Space Force Base in Florida, fighting for a chance to be the first ever champion of the DAF Gaming League on a worldwide scale. It's going to be a fun time as we get through the days. Day 1 was so much fun, and Proper Infinity, we can talk a little bit about that. Proper, do you have a favorite moment from day 1 maybe?
I would say the entire day as a whole was an all-out highlight. I mean, we went into that first series, or you two did, more specifically. It went map 5. We had everything from clutches beyond belief, just to fully speak of. When you and I hopped on the mic originally, we were even thinking as well that it was going to be a 3-0. But hey, it comes out to say that we don't really know much of anything. The statistics are out the window. These teams came to play.
I love Game 5s. I think that really shows the scale of the skill of everybody coming together from each region. But Brody, for you, what was your favorite moment from day 1?
Yeah, it was that last matchup for sure, right? You know, we were so convinced that that final matchup would be a 3-0 Seymour. You and I, we got to cast what was an excellent series. And to be honest, the way that series started, what was that, 250-60 hardpoint in favor of Cannon? We were like, oh boy, we promised a 5-mapper here. We promised the resurgence of Buckley, and we really thought they weren't going to deliver that. But map by map, it seemed like Buckley had started to wake up. I think that kind of culminated in that 3-0 control. Of course, then they had to battle back from map number 4, Hardpoint. But when it came down to it in the end, we got to the map 5. Cannon were able to stop the reverse sweep, but what a series it was. It was a beautiful way to end day 1.
It was fantastic, and Hate was in my DMs after on the Twitter, and he was like, look, we're never playing Hacienda Control ever again. Don't worry, guys. We're not going there. Don't know what happened on the hard point, but the Hacienda Control was definitely a mismatch in terms of what to look at. I was a big fan of the matchup you guys casted with the 1v2 from Smoke. He was going out of his mind, and you hate to see it when somebody reloads incident diffuses in a game 5. It is a tough scenes to watch, but always entertaining to see. Let's take a look into the groups to keep things forward, to get a little bit of a look at what to expect for today. We're going to be finishing up, or at least getting further through the group stages, with Group A, B, and C still taking part here. Nobody gets eliminated, Andy, and I think that's the fun part here. It's all down to seeding.
Nobody gets eliminated, but everybody could be setting themselves up for an easier future as far as the playoff bracket is concerned. For layman's terms, of course, the better you do, the higher the seed, and the higher the seed, the better you probably higher your chances for a playoff bracket. Shout out Nellis. They started off 2-0 yesterday. They handed losses to Misawa, as well, I want to say, to Kadena. But Nellis starting off very strong as far as Group A is concerned. We're going to be taking a little bit of a deeper dive as far as Group B is concerned. But Group C is also getting on just fine. We saw that Cannon denial of a reverse sweep yesterday. Very fun stuff all the way across all 3 groups.
And Offutt up there as well. You're right to say Nellis showing up and making the dads proud back home, who just weren't able to show up for their team. Still turning up in Group A, which we love to see.
Shout out the dads, man.
Shout out the dads. Let's look at the schedule for today, Brody, and kind of get a look at what we're going to be breaking down across day number 2. Anything pop out to your eyes that you want to talk about?
Yeah, so it's worth saying, of course, as you guys can see on screen right now, all of the highlighted matches are the ones that will be broadcast, despite the fact that there's like 10 matches there. You're not going to see all of them on broadcast. Some of them will be playing off stream. That being said, looking across the board, I think my mind kind of almost immediately jumps out to that Anderson versus Langley Eustace game. If we do get that on broadcast later on today, I think that's going to be a really important one. Obviously, Anderson have to start the day well. Currently, they haven't got a win in their group. So if they can get a win versus Rammstein off the bat, I think that will make things interesting against Langley Eustace, because we saw yesterday they can definitely bleed. I don't think that's an impenetrable roster. I think that Anderson could take it down.
Yeah, which is kind of weird to say that Anderson hasn't really found success yet, as they were a top 3 team back in PAC-half. Surprising to see a couple teams really struggle in coming to what is the World Championship here for DAF. But lads, I mean, getting ready for today for this match, it's going to be a lot of fun seeing Anderson take on Rammstein for that first match of the day. And you two will be taking control of the broadcast for that one. So have fun, enjoy, and I'll leave you to it.
Oh man, I can't believe you're giving me control of the broadcast. See, well, that's such a bad idea, friendo. Don't worry, we're not going to wreck the place. All right, let's talk about our first match of the day then. I very briefly mentioned it there. Anderson are in our first match, and we get our first on-screen experience of Rammstein. Where should we go first for this matchup? I think we should probably start by talking about that Anderson team if we can. This is a roster that I believe you got to cast yesterday proper.
That's correct.
And yeah, these guys, they look really good. But OC, for me, he was beaming. He is the guy that I want to see step up today.
RJ stepped up massively in that protocol search and destroy as well, just playing a really good lurk role. They were able to take that 6-5 over Eglin, of course, inevitably losing it in a game 4. They had their struggles as far as map 1 is concerned. We'll just leave that for what it was, and then the Skyline Hardpoint as well. Hardpoint in this game is certainly in an interesting state, but even when all 4 players were in the lobby and going back to that vault control as well, once Eglin started getting that pace, once they started blitzing, Anderson just really struggled to be able to slow down that pace. So something to keep wary of going in towards this best of 5.
Yeah, they did manage to take a map off of Anderson, but the fact remains some of those maps were very, very close. Of course, that round 5 on Vault Control, that will haunt them. Still, Anderson, not a roster that you want to underestimate, but they also, at the same time, don't want to underestimate Rammstein. Of course, this is our one representative coming out of USAFE. Unfortunately, the rest of the teams from that region could not make it into the competition, but they are not the kind of roster that you want to take lightly. Also, love that little kind of pre-match Omen, I don't know what that was, like a moat or something. I love that. I kind of want to see that again.
Yeah, they definitely need a whole lot more of that. Omen looking dead serious in the camera, probably the player to be watching out for Rammstein. And look, when it comes down to it, flying all the way across the seas, they did lose to Langley, but it was a map 5 barn burner. I mean, they traded the hard points, traded the search and destroys. They got annihilated in the Hacienda control, so that's going to be taken out. I know I'm jumping ship talking about the best of 5 maps at very early on, but Rammstein coming in towards this is the only USAFE team is very interesting. They a lot of pressure on their back. They got top 3 in their regional playoffs, but hey, they're coming to play. Taking Langley all the way map 5 is no easy feat.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Rammstein are a team you do not want to take lightly. Both of these teams, by the way, currently searching for their first win in this group stage of the competition. You do not want to go winless because your first match in that championship bracket will be against one of the big dogs. Trust me, that's not where you want to be. With that said then, you mentioned it very briefly there, Proper. Let's take a look at the map set for this best of 5. What will we be seeing for this one? You talk a bit about that Hacienda control. That's what Rammstein want to avoid. I'm curious because I don't know how the vetoes work here. Is that something they just get rid of right out of the gate?
I mean, I would probably assume that that's something you would immediately not want to see would be that Hacienda control. It could be a double Hacienda veto as well, albeit they did lose that map 1, did Rammstein yesterday to Langley. 10 points was that map 1 differential, but the protocol search and destroy is also back into the mix. We saw how favorable that was for Anderson just yesterday, Brody. So candidly speaking, this opening 3, there's a whole lot of questions around it. The rewind hardpoint is going to be almost very favorable, I would probably say, just off of what I saw yesterday. And just off of from the stats that I have would be for Rammstein. But again, it's such a small sample size given that the 2 hardpoints weren't really played as a full 4 for Anderson.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's bring up that map set for everybody at home then, if we can. I'm not too sure if we've got it actually ready for everyone. There we go. We got it. Here's the map set. There is no Hacienda control in this best of 5, so not something they're going to have to worry about. For me, I'm immediately jumping into the map number 2. Of course, we'll have Rewind Hardpoint first to just talk about here in just a moment, but real quick, Protocol Search and Destroy, that was the one map that Anderson did manage to take away versus Eglin in that 3-1 loss yesterday. So that's a big win for them to get that there into this matchup. With that said though, we're kicking things off on the Rewind Hardpoint, and I know for a fact that at home you might not know how Hardpoint is played. Well, if you don't worry, we got just the VT for you.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know if that Hardpoint explainer is going to help me with my gameplay, but it's probably going to help you at home, and that's all that matters. We have Rewind Hardpoint first up in this best of 5. Any immediate thoughts for this time? I think we saw it a couple of times yesterday.
Yeah, we definitely did. Not from either of these two teams, though. I'm sorry, we did, but it was off stream for Rammstein. They were able to take a 250 to 236 over Langley, so this is going to be a good step forward. Just a quick brief off of the best of 5 map set. No veto on the Hacienda Hardpoint, not even picked in the specified map set, which is kind of questionable, but ultimately the decision that came through for Rammstein to be able to pick this map 1 of Rewind over the cataclysmic outcome that was Anderson on that Hacienda yesterday for their map 1. But I'm not going to lie, man, this Hardpoint map number 1 is about to absolutely bang because there's so many unknown quantities of what we got from Anderson yesterday. OC, RJ running rampant across the entirety of the map. We're also going to have Omen trying to do the same for Rammstein as well. Like you said, both teams don't have a series win. One's day was a whole lot more productive than the other. Who knows what we're going to get today.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I'll say this much. I think the fact that Rammstein came out yesterday and pushed a roster that got runners-up in the Konus region all the way to a Game 5, even if they got 6-1 in that Game 5, I think that bodes well for USAFE's representation here in Rammstein, right? I mean, I think the whole region of USAFE, right, and coming into the tournament, we wanted to see 3 teams. Unfortunately, only Rammstein were able to get through from that region. The other teams could not attend, so those spots were given to teams from PACAF and Konus. But nonetheless, I think, you know, if we're looking at, all right, cool, what does USAFE have to offer? Rammstein have done pretty well so far again. You know, Game 5 versus Langley, that is impressive. Even if the Hardpoint win that they got was, what was a 14-point or something like that, and the Search and Destroy win was around 11. Like, it doesn't matter. What's the Vin Diesel quote? It doesn't matter whether you win by, like, a mile or something like that. I don't know. I haven't seen the Fast
Something about family, for sure.
Yeah, there's probably family in there. It doesn't matter, you know, what kind of distance you win by. Winning's winning, right? I think that's the general gist of it. And, you know, I think for them, making sure that they, you know, do so round 11 or 6-0, it doesn't matter. They got the win. They're able to push a roster like Langley to a Game 5. And that bodes well for Rammstein. And again, that's something that Anderson will be thinking about coming into this Rewind Hardpoint. You do not want to underestimate your competition. I'm curious to see what I'd love the stats. Obviously, we would never get this, but I'd love a stat like on how close all the Hardpoint games on average have been so far, because it feels like for the most part, apart from like that one blowout yesterday, everything's been close. So let's hope that we have a real close map here to kick off this best of 5. It's Anderson, it's Rammstein. Let's have it.
Yeah, I was about to say, besides the 250 to 86 squabble of the Hacienda, Anderson were a part of that, so they're looking for the bounce back here. All 4 players in the lobby, and we are underway as far as this Hardpoint is concerned. Again, no mini-map because Codcaster reasons, but still Rammstein on the favorite side of the map, not expecting Wick to push all the way from the hole. A quick break, but not of the spawns.
Always trying to keep an eye on the teams through the X-ray, of course, making sure on the right side of P2 is everything. Wick is currently trying to live up to his namesake right now in towards the Hardpoint. We'll find the first kill against Omen. Flanking plays, though, through the X-ray. You can see Rammstein with those back spawns now flipped in their favor. Anderson gonna have to fly here, and you've already got a couple of players pushing through blue to do so. RJ finds value. Might have opened the door for one player around the flank. Big Mike goes down, but OC through the front has picked up the first, second kill. That's the player you wanted to get out for those back spawns.
These back spawns can be a little bit sticky, too. OC's already reading it. Goes 1 for 1, but you're still able to reinforce this if you are Rammstein, trying to get themselves a little bit closer towards the hard point. And they're going to be able to hold this realistically from the back. Still plenty of time to fight over here, Brody.
I can't believe Rammstein still have those back spawns in effect as well. Big Mike now through the front for a first. Will actually being able to hit the regen. Has some coverage from the teammate. And oh, that's so unfortunate. The carbone goes off at the worst possible time. Big Mike out in the open. One more player, and Omen gets the double off the back of it. 25 left. And that should be all she wrote here for this hard point. Anderson, they might well swing a couple of players through the lap, but that's a blue kill feed. I don't know that they can anymore. And, you know, we talk about kind of the early flip for Rammstein. This game's gone pretty well for them so far.
Yeah, any kill on this rotation, though, for Anderson would be a good one. Just being able to hold the burger side, but they do get flipped out from the spawns. Rammstein, just off the back 20, immediately push through the 50-yard line. So they're going to get those back beeper spawns. Anderson, quick off the foot, will end up sending one player over by the Burger Town side, but will be traded out in the end. Omen's going to be playing this angle with the trophy system to keep himself safe. Nice nade.
His carbon's going off early in this hard point as Omen gets the nade kill, picks up one. Wick, though, through towards the kill. Slide out, good for the second. And oh no, the team nade from OC. That is tough. Unfortunately, the team are there to pick up, so now Rammstein going to be all the way back towards the back of the next hardpoint. One player filters through. Spawn out from Viz is red as well. Anderson keeping their head on a swivel. And crucially here, you look at the players you started to send through towards Nuclear proper. Anderson, they're looking for the flip, and OC really starting to heat up in this game.
Rammstein's starting to lose their 2 lurking players, and we're still back. Beeper's trying to hold the rotation over towards P4. OC's trying to hold it from the front. Viz will take that trade. And Ice-T is going to be one of those players. He's still lurking over by that B Street side. That's a big kill on a Big Mike. Does he have any assistance to try to push around the backside? That trophy system's not a good spot. That means that nades can start to get through. The push is developing from the front side now. And if you're Wick, you got to hold strong.
He doesn't. Immediately goes down. Rammstein. Oh, unfortunate Omen goes down. So that's going to open the door here for Big Mike. He's making a lot of noise, though, on this initial wrap behind. And doesn't cleanly get that kill. So we'll have to back off momentarily. Stun out, followed up by the nade. Just trying to find some coverage. I think that was a wrap from that one player, though. Yep, Viz just comes in behind, picks up the first kill. Now here is Ice-T towards the front of the hard point as well. What flavor is it? Not one that OC can swallow. Takes him out of the plate. And now Rammstein continues to hold for this back 20 seconds. I'd be careful about how much you invest it in towards this time. Anderson still sending players with 15 seconds left. One last flanking play, I think, as RJ realizes his teammates are down. He is on out of there. But Rammstein very, very happy right now with the control they've had over this game.
A snap on Ice-T. I'm going to try to hold this generator, so get your submachine guns out. OC's having himself a really good game so far. 13-11 out of them. 11-9 on the opposite side for Omen. Ice-T's also 10-6. Impact players making big plays. 3-for-1 kill feed out of Rammstein. And again, it's these very quick breaks, and although the spawn trap never really occurred on the opposite side from the overinvestment, Anderson are just completely and utterly on the back foot. They need a break for this last hill in the first set.
They really do need to. This game, it's not quite insurmountable just yet, but that lead is really starting to run away from Anderson. OC, potentially flanking. You can see him through the X-ray. He's already made his presence known. Nobody's turned around to deal with him, actually. I'm really surprised that Viz hasn't moved position. Now he has to keep an eye out for this one angle. Too much to look at. Can only find value for one. The trades are good. And for Anderson, I mean, look, it's 15 seconds of time, but at this point, Big Mike still has to go for this, and Rammstein, they know it. They're still going to send a couple of players in towards the scrap time. Omen is one of them. He's weak from the first fight. Big Mac good for the trade. Now looking behind him and can't hit any of the shots with a pistol. It's Ice-T with the trade, and Rammstein now taking that time away from Anderson. They go into the second with a solid advantage.
Oh, he almost won that gunfight too. Wick was 2 bullets away from death. Ice-T had that read. That guy is twisted right now. 15-9. He's having himself a really good morning so far. A 50-point lead for Rammstein going in towards the second set. Back over towards IT's perspective. He's putting them on skates. Able to walk away with another 2-piece that allows his team to maintain numbers going in towards the second set. And yeah, you called it, Brody. You might as well throw numbers towards the end of P5. You still have the P2 spawns. And even if you're able to turn the events of that kill feed, which they do in the end, you can still maintain numbers to be able to push the line of scrimmage that much further forward. Wonderfully played at the end of the first set of hardpoints out of Rammstein as their lead will grow.
All right, Rammstein. Good set of P1 control as well. That's 3 in the feed positive. Once again. Yeah, Ice-T is on one right now. This guy, it's some fresh Ice-T in the feed. Rammstein working off the back of that at 20-10. Now they want to move forward here. OC going to draw first blood. Check the corner. Good from Ice-T. Nobody going to chalk him. He checks right instead of left. And oh, he survives way longer than I expected him to there. Big Mike takes him down. And now Anderson, good for the first wave of gunfights here, but you got to be careful around the backline. Big Mike knows it. Slides out. Oh, almost gets taken down. And, well, Viz picks up that kill. Rammstein now looking to push through the front.
Big Mike getting caught, trying to fight the same enemy. And all of Anderson still spawning to the backside of P2. Now, Rammstein at the beginning of this P2 were aware of this. They're doing a bang-up job holding this from the back. And all of Anderson are still spawning all the way into the backside of the P2. I'm sorry, Rammstein holding it from the front. They're going to have another wave of kills on their way. The manipulation of this map is absolute peak out of Rammstein. Hello.
Ice-T! Oh, Fizz is going to pick up that last kill, but it doesn't matter. Rammstein will get that scrap time, and that lead that was built up over the back half of the first set has continued to stay in place. Anderson last time pushed out early on this hard point. Rammstein were the ones to do it. See whether or not they can do it once again. Pushing towards the hard point. It's going to be Rammstein. Wick thinks he might have found a route that hasn't been covered. Unfortunately, that's not the case. 3am is looking in that direction. OC, once again, with a TK. That is not going to help their situation. Stuns and all things utility over the top. It doesn't matter when the feed continues to light up blue.
8 and 22 out of RJ. He's not having the same impact as what we got to see just yesterday. 100-point lead. Rammstein from the outside looking in off of the two-piece from Big Mike. Could be living for the big moments here. 20 seconds would be the step in the right direction. Look at the side of the map that they're currently maintaining, Brody. Omen, though, with the pistol, sets up the crossfire. 4 in the feed. JK, never mind. LOL. Anderson spawning all the way out. Rammstein hold the Beeper's rotation.
And Rammstein didn't even need to rotate properly for this one, right? I mean, they were kind of gifted the spawns. Anderson in serious danger here. Rammstein just 23 points shy of victory, and is anybody even going to chow them? You've got Omen watching the cross. Anderson, well on their way. OC tagged across the way. Has to wait up. All of this time wasting. There's 10 seconds left. You have to go. If you're Rammstein and you just can't get anywhere close, one player forward in towards the middle cut. Can they get there in time? It's Big Mike, and Big Mike takes a big L as Rammstein come out and ram Anderson through in game number 1.
Oh, it sounded so bloody the way you just described it, because it was. I mean, golly, Rammstein 50 to 114 is a massive scoreline, especially starting off in this fine day, right? I mean, if you're looking at it from Anderson's perspective, I don't think that hardpoints were ever going to be their way to be able to win the series. I'm pretty sure that they're always going to be looking for a search to destroy win, especially how the hardpoints did go yesterday. I mean, RJ, what an unfortunate map number 1, but the opposite could be said. Double positive almost for Ice-T, Omen, and 3am. All 3 of those players were putting on an absolute clinic. And it started off close. I mean, through these highlights, you'll see a very close score line. But on the back end of this P2, and then the continuation all the way through the first set of hardpoints, continuing in towards the second set, Rammstein's understanding of rewind hardpoint and spawn manipulation, power positions, other Call of Duty multiplayer buzz phrases, they were absolutely firing off on all cylinders, man. It was peak rewind hardpoint. Rammstein were absolutely putting on a show.
Yeah, and I just think they noticed, right? You know, those key rotations that we always talk about, right? Where they start to build up a lead. I think probably the most noticeable moment was that P3 on the first set, or the P4 on the first set.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I should say, right? I mean, it's the fact they're able to flip those spawns in such an easy way, and they get a lot of time on P3 to boot. I mean, that just kind of couple of kills. It worked very well for them in the first set, and it worked even better on the second set as well. So really well played, I think, on key rotations out of Rammstein. Gives them that 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because you talk about a lot of teams and their understanding of the game state and like how they reach like that state of flow. And once you do win that gunfight initially, you have just about like under 5 seconds before that regen does end up hitting. But that 5 seconds is so crucial because you know that that's also the time that they're going to be respawning before you end up seeing that gunfight. And just to put it that much further, just at a macro level, once those gunfights came through, the 3-for-1 trade, sometimes the quad feed, they immediately pushed all the way through. That's where that you were referencing that beepers spawn flip. Just 2 gunfights needed to come through on the backside because Anderson had 2 players still anchoring, trying to hold on, and they were still holding from the cross spawns over by Laundry. But I'm even going to put it that much further. Their understanding just to make sure they don't flip spawns during P2 to hold it from the front the way that they did was immaculate. That spawn trap is brutal, and that's ultimately where the game really got away from Anderson.
Yeah, for sure. Look, first rotation was good. Second set of rotations, even better from Rammstein. So that makes them 1-0 up in this series. That is a phenomenal start. But if we've learned anything from the last match of yesterday, it means nothing because it could well still go all the distance here. It doesn't matter how dominant Rammstein are at the start of this series. Let's show you guys what that means right now for the map set then as it currently stands. That's a rewind hardpoint that goes Rammstein's way. Next up is that protocol search and destroy that I chatted about. This is a map they played yesterday. It's the only map win they got versus Eglin.
Yeah, and honestly, if this could be the lean-in for Anderson, like I said, Hardpoint wasn't exactly their biggest virtue, which is why the Skyline Hardpoint was vetoed if you're looking at it from the perspective of Rammstein. But Protocol Search and Destroy was the only map that they were able to win. Got really, really close. Should have been able to close it out in 10, but it did get forced to around 11 versus Eglin. And their adaptations were really, really good. Just understanding where they could be putting their ARs to set up OC and RJ on these very nice lurks. I'm expecting for a bounce back in a big way, and RJ could desperately use it, especially off that 8-22 performance we got from the Rewind Hardpoint. But it's also the map to win that Rammstein did get versus Langley yesterday. And as we were already talking about, the Conus runner-up for you, Safety, Rammstein able to take that in around 11, nonetheless, to at least extend it to a map 4, which they did win, I think is also a foothold in the conversation for how this map 2 is going to go. Going to be a very tough time, but if you needed a little extra help to know how Search and Destroy works, well, got a little tidbit for you.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
All right, well, now you guys know how to play Search and Destroy. If you didn't already, now you do. Excellent. W explainer, by the way. Great job. Anyway, that is map number 2 coming up. Now, it's time to do something we kind of forgot to do before we got into the first map. Our predictions, at least my prediction, is already in the bin, because I have a bit that I'm committing to. I don't even care. I'm going to call it for what it is. It's a bit, all right? I'm going to say that every single match is going to be a 3-0, and I'm just throwing darts at the wall in the hope that the team I pick for 3-0 is going to be the correct one. I said Anderson 3-0. I was impressed with them, what I saw in PACAF. Evidently, that was a bad choice. You've gone for a game 5, though, so everything is going as you've foreseen, proper.
Yeah, I think that both the hard points would probably be a fatal L. I think that the biggest step up would probably have to be the good old Neslo out of Anderson. Again, a round 5 loss yesterday in their control. Maybe Vault could go their way. I think that it's going to have to be a map 5 out of Anderson if it's going to be anything. But realistically, if this Protocol Search and Destroy just completely falls by the wayside, then it's probably just going to be a 3-0. But in the other way, then Rammstein is going to be right. And then you and I continue on with our goose eggs of not knowing what we're talking about.
Yeah, 0 points, by the way. For those of you guys who don't know, the points below, or to the left or to the right of our names, depending on which one you're looking at, that's how many accurate, so 100% predictions, excuse me, that we've gotten so far. And that's 0. We've got nothing right. Seymour's trying to be like, can we change it so that we can have half a point for getting the team right? No, Seymour. You either get it right or you don't get anything. And we're all on donuts. We're all on goose eggs right now because none of us know anything. So, it just happens.
Yep. Can read spawns, but we can't read match scores. Protocol Search and Destroy up on the docket, and again, just to set everything up, both these two teams did win this map mode combination yesterday. Both these two teams took it in around 11 versus some very top competitors. Langley in Group B, as well as it's escaping the Eglin. Group B is a very tough matchup. These two still searching for their first series win. Rammstein looking for their first series win with a 1-0 lead in this series. Can they get it done here?
Yeah, for sure. Well, it looks like Anderson have pretty much held an initial sort of like, hey, this is a box standard A push off the start of this Protocol Search and Destroy. The bomb is slap bang in the middle of the A site. Omen already taking some warning shots in towards RJ. They will get away. RJ almost gave himself a free there and put us down to a 1 versus 1. But no, Omen now has to do the nigh on impossible and fly in towards the site. They are watching the angles at every single point of ingress. Omen, this is difficult.
This is something that Eglin really found a lot of round wins versus Anderson, so I'm not surprised that they were set up for that round 1 execute, just immediately hitting over towards the A lane side. Here comes the push through the big door. Wick is going to get really bad timing. RJ dies. What's the HP look like? Oh, not enough. That's why I asked. So, like, if he had a little more HP, he was actually hard scoped and ready for that next gunfight. But Wick's going to walk away with 2 in the round. But like I was saying, Eglin, they love the head bash down low over by A. Anderson were really favoring towards their helicopter pushes, but what set themselves up for success in the later stages was being able to get down Spiral first. You do have that luxury as far as the defensive team is concerned, to be able to get those nades, get trophy systems in that Spiral room. Although round one, you don't have said equipment available, you still saw Anderson drop down immediately, and those nades set themselves up for an early round win.
Yeah, I gotta imagine that's part of it, right, for the defense, is that there's no trophies on the offense to slap down as soon as you get in there, right? So it's much, much easier to defend. That being said, the defense here already stocked before they've got in towards the site. Rammstein have done a good job of overwhelming here. Wick being careful about the player up top. 3am in towards the site. Good for the first kill. Ice-T doubling up. We're on board with Wick. He's not even seen a single lick of action. And when he does, he finally gets to the site, but he is donezo. Ice-T, how about that for a retake?
Well, the execute of the retake was already happening before the execute for the offense was already underway. The set nades over the top kind of delayed. Well, I think that was like Wick's timing, and that forced OC, who was supposed to pass the AA gun, to then drop down on the opposite side for the pinch from the two-player execute, got denied from one nade that landed right on top of their foreheads over by P2. And thus, Rammstein, they had all of the presence to be able to clear the courtyard side. They then delayed push down Spiral, just making sure that nobody pushed in. Because the pinch didn't come through, everybody was stuck on P2 side for Anderson and over by the elevator shaft. That was a really cool execute, and 3am and IC walk away with the goods of 2 apiece.
All right. Feels like these guys have butted heads on A site, and it doesn't look like this round's going to be any different. Again, though, this time, Anderson not so confident to get into the bomb site straight away. They're going to get that rock down.
They fell to this quite often versus Eglin yesterday. Rammstein keeping up the pace, 4v4 retake.
Stuns out. How much of it connects? Trophy system through. Oh, that's unfortunate Semtex. That's going to slow things up for OC on the retake here. Keeping on player number 6 as well. Wick is trying to make a flank happen, but isn't doing it through Grandma's. It's all going to come through Big Door. First slide out. Good for OC. Tagged up. Has to hit a second gunfight. Not able to do so. Now just down to RJ and Wick on the retake. They've already got into the site. Wick will take Ice-T down. And it's all down to 3am. Stuck towards a spiral staircase. Is it good enough to watch the bomb from there? From the stun to the pistol. He finds both kills. What on earth?
Oh, we're about to see it again.
How?
One more time. 3am, he had no more bullets. His Jackal, he swapped to the Strider, and he smokes him. I thought Wick made the play. Either he was in a reload animation, or he picked up that aims off the floor, lies on his belly, finds himself a pair, and that sets up for the retake 1v2. 3am says, no, I got a 5 spree to maintain, fellas. And he wins the 1v2 in the post, 4v4. Oh, that's tough scenes. I thought Anderson did it.
Oh, boy. That is a round that Anderson will be very, very unhappy with.
I'm unhappy for them.
Versus 1. Yeah, dude, I mean, watching that is... 3am, 6 in a row off the back of that round. Wick also beamed at the start of this one. Anderson are stuck in the mud. What do you do? Rammstein, they have full presence on A. I'm kind of surprised they don't just immediately switch over towards B here.
RJ's going to find that return fire onto Viz, so 3v3. A little bit more honesty being showcased from Anderson in these past 2 rounds. They have earned it because they know that 3am's going to be close on this streak. He's on 6 in a row, going to be close towards that Hellstorm. All 3 players here for Anderson.
Here we go. No choice but headbutt the bomb site. Over 1 the player towards the backline. 3am. No clutch for you, Ombre, this time around. Ice-T still in the spiral staircase. Ice-T is providing so much value for this roster. Big Mike has the bomb. And he's just run through. He's run past. There's no way he gets off that stun. Not another one. And extra bullets in the body. Hello, Rammstein. Nice to see you play.
Got that round 1. I just didn't want to say anything. You never really want to shoot bullets in the body until you know the map is won, but...
Oh, I think he knows.
Yeah, oh yeah, do we ever? Do Ice-T found 2 in the spiral room again. If 3am did it on defense, or on offense rather, in the post plant, before, as the execute is happening within the trade, he gets all the information, does 3am. I mean, he loses his spree. Playing on top of that bomb site, Brody, he was able to see at least 2 nameplates. Nobody saw any lick of information up top over by the B site, so that would re-execute over by 3 players strong. Here comes a fast hit over towards A. Anderson are not here. They go for the hard read. They are wrong.
The bomb's going to go down no matter what, and Ice-T finds it on the wraparound again. A perfect prediction that these guys are going to come out of spiral staircase to stop it. Maybe another one for Ice-T. He's been so valuable to this roster. How much more value can he add? Feels like we're looking at a Tesco's meal deal right now. Ice-T looking for more. He's going to wrap around to try and get it. This is so difficult with 30 seconds left. Player towards the backline. Viz putting shots in. And, well, there they go. Players to follow up. It doesn't look like a 1 versus 4 is going to be possible.
Surely not. Pistol shots out of Wick because why not? He's got a single bullet left in the Jackal, but he is all but dead to rights. Not enough time to be able to find all 4 kills. We'll find 1. Could be a consolation. 3 a.m. just playing with his food. Wick will find a second. Gotta be careful here. I mean, if you, oh, nice shots with the pistol. You might get the kill. Get himself closer to a couple of streaks. And don't worry, this ain't Counter-Strike. That bomb ain't gonna kill him, but 3 a.m.'s gonna kill Viz along the way. But look, man, when it comes to Anderson, they've been going for these very hard reads. You saw in their last defense, Brody. They were expecting for the push to come over by A. They put a player top trips, put a player Big Mike over by helicopter as he normally plays. It went the opposite direction. Same goes for the next offense for Rammstein. A fast hit up top past the double AA gun over towards the B bomb site. Anderson were just too late. And that first ball just came through upon the rotation. Ice-T up to 6-3, 7-3 out of 3 a.m. from that 5 spree. Anderson desperately needed this round.
Oh, aggression.
That's disgusting.
Ice-T is just feeling himself, and Rammstein are constantly beating Anderson to the punch as far as this bomb site control is concerned. It's going to happen again. No, the teammates, you can't be doing that in Search and Destroy. Wick will make up for it with a follow-up, but there's no way you survive that. Rammstein continue to live up to their name. Anderson, no response.
No response. Just hardly ever a pulse, it feels like. I mean, they said we need something to be represented here for Anderson. This is not looking good. Not at all. Not the 6-5 win versus Eglin on Protocol Search and Destroy yesterday, or maybe it was for all the wrong reasons. This Rammstein team is playing with a different amount of gusto. It's 9-3 now for 3 a.m. He's right back to where he picked off. He's looking for double digits to be able to close out this map number 2. This is looking like a 3-0 in this series now, Brody. Anderson are just not here to play.
Yeah, I don't know. They're just getting outclassed, frankly. Rammstein look like a hella scary roster. Big Mike watching the opening, though. Maybe could line them up. Oh, can only find 1. You need to trade that. Somebody from Anderson. He made 2 players weak. He set that up so well. And in the end, 3 a.m. will follow up with some kills of his own. It just goes from bad to worse. And into proper cast, it might be disastrous. OC, though, goes down. 1 player left in the site, and it's RJ. And he's down as well. And there's that disaster as Rammstein absolutely total the Search and Destroy.
Oh, finally getting a taste of what a 6-1 feels like is Rammstein. They lost Rewind Search and Destroy to Langley yesterday, but a 6-1 Search and Destroy win here versus Anderson. It's open to close it out. Triple positive, 6-2. I believe that makes 3 players now triple positive at the end of the Search and Destroy. Well, no, IC did not join the party, but the quad pause out of 3 a.m. Excuse me? Almost feels like he's been gaming since 3 a.m. Just absolutely cracked on the black coffee. This guy is going absolutely sicko mode. Sicko mode.
I love that name as well. I'd love to know what 3 a.m. denotes. Like, is that like his favorite time of day or something?
It could be the beginning of his shift, Freddie. It could be the beginning of his shift.
It could be, actually, yeah. And, well, they best hope it doesn't reach 3 a.m. today, because if it does, that's when he actually goes demon mode. As soon as, like, it's like a werewolf, you know, when, like, the full moon hits or something, 3 a.m. just goes Super Saiyan mode.
It's like for that 1 hour, though. Like, 4
just
a.m.
for that 1 hour.
Like, no, power down.
3 a.m. looks like he didn't need that time of day, though. Maybe it's not 3 a.m. over there, is it? No, it's okay. He didn't need that time of day, is my point, to perform out of his mind there. 12-3 performance for him. And just generally speaking, what a map for Rammstein. I think they just played absolutely out of their minds. Everything that they were doing, Anderson just had no response to.
No, none whatsoever. Again, I mean, even Anderson were going for the hard reads. They had the hard read in their opening round on defense, and they were able to at least shut it down with a really good set of crossfires. They go over towards the offense. Nothing to be said. They immediately get blown to smithereens off of Betray 3v3 down low, and that was the last little lick of any sort of offense or defense that we got seemingly for Anderson, because the pace continued to get set higher and higher. And for those watching at home, if you did not watch CDL Champs, the one thing that I always take away at the end of the year of where we're currently at for BO6, Neptune said it best: if you do not blitz faster or consistently better than the other team, you're probably going to lose. And that's exactly what just happened. Rammstein just completely ran them over.
Well, that is the name of the game for Protocol Search and Destroy. Fortunately, at least for Anderson, it's not something they have to worry about for the remainder of this best of 5, but they are 2-0 down, and so their worries are continuing to escalate here. The series will continue to escalate as well. We have a map number 3. Could be a 3-0. Will it be, though? Find out after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What's up, you beautiful people? Yes, I mean you. We're here with the DAF Esports World Championship. So we're 2 maps deep into Rammstein versus Anderson. And what we hyped up as an Anderson win, has not been that way at all. Rammstein have been playing with them the entirety of the series so far, and what was almost a 100-point club in map number 1, or it might as well have been, and then the 6-1 in map number 2. You know what? Let's just go ahead and bring back that map set for you guys. Let's bring it up. Let's show you guys what the map set looks like here in just a moment, because, well, it has not been a kind series so far to Anderson.
No. No, it has not. 250 to 114, like you said, might as well have been a 100-point club. Some last-ditch heroics, or realistically how hard Anderson did fight in the opening set of hard points, I should say. But single round being won in Search and Destroy, and that was the first round. They got the first 6-0'd in the Search and Destroy. Yeah, you heard me correctly. Vault Control is on the docket next, and if need be, somehow, some way we extended the Vault Hardpoint, we'll let you know. But this map number 3 very much so could be setting up Anderson to do so. Let me explain. This was map 3 yesterday versus Eglin yesterday, and although they did get completely shut out as far as the opening round is concerned, and they were on offense, they got no segments captured, they did strike first as far as an offensive conversion is concerned, and that was the 3rd round worth of play. They extended this all the way towards a round 5, Brody, where they unfortunately came up short. Now, the Vault Control was the selection by way of Rammstein. They did not want to play Hacienda Control. That immediately gets pulled away from the docket. They also didn't want to see the Protocol Control as well via Anderson, so that then leaves the Vault Control. And luckily enough speaking, this is Anderson's best bet to extend the series.
Yeah, it is, right? I mean, Anderson, they kind of need this one. I guess the interesting thing for me, right, with Anderson is that, you know, as we said, you know, you lose a round 5 here. You talk about Rammstein on the other side, losing their control 3-0, albeit it was a Hacienda. I guess the question I would ask is, of Rammstein in particular is, first, I mean, a couple of things, I guess, regarding that control. Obviously, it's a different opponent. Langley Eustace, I think, are very much probably going to be a more competitive team that you're going to have to face up on control. So the 3-0 is more likely in that matchup. But I think primarily the big thing is, was that a Hacienda control issue? Or was it a control issue, right? Was it like, all right, cool, Hacienda control isn't a map for us? Or is control on the whole something where maybe Anderson and he need to step back and be like, hey, cool, this is, or Rammstein, is something that we need to look at? I don't know. But if they want to learn how to play control, they should probably watch this VT.
For Control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the 2 objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
Alright, well there is how to play Control. Rammstein, if they want to 3-0 this series, they will look at that and think, alright, that's how we play Control. God, I didn't know how not to get 3-0'd. Obviously, the opponent is very different though. Langley Eustace are a very difficult roster to take down, so any 3-0 against a roster like that is understandable. Do you think then, I'm not going to ask for a prediction per se, because that would be rude. We've already done predictions for this series. Do you think that this is the map where Anderson, they can do it, they can extend this series?
I think statistically it is their best odds, like I was talking about coming back from the break. I like their chances here, again, given the small sample size that we do have, right? I mean, if you're looking from Rammstein's perspective, they only played a single series, and within that single series, they took Langley to a map 5, but within that control, they got 0-3. So your argument isn't out of this world as far as maybe they are just not that great at control. You and I have seen this through plenty of years before when some teams just are not that adept at the swing map mode combination. But again, for Rammstein, this is home for them. They played this yesterday versus a very slay-heavy Eglin roster. I like their chances.
All right, well, this is Anderson's best chance to get back into this matchup. Would be nice if they could do it so we could have a competitive series on our hands. But let's see whether they can do so or not. Already off the rip here, Rammstein starting to put some pressure on towards A. And I love this little wraparound being made from 3am as well. Wants to try and split the defense of Anderson in the moment. But OC up top, able to put some team shots through. Big Mike will be the one actually attributed for that gunfight in the end. And with that, Anderson all of a sudden fully cleaning house. Only 2 ticks given away.
Still 2 ticks on 2 separate zones. You really got to pick and choose if you are Rammstein where you want to put a lot of your focus. Omen's going to get scouted out over by that B lane, and Rammstein are a little bit late to try to rectify all the positional errors, but it may not matter because they clean house on this side of the map. You got 3am causing a ruckus in the middle map. He'll be traded out, but A zone is within the scopes of Rammstein.
Anderson, what do you do about this? I was going to say, do you full send it or do you just try and defend B? It feels like they are going to do the latter. And, well, Big Mike here gets shut down. OC free Wood will pick up 1. A is gone. OC! Oh, to the slide. Takes Viz out of the play. And that is big, but they didn't really realize that somebody will have gotten past from Cat. That comm was not made. So towards the point now, Rammstein starting to get players forward. And it feels like here they could just take a breather. You've got 1 minute 30 on the clock. There's no need to overheat on this.
No, none whatsoever. 4 spree, though, for 3am. They're already going to be getting himself in a better position to try to help out his team eventually. He's clearing a lot of the back line, but a little bit too late now. At this point, Brody is going to lose his life. OC does find 2 upon the exit, so able to at least bounce back. They're still leading by 3 lives. Anderson doing well in the trades department, but heavily down as far as segment progression. Only 2 required out of Rammstein, but they are just now at 60 seconds.
First tick already through. I will say Rammstein actually struggling somewhat now to get past the 50-yard line. Anderson doing a really solid job of holding on. They've got a player pushed all the way forward here in Wick. Rammstein will want to remove Wick from Palms before getting on towards the point, and both of those players are coming out of Vault as well, so this is going to be difficult for those players, and I think they realize it. One little reposition here to move forward, and here we go. The reposition has been made. They have to get past OC. He lines up the first, goes to the drop shot for the second, but the team shots are good enough for the kill. You're happy with the trades. 27 seconds, you have to get on the point.
Yeah, no pressure to be able to deal with Big Mike, who's now up on a 4 spree. He's in that power position, top R, just watching everybody cross. Omen's going to be looking for that gunfight. As soon as they touch the zone, he still finds 1. The 2-for-1 trade. Wick wants that kill. Vis will find 2 in the feed. Can't find the 3rd. RJ gets traded, and the zone is being captured. 3 lives remain for Rammstein. Second segment might be locked.
You got a player pushing through as well. 3am. Might well get through. No, he gets cut down on the mini-map. Now 1 player on the flank as well through wooden doors. I don't know if Omen is watching his teammate. Ice-T is there. Omen catches both kills. All of a sudden now, just down to 1 player on the other side. Ice-T, though, gets picked up. It's a double from that final player, Anderson. They will hold the line, but they lose a lot of ticks in that round.
They sure do. That a total of 4 segments is no easy feat to be captured as far as Vault is concerned. But like I said, Anderson did strike first yesterday. It wasn't their first round, and they are at least graced with coming in towards the second round offense. So they will have trophy systems to keep themselves safe. RJ, Big Mike combined 20 in kills, 20 and 11 if you're adding their deaths. They did a great job of just being able to hold the line there and deny the B zone from being captured. So in towards this offense we go for Anderson. Got to pick and choose wisely where you want this offense to start. And they're going for A originally, but it seems all very individualistic. They do find at least 1 trade onto Omen. OC's got hallway control, but immediately traded. Not a good enough start.
Yeah, that is the perfect start if you want to come out of the gate swinging if you're Rammstein. I really love this from Ice-T as well. Absolutely no holds barred. Just straight towards the defensive spawn to try and cause some havoc. Ice-T doing exactly that. Wick is turned around. Ice-T should get caught out here. There's no reason why he should last longer than that, and that's exactly what he's done. So Rammstein now starting to move forward here. Anderson on towards the B zone. That's going to turn the attention of all those blue players on the mini-app towards that point. Wick trying to move forward to create some space for the rest of the team, but he gets shut down. Now towards the point, you start to deal with the kills. OC, the last one, left up, and back down to the vault he goes, where he will meet Omen, and it's not a good one either. That's the Rammstein clear.
Yeah, sub 60 seconds now, 7 life advantage for Rammstein. Golly, those shots out of 3am. That guy is filthy. Omen's also able to catch 1 on an OC. Had no business finding that kill, but still does nonetheless. 22 kills combined between 3am and Viz. Mike's trying to cause a ruckus up through U-turn, but not going to find anything whatsoever. This clock is being dwindled down, and Anderson know they got to put an investment into somebody to make a play happen. It's RJ over by B.
Not on the point. Ice-T getting shot up from the side. Yep, unfortunate. Now Wick can move forward and try to create some pace, but behind him lines it's Omen, and that's a problem. Now for Wick moving forward, OC might be creating space, but you've got to deal with Omen towards the point, and he can't win the gunfight. That's 3 for OC. The clock will continue to be stopped at 26 seconds, and Anderson have toes and feet dipped into both of these 2 points here proper. They've got options.
And they want to try to retake A first if you are Rammstein. That might not be the smarter of the two calls. B is so much more difficult to try to capture, but they do lose Wick. Top art. They're still working on the A zone captured. Big Mike still over here. Viz will take down OC on the return. Second segment got captured, but the stack over by A is good so long as they deal with Viz. Yeah, 60 seconds at it.
Yeah, man, what a turn of the round here for Anderson.
For real.
One player left up here, and they're going towards the point. 3 a.m. Through the middle of the map. You might want to go towards the point, mate. There's only 1 tick left on the point. They've got to go. They've got to stop this one. Just a single player on the point right now for Anderson. The rest providing coverage, and well, both of those players do get shut down. So Anderson will have to hit a reset here. 7v13. Rammstein starting to move up the map a little bit.
Getting a little bit more space. Rammstein's going to start getting control over towards the top side of this plat. That'll put this round a little bit too far out of reach. No respawns remaining off of this, taking down 2 in the feed. It's Wick, RJ versus the world. This still back behind enemy spawns territory, just causing a ruckus. He's on a 5.
3 versus 12 is a little bit too much to ask for. You have to feel at this point. And you want to be careful if you're a Wick, right? You don't want to be feeding into the streaks at this point. What, 4 for 3 a.m., 5 for Viz? You want to be careful that you don't end up feeling a Hellstorm missile to Rammstein, especially if one of those kills comes by way of the point. That's where Viz is currently located, so it would technically count as extra score for getting the kill on said control zone. But they are just going to be patient. There is very little reason to overchow here in this moment, and Wick is just trying to get anything he possibly can. Ice-T wasn't on a streak, but that player was. That's 5 in a row, 2 5 sprees going to the next round. But for Rammstein, I would argue that's not the clean control win they wanted.
No, but that's also a single segment lead. It's not much, but it's still a lead. And again, kills be damned, and all streaks aside, how well Rammstein are shooting in this series. If Anderson still hold on, they can get a better foothold in their opening breakoff. Hasn't been good on either sides of the control so far, but at least they held on to only 4 segments against Rammstein. If they can try to do that again and lead for segments, that'll give them the round 5 defense, which is seemingly easier, especially in a game like Call of Duty. Combined 10 spree between both 3AM and Viz. Viz, of course, was that player that went absolutely rogue with the numbers advantage at the end to be able to go on said 5 spree to really put them to rest. This opening breakoff is so important for Anderson to be able to hold on to any advantage they have in this map 3.
Rammstein, they need to have a convincing round. Good start from them. 7 still in a row, by the way, for Viz. I don't think 3AM got streaks off the back of his, despite the fact he might have started on 6 in a row or something to that effect. Rammstein starting to move forward, though. RJ with the shutdown. Shuts down Viz as well. So that's both streaks out of the play. Omen trying to play his life towards the point. He's isolated, and he is shut down. Anderson with the clear. And that first tick didn't go through as well. So Rammstein going to have to start from fresh.
Yeah, exactly. The first segment wasn't locked, and no, there's no way that Viz was able to get that Hellstorm missile. He was on defense when he went on that spree, and you don't generate that much score for denial of segment progression. Team Semtex does come through. RJ is dead. They lose a little bit of forward progression, and OC's going to try to take that away from where his fallen comrade was previously. He dies. Upper hallway control now fallen by the wayside. Rammstein getting the space to maybe assault A.
I've got to go. Rammstein have 1 player push forward from Viz. Taking some shots. Oh! OC still wins that fight. Big Mike will get shut down in the end. 3 a.m. down for the count. That's going to make things more difficult on the point. Nade up top. His teammate might accidentally run into that. And nonetheless, Rammstein have to start considering actual progression towards the zone, because right now this has felt relatively directionless. Now you've got Anderson players trying to get the spawn trap going. OC goes for the chase on towards Omen, but while that happens, Rammstein starting to move players forward towards the point. Double stack now coming through. Viz keeping an eye up top as well. Turns away from the player as the chow comes through. 1 player on the flank. OC's been spotted out, but the con wasn't actually made. So OC does end up going down. Ice-T gets the capture through, though, just before those chows come through. So that means the Rammstein capture is in, but the map control not there off the back of it.
Wick needed to play their life over by P3. If he stays alive, maybe he can get forward progress and get that kill onto Viz, but nobody's inside of Art now. You see where Wick spawns out from all of the B zone control, or B lane control, I should say. He will get that cross. Rammstein are worried that somebody is really late on their flank, so they're giving Ice-T to clear all of it, and nobody was taking further progress besides Omen, who finds 2 somehow off of a solo play. Does that mean that the flank from 3AM goes unnoticed?
Grab, I don't know. It looks like
going
3AM has got
unnoticed.
behind. Yeah, they totally do. 3AM gets right behind enemy lines, and look at the turning of all the arrows on the map. They know they have to deal with them. 3AM gets a second, but even that is damaging, right? He finds both of those gunfights. Now Rammstein can start to move forward. They haven't got any out of coverage, though, so OC just flies through, picks up both of those players through Vault, and all of a sudden, 3AM, for all of his play, doesn't really amount to anything.
I would say that Omen's 2-piece was a little bit more influential because it still meant that Rammstein were able to rectify the life advantage, but then immediately get swarmed back from that double kill from OC over by the B control zone. 7 plays up against 5. Sub 30 seconds now. Rammstein trying to assault the back statue.
Down to the final couple of players here. Car bomb goes off on towards RJ. That makes this plausible. 3AM. That is a ballsy gunfight, my friend, with 15 seconds left. Wick goes up the map, and that's the tree planted and removed in front of Omen as he goes down. There goes 3AM as well. And Anderson, they hold strong. And I got to say, for Rammstein, it felt a little bit directionless at the opening of that round, right? I think they just took a little bit too long to actually get anything going on A.
Well, their direction was mostly just trying to get upper hallway control, but I want to say that the player that was supposed to be up there was a little bit late via a nade. I don't think there was a trophy system to deny the nade in the upper hallway control, so the 2 players that were trying to push up a little bit further over by the U-turn, they get traded. They get immediately. And then that player upper hallways just loses the gunfight from the head glitch on the staircase. It's being held from the opposite side, but I would say it's a little bit more directionless from Rammstein once the A-zone actually got captured. For some odd reason, they thought that somebody, maybe they were tweaking, misplacing names, numbers on somebody flaking all the way back over by P2 and just wasted so much time. And it set themselves up for utter failure, albeit Omen finding 2 on the opposite side. So only a handful of segments. It's a total of 7. So if Anderson get a total of 3, a full zone capture, they're going to guarantee that round 5 defense if they don't just close it out here.
Oh, Wick. Big kills off the start. Anderson, as you said, looking for ticks at the start of this round. First tick already through. Rammstein considering a potential flanking play. You can see players number 1 and 3 on the minimap trying to go for that. Instead, 3AM gets straight involved towards the point. Takes RJ out of the play. That's not going to stop the second tick. Instead, it's the flanking play from Viz that does exactly that. And that's going to be the second tick stopped. Rammstein, they hold for the moment, but 1 player has been naughty and gotten through towards R.
Dealt with. We're good here. So Rammstein's backline going to be more than secured. 2 segments confirmed. Oh no, the second segment wasn't confirmed. So Anderson not going to be taking that as a push. And Rammstein thought that they were going to try to assault the A control zone. They're going to leave 1 player back to start depleting it. Yeah, that's not the right call. Go over towards B because that 1 segment's being worked on. Nice Tozy shot there from 3AM. Up on a 3 spree. This guy's been twisted all series long. And we'll get that final kill on the OC. B zone denial, and that A progress is being depleted.
3M's going to find more value up top. So actually, no, never mind. RJ's there for the coverage. So this should be the double stack now. And there might even be players immediately transitioning in towards B. Ice-T might have been seen on the flank. Yeah, you can see Big Mike on the mini-map. Turns around to try and deal with that. That's not where Ice-T's coming from. Reposition for him. Rammstein trying to stop this. It's not going to happen. Now all of a sudden, this is about a rescue, recovery mission. You're trying to stop all of these players getting through. And OC is the only one that does. He finds 1 kill, immediately dealt with, and that's Rammstein. That's a brilliant recovery for them.
Had no business winning that gunfight versus OC. 3AM top plat now. He's keeping them guessing. Where are we spawning? Where is he lurking at? Sees Big Mike off the respawn block. Just crispy shots coming through. OC will find that trade, but the damage might have already been done. 15 plays up against 12, and Anderson. They got that A-zone captured, which means, Brody, they lead in segment progression, but they only trail by 3 lives. Watch player number 6. Wick's going on a little bit of a flank all the way to the backside of P4, and the timing just works out perfectly. I think Ice-T just saw him as well, but he's all the way top art. I turn around.
They know where 3AM is. Yep, Viz gets cut down as well. So 3AM now has to be courageous. Straight on towards the point. You find 1. Doesn't find the second in the corner. His teammates do that instead. Ice-T will double up. And 3AM and Ice-T clear the point between 2. So now it's 12 versus 8. 1 tick through on towards B. If Anderson want to prevent a round number 5, they're going to have to start to get moving now. And 1 sneaky boy player has gone behind enemy lines. It's Wick. And Wick could be the guy that completely totals things. He kind of has to be at this point, right? A 4 versus 11, you don't have any help. You have to now time it perfectly.
Yeah, because Ice-T is still lurking all the way to the backside of P2. His timing's not too great. So, yeah, here comes Wick starting to get activated. It's the same exact flank that he was able to find previously. He's able to find the one-gun fight immediately. Ice-T still lurking. No respawns remaining. 2v8. Wick's still top art. Ice-T is still beaming. 6 spree and going in towards what's going to be a round 5 offense. Could be the difference maker. Wick is going to slide down. Not going to be able to find... Did he find that kill? Did he deny the spree?
He got the 7.
Regardless... Yeah, the 7 spree will be there. So he's that much closer to a Hellstorm missile. It's going to be a round 5 offense regardless for Rammstein, but that got darn close.
Yeah, I got 7 there towards the end. Does get shut down, I believe, though. So he does die, of course, for the end of the round. And
really
yeah,
needed
nonetheless,
that, too.
Yeah, you definitely do. Nonetheless, I think, you make that flanking play happen, and I think, that's the idea, right? You get your players in behind enemy lines so that you can cause carnage, turn the attention of the defensive line so that players can get through pillars, but those players just almost immediately die, and all of a sudden what was a solid play kind of leaves you alone on an island, no matter how much you can damage you can deal
alive.
to players. Oh, he did survive it. Okay, ignore me. So 7 in a row. It is big that he does kind of keep that streak alive, right?
Correct, yeah. So player number 3, Ice-T, is going to be the most influential player, and he gets shut down by RJ. It's a bigger double kill than he might imagine to have, so that Hellstorm missile would have been the difference maker in this round 5 offense. Anderson are fighting.
Again, remember that Rammstein, I think last time on their offensive effort, just took too long to get something going. It feels like the same thing might happen again here. Viz, all on his lonesome, trying to make his way through lights, and he's getting peppered up from a multitude of angles. He needs to keep his head down. Actually going to find some value here with the first kill against towards Big Lights. Flying down for the second. Viz picks up RJ, and that will open the door. But Rammstein immediately changing their strategy here. It is not a pummel towards A. They're going to be
Straight towards it. 2 players need to be on top of it, and they are. They're watching the push out from the open door. That's a big kill from 3 a.m. 2 for 1 goes the kill feed. Car bomb goes off, and the 5th player comes alive as 3 a.m. finally dealt with that first segment. It's going to get depleted.
Okay. Rammstein now going to have to go for the backup plan. Pushing all of those players out towards B is going to give them a little bit of breathing space to work with on A. 1 player towards you. Big Mike dealt with. That wasn't much HP taken off of Viz as well, so he'll be ready for a second fight. That second fight potentially coming on the flank. OC able to double up. All just down to Viz towards the point. He will have hit the regen here. Has to 1 versus 2. And OC is the player to take him down. So 40 seconds on the clock now. Second tick through. Rammstein, they have to start to focus on one of these 2 zones. It is going to be A once again. Big shutdown up top from Ice-T, but there are players towards the point.
A little bit of hesitancy coming through from Anderson, but they're going to start clearing away from the zone, turtling things up. Watch out for 3 a.m. He's getting a little bit of good timing. Maybe get inside of bottom art. He will catch 1 player by surprise, maybe. No, off screen. Yeah, that gunfight's going to go by way of 3 a.m., but he's the only one alive. It's a ruckus. This is now on the A zone.
Viz finds it. Should be the capture. Yep, will be with that second gunfight. So 4 life difference between these 2 teams. You have mid-map presence. There is 1 nuisance, though, you're going to have to account for. That's Wick on the outside, and he has not revealed his position. He's being all sneaky-like towards the point. Now they're finally going to jump there. Wick decides to activate. Wick will activate for 2. Viz turns around, but it's too late. Wick, the sneaky demon, picks up 3, and that might be the dagger.
40 and 27 out of 3M might not be enough. OC, he's still up here on top of the staircase. Will get traded out, inevitably. 5v12. Just under 50 seconds remain, and all of Rammstein are forced over towards this B lane. RJ's hitting a lurk, takes down the lurker of Ice-T. Wick gets damaged, concedes the space, because they got to get past the raid boss that is top art.
It's a cliche phrase in Call of Duty commentary, but I'm going to use it anyway. It has to be perfect for Rammstein. Moving forward. I remember the team shots. It's not good enough. He was trying to take down 3 different players at once, and unfortunately, Gun can only shoot in one direction, but 3am and Viz will find their gunfights. Anderson gonna go and deal with 3am. That's exactly what they do. Looking for more is Ardre! And now it's just down to the last remaining player. Viz versus the world, and the weight of the world has crushed him. Anderson are not down just yet. They have a map on the board.
Yep, they are able to extend the series to a map number 4. A little bit late to the party, but here nonetheless, R. Anderson from PACAF fighting nonetheless off of their tough loss yesterday. Really did feel like it was all going to be for naught. 41 to 29 out of 3M was not good enough for the 73 engagements from OC. 5k damage, he led the entire lobby, and 25 of those kills were non-traded. shout out all of Anderson to where they're playing throughout the entirety of this map. I beg you all to continuously watch numbers like 6 and 7. They were always one of the first handful of players to try to work offensively to get inside of Art to work those flanks. That last offense for Anderson worked so well, and they got so close to converting that B zone because you had Wick constantly focusing over towards the palm tree lane and working his way inside of Art. Defensively, Big Mike was an absolute demon in the top side of Art, just denying all the space and closure off of the crossfire that was set up. Rammstein struggled to get behind enemy lines here on the Vault Control.
Yeah, that's a really good team play. Individually, again, that big play, I think it was from Wick towards the end that basically ruined the whole Rammstein plan. They didn't know that Wick was in that position. You're absolutely right to call out the positioning of those players. Anderson, just constantly nuisance. I will say on the flip side, it felt a little bit like off the rip. Sometimes Rammstein took a little bit too long to get anything going from like a team perspective, right? I think specifically in the first offensive effort, they just took like a minute to actually get going, to actually get towards either point. And that unfortunately just wasn't good enough for them. So maybe a kind of a tap in a little bit to the control woes for Rammstein. Definitely their worst game mode of the 3 from what we've seen so far in this best of 5. But it does mean that Anderson are still in the conversation. After what was a pretty dominant first couple of maps in this series, finally Anderson has had something to say.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, when we have the moment, let's take a look at the map set as well, because this one could set up for utter success now for Anderson. Like I said, the map 3 control, whatever it was going to be better for them comparatively to Rammstein. They got 0-3'd Billy Watt on a Hacienda control versus Langley yesterday, and that's happening albeit you pushed them to a map number 5. It was still setting up Anderson, who pushed a round 5 against Eglin yesterday and also walked away with an offensive round win. We were able to see those executes and those split decisions being panned out wonderfully from Anderson. Is that going to be a continuation into the Vault Hardpoint? I'm not too sure, because the one thing that did get away from them in that Rewind Hardpoint, 250 to 114 was the scoreline, casual stuff, was the manipulation of the map, the understanding of the spawns. Now, you can definitely fit a Vault and a half inside of a Rewind if you're catching my drift here, but still, it's something you got to be thinking about if you're Anderson.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just fundamentally speaking, everything from Rammstein was pretty much perfect in that map number 1 hardpoint. And, we even went back to that and we were talking about the improvements they were making from one set to another set, right? We talk about kind of one crucial rotation on Rewind hardpoint that gave them a massive advantage. Well, in the second set, it wasn't just one. It was 2 crucial rotations back to back, right? And, fundamentally speaking, everything that we saw from Rammstein was pretty much perfect. And so, the next question is, how does that translate into a map like Vault that does have crucial rotations to make sure that you get right? How is, the P2 control from Rammstein? Clearly they know what they're doing. Clearly they're a very well put together roster. How does that look? How does your, P3 to P4 rotation look? Do you have players in the right positioning to make sure you hold those hard points? It feels like the fundamentals are there for Rammstein to close out this series. The question is, with Anderson now woken up, are they going to have made some significant changes coming into this map?
It's tough to be able to gauge, right? So let's break that conversation a little bit further down, because we didn't get a Vault Hardpoint either of these 2 teams to play yesterday in their opening series as far as Group B is concerned. But as far as money rotations are concerned, I know you love using that phrase, Brody. 3 to 4 is so crucial. And we talk about power positions on Vault previously that were held both sides of the control zones by Big Mike as well as Wick and OC, specifically out of Anderson. And I'm talking about that P3 to P4 rotation because it is top art. If you're able to get that power position, you're able to set your team up for easier success. You can watch the crossfire out from Lion Statue exit over by the open staircase. Watch all of the entrance over by Palm Tree in towards the P4 building. Not to mention how that is an anchoring position for that back spawn area. So you can get a lot out of that power position, and I expect Anderson to keep that in their mind because it was at the forefront for both sides of the control on the same exact map that we just played.
Yeah, and that's the key thing for me. I know that, Control and Hardpoint, even though they're both respawn game modes, so they share some kind of familiarity in that, it is literally comparing apples to oranges. So I know that they are different, but at the same time, I think you're right to point out that positioning. Again, it's something we gave Anderson a lot of love for in the last map, was how solid their positioning was across the board. Especially, I think it was Wick was the guy that we were giving a lot of love to for his constantly good positioning. And Hardpoint is all about that. Like, Hardpoint rotations are all about making sure you've got key players in power positions. And as long as Anderson can recognize that, they will be perfectly fine. We could well see a game number 5. I'm getting Buckley Cannon vibes from this. You know, again, last night we had a series that started so well in favor of Cannon, and Buckley almost pulled off a reverse sweep. So it would not surprise me if Anderson were to come back into this series. Again, a reminder, folks, we are currently still pretty early on in the group stage. By the end of today, the group stages, I believe, will be done and dusted. And, you know, we look at these two teams, and coming into this matchup, they hadn't had a win so far. Getting this win is really important for both of these two teams.
Yes, it absolutely is, because that furthers your chances for seeding. Look, all 12 teams that are here as far as the DAF World Champs is concerned, they will all be in that championship bracket, but it's where your seeding will be in line. Winning your series more decisively will up your chances to be closer towards the upper seed, which naturally, if you've ever watched college football, you've ever watched an esports tournament, you're aware that you want to be facing the lower seeded teams. Not that it furthers your chances, though statistically and historically, the higher seeded teams typically do better than the double-digit ones.
Yeah, for sure. You just don't want to be facing like a cannon out of the gate, right? That is the last thing that you want, right? You do not want to be facing a team that is one conus right out the gate. You want to be having as good of a chance as possible. And, you know, ideally, I think getting high enough a seed that you are one of those 4 teams that get a bye right out the gate into the second round of play, right? Making your lives just a little bit easier. The path to the championship is difficult enough as it is. So you want to get as high a seed as possible, and that's what this entire group stage of the competition is about. It's also about kind of getting into the groove of things, right, for a lot of these teams, especially those teams that have made their way from PACAF or from USAFE, right, with all the long flights that they might have had. It's about like, all right, cool, we got to settle in a little bit here to an environment that we didn't play in before, because I believe this is the same location that the CONUS Championship has played at, from Buckley Space Force Base. And so it's like, for those guys, all right, it's all cool, you know, they've played in this environment before, they're perfectly fine. For everybody else here coming to the first ever World Championships, they're going to be kind of still settling in a little bit for sure, and that applies to both teams competing in this matchup. With that said, guys, we're still waiting for players to get into the game, so we're going to go to a very brief break. On the other side, we've got a Hardpoint coming your way. Could be the final map in the series.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Alright folks, after much anticipation, it's time for the game 4 between Anderson and Rammstein. It's been so long, my brain is trying to catch up on what the hell happened in map number 3. That's right, it was a map number 3 victory for Anderson, so they're still in the series.
Yeah, it was on this exact venue as well, Brody, so they're going to be returning back to Vault for Hardpoint this time around. Only scored 114 points in the map number 1 versus Rammstein. That was on Rewind. Very different days here as far as Vault is concerned. Anderson have those back P2 spawns, but Ice-T, he's already in towards the back line looking to upset it.
Alright, trying to push forward here. For this time, Ice-T will double up in towards the time. Back door opened there momentarily by Wick and immediately traded out. So, Rammstein now going to have to fight for control if they want to get it again. Anderson straight towards the hard point though, looking to try and cut some of these players off. OC in the cut. Can he find any kills? It's going to be players coming from the backside of Pool. That's the direction that he's looking in. While all this is happening, there's a lot of time that's going Rammstein's way. They've got players in towards the time. OC finally decides to fly out in towards the kill. Will almost immediately get shut down. And while Anderson will finally get through, there's actually some time there that Rammstein manages to kind of swing away.
Yeah, they kept it scrappy, right? It's all off to Ice-T's flank. Viz doing a 4-spree tango there towards the tail end, but scrap time going to be secured for Rammstein. Going to be a very slight lead. We've got battles on the rotation also going afoot. Anderson going to be crossing things up here. They don't have the back P4 spawns, not quite yet, but they are here for the rotation first.
All right. Players up top in art. You've got the AR coverage. Everybody watching from all the different power positions here. Anderson. Are they ready for it? Nade over the top. That is actually going to catch a player. Car bomb goes off. Wick down for the count, though. And now Anderson trying to hold on to the power position, but RJ flies in towards the hard point, and he is going to hold here for the moment. Keep an eye on those players through the X-ray. Rammstein, they want to flip the map, and for that player up top in top art, they have so damn much to do. Big Mike goes down. That's Rammstein flipping the map.
Yep. Wonderfully done there. Good manipulation again coming through from Rammstein was the biggest highlight from that rewind map number 1 out of them. Let's see if that's going to be a continuation. Combined 14 kills start out of Wick and RJ, but Viz is just not deterred by the break whatsoever. 10-4 start from Viz. We were gassing up Ice-T 3 a.m., but really it's been the Viz show. 51 points to 45. We're about to be popping in towards P4. These back spawns are everything, and a big kill comes through from OC.
Oh. Looking towards this time. Rammstein. Currently looking to get in behind enemy lines. Viz is going to get across quite easily here, actually. He kills in the feed as well. Viz walks straight through the front door. Oh, gets turned on. Oh, that's so unfortunate. RJ finds those kills, and elsewhere OC and Wick will combine for 3. That's Anderson. Solid for the first hold.
Yeah, fantastic first wave of gunfights. Got players anchoring in towards the back. You got a player watching the cross inside the upper hallways. That was Wick. That alarm bell is going to ring over for OC. There was nobody inside of Art, so Rammstein are here for a last-bit assault towards the tail end of this hard point and the tail end of this set. Should be an easy 2-piece out of Big Mike, but he runs out of bullets in the aim. Sets up for an easy kill or cleanup on the opposite side over by Palm Tree, but I'm sure that player regen soon before 2 more light up in the kill feed. What a great first set of hard points and a great tell of events there for P4 out of Anderson.
And just generally speaking, Anderson already outpacing themselves pretty much from what we saw in the back in that map number 1 was 114 points. Something to that effect in map number 1. Anderson are here to play. They want to force a game number 5. Freeman Owen got a couple of kills here. Now looking to move towards the hard point. Big Mike trying to keep this hill alive, but he finally gets shut down. Does waste enough time that Wick can follow up for a couple of kills of his own. And now continues to play his life. Finally shut out. 1 by 1, Anderson trying to hold on, but they are falling 1 by 1 as well. Solid hold for Rammstein to try and close that deficit.
Yeah, big P1 coming through from them. They know that they still don't have those back P2 spawns, but they're setting up a nice little pinch. Watch out for 3 a.m. He's pinching alongside Ice-T. Wick was thinking that maybe I could keep things anchored all the way in the very, very far back of the P2 spawn, but not going to be the case. Easy pickings for Rammstein. They gave up the back 20 seconds of P1 to play for what is going to be a money hill of P2. These opening gunfights are very, very important for Rammstein.
Again, they want to close the deficit. Nobody palm side. One walks straight through the front door. Ice-T will send him right back to the respawn point. Big Mike up top with the kill. Nicely done. Ice-T, you might want to keep your elbows tucked in, mate, there inside the hard point. If not, you're going to get shut down. Big Mike now finds it's time to cross. And the regen's through. Ice-T survives the engagement, but he's got more to do. A couple of players around him. Good for the first. The back wasn't being watched, so Wick walks right into the back door and will pick up that gunfight. So now in for the time. But those back spawns are still in Rammstein's favor. They'll continue to hit the hill over and over again. And Big Mike's time as king of the hill is cut short.
He only has 2 seconds of hardpoint time comparatively to RJ, so a long time to go as far as King of the Hill is concerned, Brody. 15 seconds left to fight over as far as P2, and again, Anderson, their relentless assault on the pinches will elect them to be able to get the back 20 seconds, mostly because Rammstein are okay with it. They're trying to rectify the biggest issue that was that first set of hardpoints, and that's from these power positions. OC doesn't clear all of top art. Should be cleaned up. I'm pretty sure that there's a player up top there for Rammstein, but they're all focused over towards the front. Those last 3 players spawn all the way over by the P2 plateau, and Anderson, again, flipping the map when it matters most. Very crucial moment here for Rammstein to hold it from the front.
Ice-T. Gonna get shut down. Rammstein now starting to lose some of their players here towards this rotation. One last player. Fortunately enough, they still have those back art spawns. RJ knows it, so they're going to fly across to try and pick up those gunfights. Couple of warning shots in while the rest of the squad makes their way over, but only RJ survives the onslaught. He's going to be able to hit the regen here, but not fully. Ice-T removes him. Big gunfights now for Rammstein as they look to try and make a comeback in this game.
Yep. Trying to battle their way back. They diminish this lead now down to 20. They got good power positions. You got Ice-T all the way up top Art, but you lost Viz down low. Ripping shots coming through from Big Mike. And they know that they can then surge a little bit further forward. The hard point's about to pop. This is setting up a nice pinch over by the palm tree. Viz is getting activated on the other side.
Biz trying to make his way through will get shut down. I will say, for all of the kills that we saw go Rammstein's way there, they didn't really get anything in the way of kill time off the back of it. Like, the deficit hasn't really shortened down whatsoever, and now we're towards the next hard point. Oh my god. Big Mike just took his teammate out, not with a trophy system splash damage, but with the literal trophy system bludgeon to the head. Anderson are going to want to recover off the back of that, and they will do so with a wave of gunfights, but that might genuinely be the weirdest kill I've ever seen on Call of Duty in my time casting the game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does like a single digit of damage. It might be 2 damage, but it's still damage nonetheless. Like, the stun does a single damage. Getting bonked up top of the head with the trophy system also does damage. So, very fun stuff coming through as far as COD is concerned. 50-point lead, so even more fun if you are Anderson Air Force Base. They can taste that map 5 hot stand to search and destroy. It is well within their grasp. 3AM has picked things up to join the likes of this. They're up to a combined 43 kills, but even as we saw in the map number 3 from 3AM, he can drop a 40 bomb. It's not going to stop Anderson. Wick now up to 5.
Anderson have really caught fire the last couple of hard points when Rammstein have had a chance. They've closed the door on them over and over again. Nice jump shots coming out from Viz, Ice-T, and 3AM. OC having something to say, though. Should get tagged up by the stun through lights and might have to be able to hit the regen here, but it's 3 players coming through that one area. This is a lot for Rammstein to swallow. Nade out from Ice-T is going to send those players packing here for a moment. Shots from double doors. Teammates good there to help on out. And for Rammstein, getting this back 20 seconds is huge. Again, trying to close the deficit. And now those spawns have momentarily flipped as well. Big Mike checking every single corner here, but it's not good enough. Ice-T will win the battle for that scrap time again, ever so slightly closing that gap.
Fun 5-3 now between 3AM and Ice-T. Ice-T had a really slow start, but he's starting to pick things up now. Could be the catalyst for success when it comes down to Anderson, or for Rammstein, excuse me, who find themselves now within the favorite spawns for P2, much like how in the previous set, it did not stop Anderson from assaulting the back spawns. 2 minutes on the game clock here, and there's plenty of time left for it to go and trading as far as hills are concerned. Rammstein, you feel that they need to get the majority of time here on P2 because their P3, P4 rotations have been lackluster.
Rammstein, you have to hold this time around. This is going to get you back in the game. A couple of players managing to filter through towards the hard point. Big Mike goes down. OC as well. One more player. It's Wick turning it around. And nice team shots on towards RJ. You know where the last player is. It's Wick who has gotten through towards the backline. The comm has to be made. Viz has to be ready for this, but also has to be careful about players from the front of the hard point. And one of those players will take him down. Wick can now waltz on through to the time. And that's a back 15 that Anderson really wanted to maintain that lead. And now we look at the most important rotation in this game. You can see a 1v1 on the minimap that 3AM takes.
Yep. Big Mike's going to take down 1+ a teammate, though, so numbers will still favor this side of the map for Rammstein. Omen's going to take down Wick, thinking he can get a little peeksy out from the water staircase, but it's going to be the initial seconds being held here for Rammstein. Fizz, his footsie should be scouted out. 2 in the feed now. You can focus if you are Anderson towards top art. It's the next biggest power position. What a read out of OC. Can't win the gunfight.
All right, well, there's still more gunfights to come. Rammstein trying to hold on to that side of the map. They're giving away a lot of time, though. They're bleeding a lot on P3, a kill that, generally speaking, doesn't even see this much time going to either team, just given how little coverage there actually is from either ammunition or from OC trying to pepper some shots out. The spawns have flipped, though. OC just trying to deal with some exit frags at this point. One player did get past. That's 3 a.m. down towards a point. Omen needs to win this gunfight, and he does, but you got to be wary of the fact that those players have spawned out. You see a flip once again. Anderson, they get this time. It will pitch them ever closer to that 250 mark, and a game number 5. And Rammstein, they just can't allow that. They have to catch these players on the cross.
Got players all the way in towards the back. Who's that all the way back? Is that Wick? Yeah, it is. Wick is playing all the way to the back of the head glitch. I don't know if they're aware of this. The trophy system might give it away. I see. He's not going to check the back. Wick is through. He didn't clear the bottom floor. He finds the first, but the red dot's still there. That buys time now for Anderson's assistants to come across the map.
Oh, there we go. Anderson into the time. There we
Dirty.
go. The spawns in their flare as well. Wick has just made the play, and I think for Rammstein, bit of an error there not to check the back line because he gets all the way in towards the hard point. They just need one more wave of gunfights, but the playmate's starting to go down. Wick, what do you got? It's a full 4 down. Rammstein sweeping away this hard point away from Anderson.
Absolutely dirty stuff coming through there, but Rammstein off of the immediate break. There's not enough time for them to close it out here, and Anderson should be aware of that. Gotta be very choosy. You can still break it here and close things out, but those kills would have had to come through yesterday, so you just hold the line. Play for exits, play for new, but they're still sending numbers forward.
Nice T, finds the kill. All right, basically all even Stevens going into the final set here, guys. And what more likely than not will be the final hardpoint. Viz going to open things up with that first blood. Players approaching from all different angles. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Anderson have players in towards the kill, though. You need to remove RJ. Shots from R3M. Last 1 versus 1. 3M looking to push forward here. Looking for the kills. More white in the feed for Rammstein. One more player towards the point. Wick just trying to damage control. Trying to keep Rammstein away from this hardpoint. Anderson, you have to fly. More white kills in the feed. OC to find one. OC for the double from Pillars, but I see there for the trade. Just get on the hard point, Rammstein. Try to close this game out. Try to take the players down, and that's going to do it. Anderson, they do not win this game. Rammstein, they take it away. But by God, that is a much bigger fight than they had in their hands in map number 1.
Happens in a Rammstein fashion. The Rewind map number 1 was the most decisive hardpoint that they've had all weekend long, albeit this is the 4th that they've played. Again, a 14-point difference yesterday, or a 10-point and a 26-point difference yesterday, Brody. This one ends in an 8-point photo finish. Massive moments coming through there at the end. 37 and 24 out of 3 a.m. He had himself a great series. We'll talk more about that just in a moment's time, but talk about a resurgence. Anderson had that in the bag, man. Like, they honestly, I'm surprised that they did not convert all the way back on P4 when they ended up getting that big 1v1 out of Wick, holding the top side of P4 building, that they did not hold that line. Something went wrong, and somebody got across over by P3, and then that then allowed all the numbers to then surge on forward. It was Anderson's map to lose, and, well, but you know it, they did just that.
Man, I gotta give Anderson some props, right? Because it does feel like towards the back half of the series, I mean, obviously that bears out in themselves. They did make a comeback, right? I mean, you look at the start of this series, and Rammstein, again, they run straight through them. It doesn't help, of course, that they faced down, was a 12-3 performance from 3 a.m. in map number 2. That probably didn't assist them, but from this control onwards, that's when Anderson started to get a little bit more competitive. And granted, I think Rammstein definitely took their foot off the gas pedal just a little bit. I think, you know, the improvements they made in their gameplay, in both individual positioning and just team play, you know, team pushes and the like, Anderson just looked totally different gravy. But by that point, despite that control victory, it was kind of just too little, too late. Again, phenomenal round 5 victory here from Anderson that pushed the series to a map number 4. But we do get into the map number 4, and Anderson just could not close it out. And that's despite, I think, what was like a 50 to 60 point advantage going into the third and final set.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Brody. They had themselves maintaining at bare minimum about 20, 30 points throughout the entirety of that hardpoint, and then it just completely got ripped out from underneath them. Like, that is the toughest scenes that you could ever draw up, especially when you are looking at from Anderson's perspective. They had their biggest woes yesterday versus Eglin as far as hardpoints are concerned, not to mention just the other tribulations along with that day. And then map number 1, ready to write them off all entirely, but man, they show up in a massive way here. Anderson's week is not done yet. It's just unfortunate that they are still winless, but shout out to Rammstein as they finally get themselves a column in the win board.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that was a big one for Rammstein, as you said. Prior to the series, they hadn't got a victory. Now they do. A massive win for them in this group. With that said, it's time for our first interview at the DAF Esports World Championships. Let's bring 3am in here to talk to for this one. First and foremost, 3am, congratulations on the dub, my man. That was a phenomenal series, not just out of Rammstein, but also out of you yourself. Let's talk big picture for a second then for you guys, because 2 maps deep into that series, you guys were piecing Anderson. Like, that was like a 110-point game in map number 1, a 6-1 victory in map number 2. You guys must have feeling pretty confident after that second map.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. That was a really good series. Those guys came out shooting. They're pretty good. Yeah, I'm just super proud of the team. I mean, one of our guys PCS to Osan pretty recently, so not a lot of practice, but I'm super proud of the guys.
And you should be almost proud of yourself as well, 3am. You had a 1.57 kill-death ratio throughout the entirety of this best-of-5 series. It took 4 maps, and even in that map number 3, albeit for the L, 41 and 29 is some dirty stuff, man. Apart from the stats looking absolutely sick, I got to get some information as far as team chemistry is concerned. Like, when you guys are talking through a lot of these different instances, and they're setting you up for all these different multi-kills, y'all's understanding of the map is, bar none, very top-notch. Bringing you all the way back to that P2 hold when you guys were keeping them spawn locked all the way into the back. You guys held almost a full 60 on P2 from the front. So my question to you is, what's the whole team dynamic looking like? How do you guys even find time to practice like that?
Yeah, no, a lot of our practice is just communicating, not really a whole lot of play time, but our communication is really well. I think everybody understands the game, and yeah, I think these guys have learned a lot pretty recently, and we just got to stay locked in, and I think we can, you know, turn some heads the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. You've already turned our heads here on the desk, mate. It was a phenomenal series out of you guys.
Thank you.
Look, moving forward, you guys look phenomenal in that series. You guys have got your first win on the board. I know there's still a lot to go. We've still got 4 days of competition, including today, still to go for us here on the desk and for you guys over there at Space for Space. But still, talk to me a little bit about what team you want to face. There's a lot of teams here from all different regions, from Konas, from PACAF, and of course you guys from USAFE. Is there one team that you guys want to face up in this arena?
Yeah, actually 2 teams. I'll say I really want that win back against Langley. But before we got here, nobody knew who we were, and Cannon was saying that we were going to get slammed by everybody and not win a map. So I really want to face those guys in bracket play. And yeah.
All right, man. I love that. I would love to see you guys versus Cannon as well, especially with how you were playing in that series. Before we let you go then, I just want to give you an opportunity. We always do this with all our post-game interviews. Anybody at home back at base you want to shout out?
Yeah. Hopefully, Mr. Derringer, you're watching. Shout out everybody in the office. I think they're tuned in. Shout out BT. He's the reason why we're here. And yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for all watching.
All right, well, thank you, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, well, that was an interview with 3am. Humble Guy, they want to face Cannon. I'm not sure I want to face Cannon.
I don't know if I would want to face Cannon either, but I mean, if 3am is dropping a 1.57 KD straight in the series, think about all of the ways that they can capitalize off of all of the influence that he's having on the map. And even when he wasn't showing up in that map number 4 as directly as he was towards the tail end, a lot of it was Viz. And we also got to see a lot of that from IC. So I'm interested to be able to see how far Rammstein can go. He was just saying how, like, these guys don't really, like, practice the game by playing it. They're studying and learning it, that if they go back and realize how much space they have provided off the multi-kills that they were getting, Brody, these guys might actually take Cannon to the absolute distance. He wants to win versus Langley back. Who's to say how high their ceiling will go?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the main thing for me. It looks like they've still got some room to improve. We'll see whether they do so. Of course, they've still got a long week of action to go. We've still got a long day of action to go. That was just the first series of 5 for you guys today on the docket. We've got another banger coming up very soon here. So stay tuned after this break with more action from the DAF Esports World Championships.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DAF Esports World Championships as we are getting into our second game of the day. It's been so far a wild one. I'd say just in general a wild week proper because we just cannot escape the game fives. They're just constantly going the distance.
Yeah, no, I think that that's a really good shout. Off rip immediately, just the way that we were kind of gauging like the very first series of the day yesterday and the way that it went down, we knew we were in store for a very wild ride, both you, me, and Brody included. So I'm here for it, man. Just let the good times keep rolling.
Yeah, just let them keep rolling. We're not done just yet. When it comes to fun matches to look forward to, because yesterday it was a treat when we had them on stage. We have to bring them back for our second match as we're looking towards Buckley versus Offutt. Buckley trying to get some redemption after a game 5 that doesn't go their way, and Offutt trying to show us exactly what they're made of, as we haven't yet seen them on stage just yet. So taking a look at this matchup proper, is there anything just right off the bat that you expect from these two?
I expect that Buckley should be able to close out a series when they're putting themselves in winnable situations. I think their search and destroys need to be looked at almost immediately. They went to a round 11 versus Cannon on a Hacienda search and destroy map number 2 yesterday that I really felt like was a winnable situation for them. I think the rewind search and destroy was a little bit lackluster, but darn can those guys fight in some Hardpoint. This is our first time actually looking at Offutt Airbase, so it should be a very fun time to be able to see what they look like versus the top team.
Yeah, I think Offutt, coming into this is a team to look forward to, and I'm excited to get them on stage. They were fantastic in the regional playoffs, and I think versus a team like Buckley, they can really show their merit in a matchup like this. But so let's introduce our first team in this matchup. Let's see exactly what we're looking at from this side of Offutt. So we got Waz to Arrow Appa, Flux, and Splurging. And this is a fun one because Splurging isn't a player that we have yet seen on this team from the regional playoffs. So he joins them into the roster alongside a red-hot Waz and Flux. And I think that he is going to round out what could be a very competitive team.
Again, this is our first look as far as a main stage performance this very weekend from this Offutt Air Force Base. Will have to offer versus a top team. But speaking of all of that, they were still able to take down yet another top team yesterday of Hickam. Yeah. This Offutt Air Force Base is absolutely just teeing off. Just not too far away from in Nebraska as well, near Omaha, I do believe. But their regional playoff run would not suggest that they would be able to walk in to be able to deal with Hickam. They lost 0-3 to Peterson in the lower quarterfinals. And the way that I understood it, after they lost to Nellis 0-3 in winners round 2, things were not close, but they are showing up in the weekend. I'm just starting to scroll back through some of the screenshots in that performance yesterday. These guys statistically are looking great.
They are. Waz yesterday dropped a 50-plus kill game on a Vault Hardpoint. He is disgusting to watch, and he looks like he means business right now. Nobody should be feeling comfortable versus a team like Offutt Air Force Base, but one team that needs to feel a little bit confident, that you feel confident about, is our second team to introduce Buckley Space Force Base, a squad that wasn't supposed to be here, but now with Revenge joining back on this roster, Dante's got his clubs out. I think that this is a team that should be looking to make some improvements from yesterday.
Shoot, I mean, like, look, you in Florida, you might as well bring your clubs. You out for a little bit of a trip. I would do the same exact thing.
You would.
Hale was probably the biggest standout player, as most often is the case when it comes down to the Buckley conversation versus Cannon yesterday. Even in maps where they were losing, Hale rarely had any lower moments, I guess you could possibly call them. That guy's an absolute freak on the map. He was able to make a lot of superstar moments happen, especially when Buckley needed it. If there was one catalyst to the 3-1 win on the Hacienda Control and the 250-220 win on Hacienda Hardpoint, it was by way of Hale's superstar play.
And Sour Patch Kid really stepping up for the team when they needed him most. I look towards him to be the X factor. If he can play like he did in maps 3 and 4, I think that this Buckley Space Force base can be a force to be reckoned with. And for Revenge coming back, I got high hopes that he is going to turn things around from that Vault Hardpoint that we did see yesterday. That was not very good for this team whatsoever. But when we look towards the maps for this series, we can definitely see where the mindset of Buckley is, because throughout this best of 5, I thought they would change things up They did not, Andy. They're going back to the Vault Hardpoint. They're giving it another go for that first map of the game to see if they can at least do a little bit better than what was their 60-250 loss versus Cannon yesterday to open up the day. But I do like the changes that I'm seeing across the rest of this map set.
Yeah, I mean, look, let me tell you about the definition of insanity. So you gotta try the same thing over and over again. That square peg is going to fit through that round hole, and that, by analogy, is going to be the Vault Hardpoint, which is a chow nonetheless. We already talked about the 50 bomb from Offutt. That just happened on this map mode combination, man. I don't know how I feel about this one staying alive as far as the map veto is concerned, but you do get the Hacienda Hardpoint. You lose out on the Hacienda control, so you just got to almost get it to a map 4 if it comes down to Buckley's perspective. It was the only maps that they were able to win, different game modes between the two. The Hacienda seems to be a very good playground for them, but looking at it just for a simpletons conversation, the opening 3, great map set for Offutt.
It is, and I think that for Buckley, you're really looking for this one to go the distance with that Hacienda Hardpoint coming into it. Offense map choice, of course. I think that's going to be a very comfortable map for lots of teams, but for Buckley, it's just making it to the end of the series as you vetoed out the Rewind, Search, and Destroy for that map 5. You get the red card this time. We have yet to see a red card, Search and Destroy, this weekend, or across day 1 and so far day 2 at the same time. But I think that for Buckley, if they can get to that map 5, they have a real big chance. And that goes into our talent predictions now for this series, because we have 0 points, Andy. We need to make that change. We've both chosen Buckley Space Force Space. I think that this one's going 5. You have them taking it in 4. Do you still feel that way now that you look at the map set, considering you did favor Offutt off the start of the series?
I'm glad that I got a flash of the map set as well, because the two things that I had side by side on monitors 2 and 3 was that 50 bomb screenshot, and I knew that they were going to lose that map number 1. It was an egregious chow off of it yesterday, but I think that the reverse 3-0 very much so might be in the conversation for the reasons why you said. I think that Sour Patch Kid is going to be that X factor. I think that that flexibility is definitely going to come into the conversation for the protocol. And the Vault map number 3, I definitely rate close to a Hacienda control, the way you can manipulate it. So I do rate Buckley's chances in that combination, but I do think that they're going to be able to carry that momentum in a 2-1 victory, as you had already wonderfully pointed out for me, Colin. Do you have a close things out?
Yeah, I think that for that Vault Heart control, that's exactly, where you want to go. If the Hacienda gets banned out, nobody wants to play Protocol at this point. So Vault's the auto go-to at that point for this series. It's just I think for Buckley, can they get to that map 5 is what I want to see. That red card, Search and Destroy. Obviously, I don't want you to get any prediction points. I don't want Brody to get prediction points either, because, we don't like to see Brody win.
Forget that guy. Yeah, this is between us. Honestly, I think that if they do reach a map 5, though, that would be putting themselves in a better suit. And selfishly, again, I've been kind of ridiculing teams for like the veto process, why I haven't been able to get my beloved red card Search and Destroy. It's actually my favorite map mode combination in Black Ops 6, but I think that it would probably favor just the more methodical play style that would go towards Buckley. But I think they're going to come out here with a different type of pace. I think what we got to suggest for them in their regional playoffs, it's not the same team that we got in the early days as far as maps 2 and 3 is concerned versus Canning yesterday. Should be a good one.
And I like that you're bringing out different maps too, Andy. I mean, we talked about the longevity of a series, of a tournament like this, 5 days of action. We've yet to see a red card search. We've yet to see a dealership Search and Destroy. 2 maps that, if you can weave them into your map pool across a 5-day tournament, you want something that you can really throw a wrench into a map set come day 5 if you do make it that far. And when you're bringing out things like a red card, even a Search and Destroy or a Hardpoint, that is a map set that might grow on certain teams as the year progresses, but for right now, some teams don't seem like they're comfortable on that map set. But that is not until we get to a map 5, if we do see one. We're going to start things off for Vault Hardpoint. All eyes on Buckley to see if they can right some wrongs that we saw in map 1 versus Cannon just yesterday, when they got 60 point clubbed on this map mode combo. So we look towards this team to slay out, and so far, so good.
All about starting off on that favorite side of the map, which seemed to have been Offutt, but the opening breakoff was so darn convincing. They lost that within the first 4 gunfights. So big trades to still fight over 30 seconds in the opening salvo for P1. But what a hot start out of Buckley.
Really hot start. Haven't really been able to turn it into too much time. As you can see, some of the players from Offutt actually doing well to now flip those spawns for P2. They're into the hill. They flipped out Buckley. And now they're looking for that setup that they really want to grab. And if you're Buckley, you have to start thinking forward for this one. And it looks like Revenge is looking to take a route.
Looking to take the very far route. Splurging's all the way behind enemy lines. They're going to flip out the spawn. Revenge, what a one that was. 31 HP, going to barely live with their life. Watch this route all the way through poolside. Flux is going to be the first player who's going to stand all the way up. What a nade out of Sour Patch Kid. You talked about this kid, Colin, and he steps up in a big way. Tip of the spear for the break.
Tip of the spear with the nade coming out. No trophies for Offutt. Not able to transition that into 2 with the teammates around him looking to step up. Not going to happen. Offutt 3 kills to re-break it. Now stepping in, Buckley going to have to clear through the middle of the map. They have cat control. A couple players, Hale and Dante, looking to get in behind for the full setup for Offutt, if not for Splurging going down. Revenge going to put a little wrench in the play, and it's not going to stop them from getting the hill time, though.
No, it will not. Still got these very close spawns. Very sticky stuff. Nice shots and damage out of Hale to get an advantage in the 1v1. He's going to be chasing dots as well. Flux has no idea this is happening, or he did. Slid around for it. Has another good chance versus Appa all the way up top, but he concedes the space. A fantastic P2 for Buckley to surge amidst the chaos, and they're flipping the spawns. Seems a little bit of a route was be running through the palm tree side, Colin. Look at the setup.
Yeah, it was Waz who tried to make the play towards Art. He's going to end up falling all eyes forward for Buckley. Space for spaces. You want to get some time off this P3. Players on the pillars, Splurging in behind. You have to be worried about the second layer of flank that's going to come through Art. Splurging's going to be there, pulls the spawns for Arrow Appa, and Buckley, they have to react. Revenge already quick, looking to put his 12th kill on the board. Can he make it 13? He's not going to get the chance to, but oh my goodness, still somehow turns it around.
I thought he was about to do it, man. That would have been gross.
Still got help.
Yeah. So combined 9-3, make it 10 now. Unanswered kill. Sour Patch Kid finally going down to break that 11 spree in a row for Buckley. And here comes the break attempt. Arrow Appa able to at least find another. And this is still an honest game of Hardpoint for map number 1. I mean, 48-36 before P4 pops. If Offutt are able to find an opportunity to break this, you can see it starting to develop via the X-ray over by the palm tree side. They can have an opportunity, but the kill feed says otherwise. A great opportunity now for Buckley. A 6 and a 5 spree. Streaks maybe?
Streaks possibly on both Revenge and Dante, what we're looking for, but big thing, we've yet to see a team comfortably break this P4 across day 1 and day 2 when we do get there. Revenge not going to get that Hellstorm. Still Dante a chance to push this streak further than the 6 kills that we do have, but my eyes could be on Flux as he makes the play on the flank. He breaks the hill, looking to at least push those spawns, and he in fact pulls them for the team.
Yes, he will. Another one right up top, Splurging. Half HP, should be cleaned up, and sure is, but trades on trades on trades. Boss gonna be able to show up to be able to find a secondary there for Offutt. They should be able to hold. This 10 seconds is going to give them a very slight lead. The test may come through. The Buckley are shut down immediately at the door. What a turn of events coming through for Offutt. I don't believe that Buckley were able to get either Dante or Revenge those sprees, so a massive opportunity now for Offutt. They tie up the game. Back to the center of the map we go.
That's a huge break for them because, like you said, you get rid of those streaks, you keep this game even going into the second set of hills. That P4 is really difficult to break, and you make it look like child's play. Flux off a little bit of finesse as well. Revenge back on the streak, not able to get that 5th kill, but 20-7, not gonna get 21. I thought he had him dead to rights, but was with a little bit of a bunch back, and Buckley off it there going toe-to-toe with this heavyweight matchup that we're watching on Vault.
Are they all on Ninja Turtles, by the way? No, they're not. Okay. Are they, though? Are Offutt all on Ninja Turtles?
They might be. There's a couple of teams that actually show up every single time that we have regional playoffs.
Yeah,
and we get like matching skins, and it's beautiful.
I think they are. They all Donatello? No, Splurging had to break it. Okay, that would be sick. But still, have to break this now. Splurging's already trying to tiptoe his way around the backside of the pool house. Great turn of events for Buckley as they initially spawn all the way out to get that top cat control, but Splurging's doing a bang-up job of playing his life.
Splurging look for a little bit more. Double chow out, and He's not going to be able to get that break just yet from the front line. Waz, Flux, good shots onto Hale, but not able to secure that kill just yet. Waz a little bit turned around, and Buckley are getting a lot of time off this setup right now. Still slaying out around the hill. At the same time, spawns get pulled towards the back, so Appa now a chance. He's going to get behind with Flux. Together, can they get the break? Well, Hale, he gets out of the hill, finds his 4th in the row, and continues to lock things down for Buckley.
Yeah, big 2-piece. There comes the third. 5 spree now for Hale. 74 HP. He can push forward and get a little bit more space, but the scrap time should be his main focus. Offen's all going to spawn into the backside of P2, and this is a really big opportunity for Buckley. If they win these upcoming gunfights, Revenge is going to get that information that I was just alluding to, so that's going to bump Sour Patch Kid. They try to meet them at the doors. All of these transitional gunfights and towards the back for Dante are big.
Everything is big. For what you can get from Dante right now. Flux, he's going to stop that, but the rest of the team steps up. Buckley, 3 down for the break. And P3... this is something that you can sneak away a good chunk of time, but at the same time, you look towards New, and Hale has already broken top art. He's going to pull the spawns for the team, has the Hellstorm as well, and everybody else, they are running circles around Offutt.
Woof. Revenge. Running around like a demon on skates. No one can stop this guy. On the side of Offutt, 83 points. They were contested in the first set. 66 was the difference maker. And we're just in P3, and this is where we are standing off a massive P2 out of Buckley. Wassid striking up top. Should be getting comms from his teammates. Oh, these spawns are insecure, and towards the back, he gives away his life, and if he was able to preserve it, it would have been a big swing moment, but Offutt are still putting numbers on the palm tree side. They got a player lurking bottom P4.
The spawns are going to be split for now as you see a race towards New. Sour Patch Kid going to get caught by Flux. How much damage can Flux do as he's looking for the second one? Tagged by the nade, plays his life, but the wall peg from Hale secures the hill time. Revenge going to spawn up alongside him, and that's going to allow some layers now for the hill setup from Buckley. Space for space. Good read from Revenge. 28 and 14 continuing to be an absolute terror on the map, forcing the spawns away from Offutt. Now in the hot seat to see if they can break this P4 setup. As you see a couple players from Buckley looking to push forward. Hale trying to be on that front line. He gets it done. And you see it with a couple kills in the back. It's actually putting some pressure towards Sour Patch Kid to move away. Flux hops the hill time, and Sour Patch Kid, I don't know if he actually saw him jump in there. He wants nothing to do, but as soon as he recognizes it, he gets the kill, keeping things in around a 100-point game.
So I got an ace up their sleeve, too. Hale's still finding transitional gunfights. He finds another 2, gets traded, but he still has the Hellstorm missile calling. If things go wrong, they can still call their big trump card, and that is Hale going on that massive spree throughout that second set. It was 66-66 at the end of the first set. 188-89 at the end of the second is insane scenes. Revenge, double positive. He's his own massive kill streak within his own body. Is insane to be able to see the pace he's been able to keep up since frame 1 of map 1.
It's not stopping. It is a full-blown party for Buckley. Space for space across this vault. Hardpoint making really obvious changes from day 1 to day 2, and Revenge, he is flying quite literally. Splurging gonna chase, gets the trade, but 16 seconds on the rotation, and you have to quickly break this Buckley setup.
Damn, that was a movie. Revenge is really feeling himself right now. Gets the free fire. Wassid takes the challenge, and he's also just gonna slide forward because he knows he's got assistance all the way over by the open door. 206-96, rotating over towards P2. Wouldn't you know it? It's Buckley with the spawns.
What do you know?
One spawn's in. Hop spawn's in.
Hop is going to try to see if he can pull the rest of these spawns away in the backline. Dante going to have to fight this inside the kill feed. Appa wins yet another one, and it's Waz for a double kill to break it. Good shots on Hale. That's going to back them down, and Offutt, they need to make something out of this moment.
Need to keep things interesting. Good pre-fire. And good prediction seeing the 5 spree out of Waz. AR and all. Sitting inside the time. Sour Patch Kid was weak. Make that 6.
Can he get the Hellstorm? That's the big question. If you get a Hellstorm here, you're at least giving Offutt some tools, but Waz is shut down, and Revenge, he is making some magic happen at the second hill. A lot of time here for Buckley to push closer to a win, but everything's going to look to the rotations, Andy.
That was the big thing that I was going to be bringing up. Hale called in his Hellstorm missile. They shut down Waz's attempt, and he was going to get that Hellstorm missile that could have been the potential for them to come back in towards this game. You got spawns in towards the backside of P4. Gold control is here as well for Buckley. They're running skates around Statue, and Offutt are in the time.
And every single time you look at Revenge, he's on a flank, and it's paying off in dividends. 15 seconds off it. They have to make some moves. Revenge to the middle of the map. How much can you get? Finds one, backs down. 2 kills, fight back for Offutt. They have the P3, but they need to break this P4 setup that Hale is looking to lock down at this moment. Lots of shots, nothing considered to be too threatening just yet. Takes one to the grave with him, and Dante right there to help him out. No breaks coming through for the P4 spawns.
Yeah, that tracking was gross, but it's only 8 required out of Buckley. Can you do this, Offutt? Would that be on the cards potential? 8 seconds are all they need, and that's not enough time. They do have the spawns over in the backside of P4. To your point here, Colin, Offutt gotta go, and they gotta break it now.
It's good shots from Waz. Oh, but it's just even better from Buckley inside the hill. Revenge winning every single fight that you can ask for. Appa, it's all down to you. But Sour Patch Kid with the pistol. That's the dagger in map 1. Buckley strike first in the best of 5.
250 to 145 is the final scoreline. A lot more respectable than what was on pace to be there for Buckley versus Offutt in that map number 1. And wouldn't you know it, 50 bombed yesterday, be darned. Wasp put up a master performance. If he gets that Hellstorm missile, it could have been a swing potentially, because one was really thrown away too early out of Buckley in that P2. But macro aside, mechanically just on a different level today. Revenge, he really did slow up. There was at one point he was 30-16. He finishes at 36-24. So a big moment again. The reason why we were talking about Buckley and the reason why I talked about Hale earlier is that he technically started off pretty steady. Constantly getting traded out. Dante was right there to play the trades. Revenge was the one that was going AWOL. He's up there 14-4, 5 spree immediately. Hill was being held by Hale, and then Hale, once Revenge slowed up, I guess once more kills became available, his plays started to become more apparent. And then when Offutt finally started to deal with one absolute thorn in their side, named Revenge, with no vows, Hale just steps up and absolutely puts him in the dirt.
He does indeed. And the one thing that I always love for this Buckley Space Force based team is it's never flashy, it's never big numbers in the scoreboard for Sour Patch Kid, but every single time I see him get a kill, it's inside the hard point or in and around the hard point to hold back any offensive attempt that your opponent is trying to put on. He does exactly what he needs to do in those moments. A big key why that went to a Game 5 yesterday versus Cannon. And to start off on a Vault Hardpoint, we thought that this was a little bit of an ego chow from Buckley. They show us that no, yesterday was a fluke. It wasn't the Buckley that we were used to seeing. This is the Buckley that we expected, Andy. And to see the amount of slaying, the pressure that they can put down on a team, it's almost suffocating to watch.
And now we go into the unknown, because again, probably the last time that you would have any sort of understanding of what Buckley looked like on a protocol search and destroy would be almost a month plus ago in their regional playoffs, which has no indication of what they're going to look like on this weekend. They played the Hacienda search and destroy versus Cannon yesterday. They lost at 5-6, and they played the Rewind search 3-6. And I mean, realistically, there's not a whole lot of stones to be thrown in between those two glass houses of comparison. So I'm not too sure what to fully break down, but they're pace and consistency, if Revenge can somehow keep up with that and work on the opposite side for Hale, Protocol is a perfect playground for them, honestly speaking. And Offutt are really going to have to be prepared. I'm not too sure off the top of my head what their best of 5 looked like versus Hickam yesterday, if it was played in that best of 5 series. But just off of map 1 alone, like Offutt, they really got to hop on the ball right now, because that is a map 1 of disaster.
You have to shut down Revenge. You have to shut down Hale. You got to make sure that those big playmakers are not available inside of this map too, as we look towards that map set to see just where we're going beyond this. Still good for the predictions on both sides, as you know, we are expecting that Offutt is going to put some damage into this map set at some point. Imagine that this Protocol Search and Destroy is going to be one of their chances. It almost feels like it kind of has to be one of their chances proper. And you go into this protocol, and like I was saying, if you can shut down those big hitters, as you were highlighting, that's kind of where you look at this team to really step up. The good thing is that yesterday when we saw, at least in the scoreboards that were captured from Offutt versus Hickam, is that Flux and Splurging, this was their best game mode, constantly putting double digits down for the team.
It's good to know, because we're going to need all of that plus a bag of chips when it comes down to this map 2, and just overall Search and Destroy. It puts a lot more emphasis on how important these up 2 and 3 as far as the best of 5 draw out is concerned, right? Because the way that we're kind of like teeing everything off as far as this best of 5 is concerned, Hacienda was the playground yesterday for Buckley versus Cannon. And if Cannon were able to do what they did in Hardpoint in that map number 1 of Vault, and this is the predecessor of what Buckley just emerged from, that disastrous cocoon. God, I have no idea what that map 4 is going to have in store for us from Buckley as far as the Hacienda just winning it by 30 over Cannon yesterday. So
Yeah, I hope.
Again, this protocol Search and Destroy, I would say, regardless of whatever side they are, and I think that it's going to be an opening defense is the way that I understood the sides. Just looking at the chat real quick, I think that that's going to put a lot more opening to be able to get an early foothold in this map number 2 for Offutt. Slow up the pace by any means necessary. Utilize that utility like you and I were nerding out about yesterday.
Try to get those stuns, try to get those nades, especially on protocol. I mean, if you can get a solid nade off the break-off on that defensive side through mid, you can catch quite a bit of activity when teams are trying to look for that mid-turret control or look towards P2, anything really in particular. But for all those who are maybe wondering what's going on across the entirety of this venue, well, off-screen we had Peterson versus Kadena, and Kadena actually rounded out a win versus Anderson in Game 5. Wow. That's going to be a big game for Kadena because that puts them to 1-1 standings now. It knocks Peterson down 1-1 at the same time. So Nellis is up 2-0, distinctively in the lead, and Misawa still looks for a win across the day, which is something that I'm sure they're going to be trying to pull away from that Kadena team when they do play them. But for this one in particular, Buckley trying to get a bounce back after Cannon knocked them down in Game 5 yesterday. We head to a protocol to see if they can keep it going.
The opening break-off, very, very important. It's going to be Waz with an SMG to find the trade. So 3v3 we go. The old lead bomb and strat. Works every time. It's actually kind of messing with the timing out of Offutt. They have no idea what's going on. Appa just goes all the way back towards the tree to watch the B-bomb. One player's lurking inside of screens playing that head glitch, and realistically, it's only the B-bomb that's available this late for Buckley.
And that's okay. I mean, why go to A at this point? Splurging basically a null factor at this point, but you are all alone if you're Hale, and that's going to put the bomb down in a really rough spot. Look how disconnected Buckley were from that play, and with 33 seconds, you not only have to fight from a life differential, you got to go get that objective. And now it's Sour Patch Kid's turn, but Dante, he is nowhere close to him.
No, nowhere close at all. I used to think the flank is going to be coming through because the timing is just so whack. Sour Patch is going to at least find one support. Just going to cause ruckus. They didn't hear that glass break. The bomb's going to get planted. No! 12 seconds remain. It just comes down to Dante. He finds the kill in the 1v1. Not enough time to turn around. Right? He did, realistically. He could have beamed him. He had enough HP, but that was some cueing of the Benny Hill music of a round 1 is concerned. If I've ever seen one. You leave the bomb in spawn, and you find the initial first blood, get traded, and then you just kind of post up. And again, the timing was right to go over towards that bomb site. It's just, why was it all isolated by a one-player decision? It just felt very disjointed, I guess, out of Buckley. I don't know. I need to think about it.
Some call it limit testing. You know, you're testing the limits of what you can do by yourself.
Yeah, we're not all Goku, though, as clearly Buckley had found out.
And you get disconnected, you get picked apart. It comes down to a 1v1, but not really a good showing for Buckley. Space for space off their first attempt on offense. For Offutt on the other end, it's a first blood and the A-side take with the bomb getting planted. Hale gets the trade. Can he stay alive? He cannot. 2v3 for the retake.
He almost got that first bullet into Waz, who turns it into 2. Appa does get traded. A 1v2 post plant. The offense have numbers. Naturally, they're going to turtle up around the bomb site, and Flux has the read. That stun is massive, but Dante doesn't jump on top of it. He's got time for the wrap. He's going to have to rip Waz off this head glitch.
That's a tough gunfight to take, even if you do have the stun, but this is even harder. Timing's going to work out. He hasn't seen a single soul. Up and over.
Yo.
How have you seen absolutely nobody on that site? It's a game of hide and seek. Challenge impossible as the Seeker. 2 rounds for Offutt, and the most unconventional end to a search that I've seen on Protocol.
Yeah, I think Waz heard the mantle, if not maybe a teammate called it out in the death screen, because the way he was laying prone, you saw the peak around the screen's head glitch, and the body was just way too tucked against the screens to be able to see it and how shallow he threw out that peak. But going to be kicking himself over that one. Very, very close towards the clutch, potentially. It's 2-0 lead for Offutt. Offense this time around, Sour Patch Kid will not forget the bomb. Buckley are delayed on this, and yeah, the stun's going to be good for Offutt in the opening salvo of this break.
Trophy's not getting put down. Dante has one, but Flux, look at this
retry it.
flank. He's going to be right all the way in the back line to go down. Flux, he is let loose off the leash. A couple kills back for Buckley, but it's a 1 versus 2 yet again for Dante. And he is tagged down already. Reachows Oppa like an absolute madman. And he just continues to be dynamic. I love this play. Keep the speed up. Keep the questions to be asked. Get this bomb down. And see if you can flip things out.
The old, they're not going to know what's going on if I don't know what's going on.
Oh, I like this call.
That timing is crazy, though. Wait, no, he knows everything. 5 head.
He's going all the way back around. And he has the high ground now. Nobody's going to be taking this one back. And you're going to see that it's planted towards the back end. Nobody hops the defuse. Dante drops right into the middle. Is he going to read the one onto his left? He does not. Almost gets the shots up, but Oppa just a little bit better. 3-0 for Offutt. I think Dante is beating himself in a couple of these 1v2s.
Yeah, sure is. It's just, again, the timing is just so bad. Like, it's just back-to-back offenses. Like, Buckley forget the bomb in spawn, and sure, like, they go back and watch this VOD, they're gonna be like, yeah, dumb caster. Like, of course, like, that's what messed up us the entire round. But it's even more than that. Like you never double dip. You know what I'm saying? Like you never want to go to a party and double dip, and that's exactly what Buckley did in that previous round. Like, you lost the timing down the elevator shaft. You got stunned up. Just leave. Just leave at that point. Throw a bait. Use the time to your advantage. Just anything. It just felt very, very forced. And that allows Offutt to take a 3-0 lead in the search.
Good nade sale from Oppa. That's going to deny any chance for a quick hit through both. Waz going to spot Revenge, looking to get active underneath Grandma's. Somehow still walks away with that kill. How does that happen? First blood to Buckley. Another one on the site. That's bombed down.
Yeah, so the previous round Offutt offensively, they just took the A-bomb very, very quickly. The adaptation would be Revenge, just to get very active in the bottom side of screens. That leaves bomb dropped on the A site. Waz, Oppa left in the 2v3. They're kind of working the top center of the map altogether. They want Oppa to clear all of Trips. Unbeknownst to them, all Buckley have body stacked inside the A-bomb.
Yeah, why would you go anywhere else? You know the bomb is down. And Waz has to time this one right. Unfortunately, he goes a little bit too far out in no man's land, leaving Oppa in a 1v3 scenario. Down spiral we go. Hale's going to spot you out. The shot's just not good enough underneath the chain-linked poles that we do see down that spiral staircase. Buckley put one on the board. They finally put an end to the drought.
Yeah, the massive stuff coming through in a big round bounce back. You get Revenge to have a bounce back after what we got to see in that map number 1. And I think that's what's probably most impactful is we haven't seen that continuation, kind of what we got out of that Herculean performance in the opening salvo for Revenge. Hopefully he's not all just the opening minute and a half of a best-of-5 series, because it's a long one. Dante's up to 5-3 now. You can see what happens when all of Buckley are able to play together as a team, setting themselves up for success. But the offense, finally, we get to see some good timing. Dante gets the spawn off right.
Well, this time trophies are down. It doesn't matter whether it's a nade or a gun.
All right.
Offutt still have your number. 3 down immediately. This might be the fastest round we've seen all day. Sour Patch Kid, 1v4. What a story it would be if you got this done right now, but it is going to be very, very difficult because Offutt are tight-knit around each other for the trade. Splurging's going to spot him out as well. You have to bomb, but there is nowhere to go at this point as the hunt, the chase is on. How has the timing kind of worked for the A-bomb, though?
I have no idea, but he's going to clear all of this, and he might catch a 1 over by Spiral if he gets the read. How does he choose to play this? He has full util.
Cue the Mercleys 1v3. Let's see if he can get it done as well. Outside you go, and yeah, that is
that's the highest chance of death in that situation.
he chose the red door.
It's like a very specific moment in like the Hunger Games or something. It's just like you had like choice A, B, C, or D, and it's just like you know that D is like you have to catch the perfect timing through the laser grid, and you're just like, yeah, I got this.
That's what like Jack Quaid did to Rue's character in the first one.
Oh, that hurts, man. Not little Rue. Reading that series right now. It's that's still a little bit too fresh. Might be the same for Buckley as far as these opening breaks are concerned. Even for offense, when they get the bomb in the opening 2 seconds of the round, they still lose. 3-round lead here for Offutt. It's gonna be another fast hit over towards A. Worked last time.
Trophies down. Was set up. The shots are so crisp. He's looking for a little bit more. 2 players here. Hale, though, going to get caught. Sour Patch Kid, nowhere to go. 3 down again. Offutt. Protocol control. It just seems like it's your house.
Yep, not even just like over investing either. Like, wait, watch the initial like break. They turtle up inside the bomb site. It's 1v4, and they're not even going out to hunt the last kill. Just really well thought out. A very clean round coming through, just flawless out from Offutt. They go back towards what they did 2 offenses ago, Colin, and immediately get that bomb plan. And Wassid, to your point, just like yesterday in the search and destroys that they played versus Hickam. Really having himself a good time here. 11-3 through the search. And there is just no response whatsoever out of Buckley.
Even yesterday we saw some dynamic versus Cannon, but this is tough to watch.
It ain't here.
You shut down Revenge, you shut down Hale. This game looks like a walk in the park. Quite literally. So 1v5 wouldn't be a full sale, but would be the next best thing. But it all starts here to see if Buckley can get any sort of momentum coming through these games. Down to the first bloods to see if he can stay alive, but no. It is Appa again to strike. Revenge looking for timing.
He's going to catch it. And he knows that back door is open. The stun connects. You really well played out from Revenge. That timing was wicked cool. I don't know how Appa was still able to find that first blood, but there's so much space. They didn't clear all of Chopper. Wasid's still back there. He finds the blood on the Hale and then splurging surprise attack all the way from the opposite side of the AA gun, and they know exactly where Revenge is located at. 1v3. 1v2. Down to a 1v1. And you like Revenge's odds, maybe.
You feel like after what he did back in that map 1, Revenge has to be the person to make this play, to make this clutch for the team. But against a player like Splurging, who was popping off yesterday for this Offutt team, the confidence is still there to put this one away and slowing things down. Bomb is down all the way towards B at the helipad. 13 seconds to collect it and get the plant, so not a lot of time to really worry about checking things, but you get there in time to get the plant.
Yeah, Splurging's going to let this happen. He's expecting to drop all the way down Spiral still. So he's going to have to retake this. Revenge has a nade, and he's got a double weapon set up. He's just going to lock this. There's no way. And I mean a snowball's chance in hell that Splurging checks this spot.
This is one of
Mark
the
my words.
nerdiest angles that we have on a protocol search and destroy. Oh, Splurging doesn't know where to go. He doesn't know what to do. Like, even Revenge, he does not need to move at this point. Why would you look here? Why would you check behind a measly old staircase?
He's up!
They didn't see him!
Oh!
That is the nerdiest angle on a protocol control, and it's used maybe once in a blue moon.
I'm pretty sure the way that he's like angled up against it, like this is one of those like G8 spots. Like it blocks your nameplate if you like walk all the way around. You'd have to like walk around the head glitch side of the staircase, which would have taken too much time.
Good thing he wasn't a Ninja Turtle.
Why, man? You just go inside of a shell.
Yeah, but you would
Turtles
have
in a half
definitely
shell, man.
seen the turtle in that moment.
They're ninjas for a reason, bro.
Well, no turtle power here just yet for Buckley. Space for space is one round of many to see if you can get this comeback. Can you stop the offense over towards A? Offutt looking to get fast into this A zone, and Hale's going to strike first with the nades. I don't know what exploded, but something did.
There's a console down there that you can actually explode. It's like an electrical panel. It does do a sufficient amount of damage off the shrapnel there from the frag grenade. An ace from Revenge in the previous round and a massive first blood. They also get info that Wasid is playing up top. They might not know it's him. They know that someone's still lurking on top of the staircase here. No one's going to read where Appa's located at. He made the long con play. He cleared all of B. Flux finds a kill on rotation. They're going to get this bomb planted.
Bomb down at B, player towards the back turret. That's Arrow Appa. Can he get anything on the oncoming approach? Well, no kills just yet, but it is going to funnel them over towards Flux, who doesn't look to his left. 3 versus 2 now. Buckley with the numbers. Going to bring this one back, and Waz gives himself away. Hale's going to hop the defuse. Nobody's going to check it just yet. Appa should get there in time, and he does. 20 seconds, 1 versus 2. To stay alive in the game, it's all down to Sour Patch Kid, but everything's coming up Millhouse. Nothing to do for Sour Patch Kid. Offutt tie us up in the series.
I don't know why you got to bring Millhouse into this, man. He's just trying his best out there. 6-2 win for Offutt. Massive stuff coming through from them. You almost felt like it was a ticking time bomb. 13-4 out of Wazid. He will get the last kill. He deserved to go and find that last kill, given that he was triple positive. Wow. 1,700 damage out of the kid to be able to lay the smackdown on Buckley's hopes and dreams of taking a 2-0 lead in this series. Not going to be the case at all. Shutdown Revenge, the only real big explosive moment out of Buckley was when Revenge found an ace in the round previous to that closing one. Wow, not a whole lot to be broken down besides just Buckley's offensive attempts.
B2A across the search and destroy. Quite literally, it is a dish well served hot in terms of revenge after what happened in that map number 1, where Buckley handedly took down Offutt on that vault hardpoint. This was just Offutt's way of getting back. And across the search and destroy, I loved the pace that was being set by Offutt every single time they were going towards A. It was trophies down. Let's look for those first bloods. Buckley were giving it to you. And then as soon as Waz found those first couple of kills over towards A, you get that bomb planted, you get the setups that you want. And it was difficult for Buckley to crawl back from those scenarios where you're at a deficit. I think the first blood factor, when you look past this, back at the search and destroy, heavily favoring Offutt. That is what really leads to the downfall of Buckley.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. I mean, it just started off just with the opening gecko. Like, it just felt weird from Buckley, like, for getting the bomb back-to-back offenses. Their timings were all kind of all over the place, disjointed as it may be. Just kind of hoping for, like, a lot of those individual heroics that kind of, like, power them through a lot of that fall hardpoint. The difference is, obviously, in Search and Destroy, I know we didn't play the video, but you get no respawns this time around, go figure, and you kind of need to value your life and your timing, playing for those trades. And that's exactly what sets up Offutt for success. That's what set themselves up for success yesterday versus Hickam, and we got to see that in live action here, 6-2 for that. So fighting, guaranteed to at least extend that to the Hacienda hardpoint. Again, we are more or less keeping a continuous hourglass as far as the series is concerned, knowing that it was probably going to end up going towards that Hacienda hardpoint, but the Vault control stands in their way.
Vault control coming up next. Proper Pick'em's still very much alive. We'll see you with Vault very soon.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DAF Esports World Championships. My name's Seymour. With me is Proper. As we've been going through Buckley versus Offutt, we can take a look at the map set to see where we are in the series. And just a little bit of a spoiler, as you saw below us, it is tied up after the search and destroy. Andy, one thing to really take away from both of these two maps that we've seen is that they haven't been close. It's been kind of a blowout from each side. Buckley taking map 1, Offutt taking map 2. So this Vault Control, it's a huge question mark on what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of putting it lightly, given the fact how everything we've been saying going in towards the series has all been for naught. But the protocol search and destroy was the biggest question mark, and hopefully the reset came through in a massive way for Buckley, because they just did not spawn in fully towards that map number 2. Vault Control could give them a little bit of grateful eyes, given that it was the map 1 venue where they were absolutely laying the smackdown, mostly talking about the early, or the beginning 2 minutes, the first half of that game, where Revenge was just putting all of Offutt in towards the book, but Wasson was constantly fighting. We got to see what his timings in a well-scouted out plays was manipulating there on that map number 2 as well, along with his, what was it, a 13-4 performance in that map number 2. So if that was enough kick in the rear for them to be able to combat against of what we got from Buckley in a respawn game mode, this map 3 short is going to be very interesting.
I think it's the performance from Waz that I look forward to the most from this Offutt team heading back into the respawn to see if he can continue to shut down Revenge the ways he was. Because on the defense, I mean, hey, we know where Revenge is going to be. He's going to be on the flank every single time. And I think that is one thing that if Offutt have been communicating going through the break, is that's something you're going to keep your eyes on when you're trying to win an offense on a map like Vault, which is very doable for both teams. I think Vault is one of those maps where you do feel very comfortable on those offensive sides. So that's what it's going to come down to. How can each team fare up on that side of the map, and how can they get it done to see if they can win this swing map mode combo to take a lead in this best of 5 heading into the back half of the series. For all those who wonder, Offutt, they ban out the Hacienda after seeing Buckley, what they did yesterday versus Cannon. Buckley, they get rid of Protocol because, you know what? That's what we expect. Now for the Vault Control Proper, let's get right into it with Offutt starting off on the back foot.
Yeah, Buckley have the unfortunate choice of having offense for this first round, but they're making the most of it. I mean, great opening nades, great space being provided off the opening first few kills. Splurging is the only one to find a kill so far for Offutt. 2 players still on the A zone for Buckley, and they're going to capture this and have well over 2 minutes of play.
Yeah, already almost capturing that full third tick at A. Dante, good trigger discipline. That's going to send a little bit haywire the respawning members of Offutt as they spawn close towards Art, but nobody's turning around for this play. Now for Dante, he is spawning them so far away from B.
Yeah, he sure is. 5 spree for Dante. Can't ask for a better start. Revenge almost got that gunfight when that would have been gross. Dante's still on that spree, by the way. Number 4 is on 6 in a row. He is going absolutely AWOL so far, now 7 in a row. And he was working over towards a lot of those segments too, Colin. And with all of that, you'd like to imagine off of his very first life in this map number 3, young man's very close to a Hellstorm missile. Yep, there it is.
There it is. 9 in a row. Can you find anything more? He's looking for the flawless round number 1. Just an absolute thorn in the side of Offutt. They don't know where to look. You look under your cupboards. Well, he's on the shelf. You look in the shelf. He's in the cupboards. He is all over the place. And you just cannot track him right now. 10-0, 11-0.
Bro.
What a performance. I thought he was going to get another one. 11-1 is where the streak ends. They haven't captured B, but you are reeling right now if you're Offutt.
18 versus 9. Offutt actually have a chance to be able to stabilize this. Look at the spacing on the map. Timing might be here for Splurging. He gets damage into Revenge. You know he's going to chase that red dot. That gives Flux position away inside of the vault. Splurging still being chased by Revenge, and he turns that into a double. He wasn't alone on the play. Dante was also there. Offutt running out of lives.
Another one. That's what you're thinking every single time Dante's on your screen. 7 playing 17. As you're just trying to make sure that this last segment can't get captured. You can't. That is a dominant round, to say the least. When you talk about Vault, when you talk about control in general, comes down to who can have the better offensive performance. And Buckley, they just slam it right down on the desk in front of you.
That's not what they say about control at all. They say it's all break-off dependent, which, like, yeah. And then you could continue winning with, like, if you convert that into an offense. Yeah, I do. There's so many different tropes about control as a game mode that Buckley just did not give a damn about. Like, that's insane. I mean, it's brought to you by an 11-1 start, so that's great. And you know what's even better is that it wasn't about, like, the player that we were talking about going double positive in the first 2 minutes of the map number 1, which, yeah, Revenge is still setting that pace. He's 8-4. But how about a 12-2 Dante?
He's just serving up lead. It's fun to play with, not to eat. 12-2 is crazy. Yeah, I don't know what your diet consists of. 1-7 from Appa, 1-6 from Flux. Can you turn it around going into this one? Well, 3 go down. That's a pretty darn good start.
Yeah, I'd say. So, first segment being worked on. Live still even. Revenge just G-sliding his way up and down the stairs, but it's still another 3 for 1. Hale's last alive here to stop the A-zone from being captured, and he gets the sight and slide onto Appa, stabilizing the second segment capture.
Splurging, trying to make some plays. Sour Patch Kid, he's just going to double ray past him. He turns around. He saw him in the corner of his eyes. He's going to stop the flank play from Sour Patch Kid, trying to roll out the red carpet to A for the rest of the team, but off the respawn, there's somebody always there to punish you. This time it's Hale just being such an issue in your backline. You don't even feel comfortable to jump on this A-zone.
No, you do not. Second segment still being worked on, though, because you need the extra time. We're down to 45 seconds. You can make that even more, but the kill comes through just in the nick of time before Wazid captures that second segment.
Oh my
Appa
goodness.
playing for exits. Revenge rips him to smithereens. Hale there for the coverage as the regen starts working its way back through for Revenge. Flux trying to hold on in towards the back, but time ticking down.
28 seconds. Gotta go soon. Revenge now partnering up with the rest of them when it comes down to sprees. He's gonna get shut down by Appa, but that second segment getting decapped. Everybody's chasing down on what is Flux on the flank. Still manages to find one. Will it matter as the trades go back and forth? Waz good at touchdown. Stop the clock at 15.2. He's cleaned up and canceled. And the time keeps on dwindling. A double kill from Revenge. Is that disaster now for the moment? Well, it's a Hail Mary play over towards B from Flux.
Just trying to keep the time stalled out. First segment halfway to being captured. Not alone on the play, but both dealt with was Wasid and Appa. Next play coming up would be Flux, dealt with very easily. 5 seconds remain, 3 lives. Flux dead for the rest of the round. Just desperation setting in. Can they somehow turn this into a second segment? Any ground would be great, but they die, and then ends via lives. Domination. So just completely personified in a single 2 rounds.
I think it's just when you go to the respawns, Buckley hit a different gear. When it comes down to every single time you watch that minimap, somebody's flanking. You even saw Sour Patch Kid was trying to get in on those moments, just constantly put pressure onto the respawning members, and Offutt can't do anything when you could just outslay them in those moments. Offutt has to recognize that. They know exactly what Buckley's gonna do. Just look behind us every single time you question where is Buckley, shut down those plays, and try to keep your eyes forward after that. It's just a step-by-step process that Offutt need to figure out how to stop this pace.
Gonna have to try a reverse sweep here in the control just to be able to take the swing mode, map mode combination. Maybe we're S&D 1 tricks. Not in this series. You need a little bit more if you are off it. 4 and 16 out Appa ain't gonna cut it. We need Wasid to step up. Splurging can only do so much to assist them in so many different gunfights, but this pace being set by Revenge, who's 20 and 9 by the way, off the 11 and 1 start from Dante, is at 17 and 8. This A slowdown is just something we might as well just say, but a 2-segment opener immediately from Buckley is, again, insane.
It's good, to say the least. Stat padding is kind of what you feel like. How, after all of this, you have 15 engagements from Sour Patch Kid. He hasn't had to see anybody. He's like, all right, guys, you slay out. I'm going to hop the hill. And that's all you really need from your objective player when players are putting numbers like a 20 and 10 scoreline out of Revenge, 18 and 10 from Dante, 19 and 13 from Hale. They're just looking to have the best KDs at Worlds for this week. As over towards A is kind of what you're thinking of for the second, but with an opening over towards B and Sour Patch Kid getting a lot of information, you have a chance to maybe peel and get the harder of the two, but with 3 going down, it's time to stack.
Nope. Need that stack. Need to try to get themselves that zone being captured. There's nobody trying to contest this. The only players are still alive off it. You got to hop onto the zone. It's going way too quickly.
Stack's done, and is captured. Revenge back on a spree. As he's up top, just trying to lay down the law. Finally getting it cleaned up by Flux, but it's a job well done.
All right, 60 seconds added. 2 life lead here for Buckley off the transition. Offutt stopped them in their tracks. Great positioning out of Appa. He's having himself a great life so far, up to 2 in a row. Except for player number 4, though, Dante. He's in an elongated gunfight versus Splurging. He wants to try to hit this very long right. He's going to get scouted to the 1v1. Oh, that was a pretty close to a stair glitch. I'm not going to lie. It doesn't matter. It's all competitive here. 20 and 11. He's starting to work his way all the way around the back.
Is it really a stair glitch if it's August?
Doesn't matter. Last tournament of the year.
So he got
whatever
Buckley
it takes.
turning up to see if they can take down Offutt, and so far it looks sublime. Dante on 3 in a row. He's going to be top P4, just making it impossible to cross the street without looking both ways. The stack over towards B. Second segment going to be captured. Waz doing his best. Nice shots from Waz. 3 down. Beaming him off that B zone.
Back to even. Couldn't get it into red numbers, though. Drops down to Dante's hand again. 23 and 11 from the kid. Takes the 1v1 versus Splurging. He was expecting that gunfight, too. 27 seconds, 8v5.
No more respawns for Offutt. So you have to be clinical and shutting this one down. Oppa's just going to dive on in. Do you get the contest? No, you don't. On the off slide, Revenge is just going to capture it all and put it away. This team in control. Touched by no one. 3-0 yesterday, 3-0 today. This game mode just looks so good.
I mean, are they the 100 Thieves of, like, the DAF League? Like, what was going are they just not going to lose a control? Or, like, what the heck? It just happened. This very much could have been a hot 3-0 if they ended up getting their red card search and destroy choice for the map number 2, but not the case at all. Buckley in the respawn. You said it so wonderfully throughout all of these highlights. Watch this round number 1. 2-0 start. 8-0 now. Dante starting off 11-1 is just one of the many different reasons why Buckley were able to steamroll this entire map number 3. He didn't even use the Hellstorm missile. That's how dominant it was, Colin.
He didn't need it. His gun was the Hellstorm missile.
I guess, man.
It was just infusing nukes towards the bullets, and I don't know how that works scientifically, but it's Call of Duty at the end of the day. Probably a DLC that you had to buy. But Buckley taking the 2-1 lead in this series. Dante looking good. Even towards that last round for Dante, I mean, he slowed down a little bit, but you talk about the plays he makes over towards P4, just absolutely tearing up people off the respawn, making sure that you just can never hit that B zone at full strength. Waz was doing his best. When it comes down to the slang, you need to do better versus Buckley, or they are going to punish you. And that sets you up really good because they are dominating the respawns, and your prediction was 3-1. You predicted this one to be done in game 4, and here we are. They look good to close it out.
Look, I'm a simple man, Colin. All at the end of the day, I'm just trying to turn goose eggs into breadsticks. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just out here just trying my best. Somebody's got to do it. It ain't much, but it's a little bit honest work. The Hacienda Hardpoint, again, we finally get our virtues to be paid off here, to be able to see if there's any sort of consideration for consistency, I guess, for Buckley in between yesterday and today, because throughout all 3 Haciendas that were played in their loss versus Cannon, all were incredibly close. But the Hacienda control, like we already said, 3-0 there, being able to win it quite handedly. And the Hacienda Hardpoint, they were able to win, what was it, a 250 to 220. So very impressive stuff. And that was against Cannon, a team that was beating them, sometimes setting a higher pace. So that's the question now for Offutt, because we've gone through now what is 2 respawns in a best of 5 series. This is your last chance to get in towards what is your bread and butter of a slower, more methodical pace to get Wazit in these cross-firing situations. Again, the kill ratio that he had in that map number 2, what was it, 13-4, is insane, but it's not been translated into a respawn. Last chance here on a Hacienda for Offutt, in my humble opinion, to win the series.
Well, it has to be now for the series, or you are going to be bowing out a little bit early. Let's look back at what the map sets have shown, as we are kind of alluding to a lot of these score lines, but we want you guys at home to witness it with your own eyes when it comes down to those respawns. Buckley, they choose the Vault Hardpoint. They dominate on that map number 1, winning almost every rotation that you could ask for. Protocol Search and Destroy is where we head to. Now, the spree of maps that Offutt wanted to go to, they looked fantastic in that map mode combo, 6-2 win. But on Offutt's map pick of Vault Control, trying to stray away from going to Hacienda, where Buckley looked so good yesterday, it's the same result where you just cannot stand up to the oppression. That is the slaying that Buckley is bringing to this best of 5. And now you're going into your last map that you've chosen for this map set, Hacienda Hardpoint. Offutt, they need to turn things around. Now, you said it best, it not only starts with the pace, but it also starts with the slaying. That needs to be seen from players like Waz, like we did see from that Search and Destroy. So going into this one for Hacienda, do you imagine that a map like Hacienda, does it translate from what we see from Vault? Is it the same idea in terms of rotations that we're going to be looking towards for this map?
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, again, I've always kind of considered, like, Vault, when the game first came out, I was one of the many that were sitting there talking, was like, oh, it almost kind of feels like the same exact way the Hacienda did play when, with Hacienda having 4, sometimes 5 hard points, depending on the year that you're talking about it. And it's all thanks to the way that, like, the inner workings of the mansion work here for Hacienda, just the same as, like, the embassy building there for Vault. So I think that, like, you're looking at some pretty stark comparisons, but very big difference. You also have the longer lines of sight lines that's not just existing on the P2 lane, the same for Vault, as you would have from the Lambo head glitch all the way across by the pool side. That's very indicative for both P2 and P4. But you also have, like, the tin play all the way to the backside of P3. Nice timing to be in through the upper areas of Catwalk through that window. Head glitch, you'll be able to work the spawn trap on the backside of P3 and then the inevitable pool house trap. We've seen how effective that was towards the tail end of the year for the CDL and what happened for Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at the Esports World Cup. So all of that, I guess, for similarities, yes. But am I going to expect anything off of what we got from that Vault number 1 going in towards this map number 4 from Offutt? Not a whole lot of suggesting otherwise. I mean, there was a 50 spree yesterday versus a very different team. I think that Offutt have a lot to potentially do to be able to meet that pace that has yet to be met in the best of 5 versus Buckley.
It's going to be a new level, like breaking through your ceiling if you're Offutt, if you want to take this one to a map 5, which, if you do get to the Search and Destroy after that protocol, hey, I mean, yeah, I'd give them a shot at this series, but that is a map choice that Buckley wanted to go to, and we saw how that went down on the Vault for the map number 1. So, hey, who knows really what happens in that moment, but just as we get a little bit ready to get back into this Hacienda, I do want to talk a little bit about what's happening in the side stream, because it's Kadena versus Misawa, another match that we kind of had our eyes on to be a staple for that Group A, as Misawa is looking for their first win of the tournament in the groups to see if they can avoid being the last seed from Group A. Kadena looking for their second win to see if they can at least elevate themselves to Nellis's level for that same side. Well, at the moment, it is 1-0 from what I can see from Misawa, as it was just an absolute tear-up between Nase, Michi, Sweets, and Goldfish in the map 1 Hacienda. They win at 250 to 88. But inside of that map 2, from what I can see and what I can tell, is that Kadena are leading it from what I last saw 4-1. So they're looking like they're having a competitive series over there, and that's a big one for Group A.
Yeah, it absolutely is great, because, like, Nellis still have to face Peterson, and, like, as it currently stands, you know, regardless of what the results are going to be for that series between Misawa and Nellis, they're the only 2 teams that are 2-0 as far as Group A is concerned. So, like, fighting over the first seed as far as Group A goes is very, very tight. And candidly speaking, every single match that's gone down, I'm pretty sure in Group A, somebody fact-check me on this, have all gone to a map number 5. I could be very much so mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that every single series in Group A has gone down to a map 5, because they have been more than competitive. Group B is still ripping and roaring all the way through. I'm excited to be able to see Eglin versus Langley, whatever that matchup comes our way as well. And then as we currently see, Group C, everybody's kindly trying to chase down what Canon has to offer after 1 day of games.
I'm just kind of doing my quick math. I think you're right on that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Pretty sure you are right. It's the one thing that I love about this tournament so far is that, you know, and Brody was kind of talking about it yesterday, is every single time we were in the regional championships, there were the blowout series. There's like a 3-0. It's not even close. And, you know, you really had the distinct teams that belonged in Worlds and the teams that just didn't have the chops to get it done. You go to Worlds now and you're even seeing Yusefi come into the play with Rammstein. I'm so impressed with how close-knit the skill set is between each region when we do bring them together, because like we heard from 3 a.m. in the interview, Cannon had a lot of trash talk to say about a couple of these regions, and I don't really think it's holding up the way that we would have expected.
No, not at all. I mean, Rammstein, again, I sat there and I asked the question. I was like, when you guys find time to practice, like, there's no way you're just that twisted when all you guys do is just talk over the game. I mean, like, I understand that Rammstein, like, is a base all the way in Germany, but, like, even for EU servers, you and I know that there's some crack players as far as Europe is concerned. Not the one that we're commentating this event with, but, like, it's for sure something that you got to be on the lookout for. How much of those guys are practicing, because, like, 3AM came in and absolutely slaughtered Anderson, and that was a team that we were highly regarding as far as that group is concerned, to be able to keep up with the pace. They got millywhopped until the Vol Hardpoint map number 4. The 3AM dropped a 1.57 within that performance, and his entire teamwork alongside of it. Again, Brody and I were nerding out about it through all 4 maps being played as well. Macro is what's going to win you this entire tournament as far as DAF AG is concerned. So I'm excited to be able to see it further develop. Well, again, we're only in groups. The tournament's going to level up that much further once everybody plays against each other at least once, and then we get into playoffs.
Yeah, I want to see Rammstein play Cannon. I want to see, you know, Buckley get their rematch. I think one thing that I'm really looking forward to is a possible rematch between Anderson yesterday and what we saw from them, because that match, Anderson versus Eglin, it was not really, I'd say, Anderson didn't really get to play up to their full strength in that match. And I want to see that be a little bit of a run it back by the time we get to those bracket plays. Yet again, but we did just get an update as we are still waiting to jump in towards this Hacienda Hardpoint, is that it was Kadena who took that map number 2, tied it up 1-1, and then Misawa jumps back into the respawn and sweeps them in the vault control, quite like what we're seeing here on screen for this series. It's a Nase Michi masterpiece as he drops 32 and 19, 22 non-traded kills to take that win.
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive swing coming through for Kadena. As you said, I believe, for the swing as far as that series is concerned, but we'll have to see how that one further develops. Again, Group A, seemingly as the hotly contested group between the 3 that we do have, as we have the potential conclusion of a Group C masterclass between Buckley versus Offutt.
Well, this is exactly what we wanted to see for the break-off. Some good time being gained from Offutt, a couple wins towards the top halls, and they are sticking it to Buckley for now. Looking over towards the rotations. Hale not going to get the read until Appa slips right past the car and should hold those spawns for the next hill.
Yep. Very, very important to be able to masterclass your way through objective time when it comes down to Hacienda, and that comes through from driveway control and being able to read what Hale's starting to produce around the back. He has an aims for this push, Colin. Going to be going up against Appa first, but he's more focused on the driveway.
Yeah, Hale's going to be in behind. Nice shots onto Appa. Unfortunately, his teammates do fall, so it's a 2-on-2 for what could be the siege of this. Is the second hill that we are going to. And Offutt, they're doing everything that they can to hold on to this time flux. He's finally going to drop, so the break in for Buckley, but still 30 seconds. Offutt will be holding their lead going into the 3rd hill, and they're looking for scrap.
Still looking for it, still fighting for it. I mean, Buckley still have those back spawns as well, so Hale's going to hit the quick route all the way through Zay, quickly read there by Wazid, who finds himself 2, turns for the 3rd, 7-2 now for Wazid. What was a hot start out of a handful of Buckley members back in map 1, not apparent here. It is all Wazid.
Over towards the rotations. I know we don't have that mini-map, but you can see a lot of blue X-rays through those walls. So the players are off it. At the moment, they are surrounded, but they're winning all the fights, and they're still getting the time off of it. Big win for Splurging. 3 go down. You're sent packing if you're Buckley for now. Even Revenge is going to get caught towards patio. Couple spawns in the back, though, Andy. There's going to be a pseudo pinch.
Yeah, Revenge, though, finds 2. Watch out for this guy. We highlighted him going in towards this entire map number 4, and the same thing could be said for Hale. Those guys are demons working in tandem with one another, reading the spawns in towards the back. Splurging, not expecting for Hale to be all the way up top, who gets good damage in towards the second. Sends Revenge up easily for the double kill. Leaves Sour Patch alone for the last 10 seconds.
Offutt for 2. And behind again. Scrap time lost by Buckley. And you're in the blender for this opening break. You need this rotation to go your way. Revenge and the challenge wins the fight versus Wazd, but can you stay alive versus Splurging 2? You had to challenge that with maybe 12 health. Revenge, he is tearing it up for Buckley when they needed him most.
Got numbers here for this Rock Hill. This is another big money hill that you can convert into a full 60 and just look at the setup. Everybody play a corner and watch where the entrance is coming from.
Sour Patch Kid dropping down. Contest is going to be in. Reading the flank is what you're looking for, and he does just that. Another set of kills for Buckley. Looking to win this time on the objective for P4, but the respawning members, they get there to assist Appa, and it is going to be a break back in for Offutt to hold their lead.
Yep. 3 and 12 for Dante. Not a great start. Doesn't matter. Revenge's got him covered. 21 engagements so far through the first set of Hardpoint. They're still trailing by 40. And Appa having himself an out-of-body experience alongside Wazd. They know what's on the line here. The difference in between forcing a map 5. Again, if they can get there, their odds of being able to win this series, Colin, raise exponentially. Nice shots out of Wazd to close out the first set of Hardpoints, and it's a 60-point lead.
Pressure makes diamonds, and would you look at that Offutt? They are feeling a ton of pressure. Heading into this map 4, Flux on a 5 spree, 12 and 9. Can he turn that into a Hellstorm? What a tool it would be. Sour Patch Kid going to shut him down before that streak can get even further. And it looks like Buckley are going to have a moment to soak up some of this hill time back at P1. Appa, let's see if he can get a look at some of these members as he is reading the routes like a book. 3 go down again. Flux jumping in for the scrap time. And I say it's scrap. There's still 30 seconds at this first hill. They're winning every fight that you could ask for.
Oh, and mistakes were made by Flux. So is that an opportunity for Buckley? No, because Revenge was last alive. So 4 dead again, straight for Buckley. And Offutt are just bouncing all over the place. Double positive out of Wazd. Double positive out of Appa as well. 17 and 8 up on a 4 spree as well. He's last alive, up working towards an Hellstorm missile. And how impactful that would be. A coffin, or a nail in the coffin, potentially. But P2's active. Offutt's got those back spawns, split spawns actually occurring. What can Hale do inside of Zig? Maintains his life for now.
Yeah, staying alive. That's so big, but you need this hill time to go your way. So the fight back in, bait and switch for Sour Patch Kid, not able to switch to his secondary. Waz still alive with the pistol out. He's winning all the battles inside the hard point for the rest of the team off spawn to get back into P2 and keep Buckley at arm's reach. Hale, it's your turn now. Good shots from the closet, but not able to get the second one. Appa on 7 in a row. Out of body experience. That's a perfect way to say it.
Yeah, this guy is just absolutely frying. We haven't seen this from him all series long. And he goes into a map 4. It almost feels like he's MK Leo, but in a Call of Duty form. He goes into a map 4 experience, and this guy just becomes God himself. Double positive for Appa on the rotation now over towards New. And it was a very successful P2 indeed for Offutt. They're going to soak up all the last bit of time. Buckley have the rotation over towards P3, or at least they thought so. Those back fences area is being under threat, and Appa, as late as the rotation is, does find at least the opening.
Revenge gonna get caught on the flank. He's gonna spawn up. Flux, your turn. Double whammy hit. Still fight back coming through from Buckley. Holding on to this hill. Couple more that you're looking to grab. It's Water on the outside of those fences. Hale's going to be able to turn things around. But now you're trapped on either side. And you have to turn your attention over towards Tin because the quick respawns from Offutt get them right back into the play. 3 down. They break.
Yeah, spawns are going to get flipped here. Reinforcements coming from a different direction. Buckley a little bit late on the communication on where the nades were going to be coming from. But Revenge has one to send back towards the faces of Flux. Nice 2-piece out of Hale. Where are the spawns? Coming through from Offutt over by the well side. Buckley on the opposite side of the map. It's a foot race to see you can get numbers over by the Rock Hill first.
I mean, you're getting some hero moments from Revenge and Hale, but it just seems like they can't read the spawns, and this is a generational stinker from Dante that we're not used to. So you got to think that if Buckley can just start to win some of these rotations that they're setting up for, then we can start to see them come back, but it's really down to the slang. Hale almost a 4 spree in the kill feed, but that's going to translate to some good time for Buckley.
Spurgeon was way too weak. He couldn't get more space. That's an opening guarantee 20 seconds. Look at the comeback. It's starting to amount for Buckley. Now just within 30. The break attempt from the pool house was there to complete the pinch from the open staircase, but Revenge is still alive. He sets up Hale for the easy trade. Buckley still maintained the time.
Was going for the challenge on everything. Contest back in. Dante here. Rest of the team alongside you. Kills coming through from Buckley, but Flux has the double. Reads the flank as Wazd, and another 3 spree for Offutt. Back in for the scrap time. 10 seconds to push you to 176 heading into the 3rd set.
Well, Waz trying to create more space. He's got a subby out now, and this is pace being set. Again, generational stinker. Generational game coming through from Waz and Appa. 27-24 respectfully. Hale trying to cause ruckus forward there with the pistol, but it was a great resurgence late from Buckley in that 2nd set, Colin. What was just about a 70-point lead. They only trail by 40, but they gotta try to stabilize at every single moment of time. Revenge and Hale can only get so many massive sprees. They gotta try to get some space.
Well, here's a break again. Enough time that's going to bring you into about a 10-point game. Across the 170 lead that Offutt does have at this moment. You can see some of those white x-rays running through arches to see if you can pull these spawns away from P2, and I think Buckley's going to recognize that, but it's very disconnected from where Buckley is putting their attention to, and they've left the gates wide open for this P2 rotation.
I sure have. Trying to break it all the way through the spiral staircase. Dante's going to be there for the 3 spree, but he's kind of left all by his lonesome on the driveway side. Appa's still watching the main door, the front door, over towards the main foyer of the mansion, and then gets the retrain on a Dante, who got the surprise jump on him. Elsewhere, his teammates are finding success from the front. Offutt, hold on.
180 to 162. Offutt continuing to push towards what could be a map 5, but you look at that kill feed, and Buckley, they're not done yet. Couple moments to look forward to for the team. Flux, he needs some assistance, and it's got there. Splurging, watching his back like a hawk, and that lead back up to 30 seconds and counting. Splurging on the car now. Good shots of the aims as they are locking down these long lines of sight while the subs are running rampant through these close quarter battles. Splurging still beaming Dante off those headies, and even with a break here for Buckley, it is not enough, and they're stalled out so long.
Dante's starting to pick things up now. He's up to 15 and 28. There was at one point where he was like 8 and 17 now, so he's really starting to piece things together. Sour Patch Kid needs to be the next one to step up and really start to assist, because Revenge is now back to even. He's trying to play a little bit more selfless. That's a lot more OBJ time than he had back in over towards the map number 1, but it's 3 for 1 in the feed again. Offutt, they're in towards the time, Colin. If they get the majority of the time here, they can close it out and force us to a red card search and destroy map number 5.
Needs over the top. Flux gonna back up Appa. In terms of the damage being laid down on the front line pressure that Buckley is looking to put in, I'm not seeing some spawns towards the arches, so that just means that there's a pinch play forming from the side of Buckley. It's Hale and Revenge over the top of Patio, and Waz is the last one here. Hale for the 1v1, has the regen and gets the win.
He's in the Mercury spot. He's in the corner spot. 33 and 23. Someone get this man a trophy. You got space being provided by Sour Patch Kid on the opposite side, but it's a little bit of a dysfunctional chow. Sour Patch Kid there for the trade, but everything's paper mache this side of the map. 15 seconds remain. Offutt cannot close things out here. We will go towards a 4th hard point.
They're going to get close, though. Buckley, it's a tough decision to make. You don't want to give up this scrap time, but you need to rotate to new. You get a 60 at P4. You milk some of that time towards P1. There is still a chance, but you have to deny anything from Offutt. You cannot give them a single second off of this P4 if you want to feel comfortable. Sour Patch Kid waiting for the help to arrive, and it looks like they're here as the players are forming into the setup on P4. Good shots, but it's not good enough. Only Hale is here. Appa on the break, and it doesn't look like anybody's gonna be able to touch proper. Of course, we get another map 5 across this week. I think we're gonna be seeing plenty.
Oh, we will indeed. Again, it's not just Group A. Apparently, Group C can also showcase their ability to push it to a distance of a game number 5. Happened yesterday for a handful of teams. Will happen here again up on the mainstream, and it's all thanks not solely to Waz, but 39 and 21. It's just an insane stat line He kept that consistently up with an aims throughout the entirety of this map number 4. We got to give our flowers to Offutt. 32 and 25, 3,600 damage. It's just absolutely absurd. 18 assists between the two of them, Colin, and they not just will their team to a map number 5, but they do it decisively, especially through the early set of this map.
I'd say in like the second set of rotations, it started to slow down a bit from Offutt, but as soon as you went back to that third rotation P1, you saw the immediate understanding of Offutt. We gotta find the win condition. That win condition was constantly the P2, P3 rotations that we saw from Offutt. The P3 breaks more so than the rotations, but the P2 was unbreakable from this Offutt team every single time we saw them in. Aqua was on a spree. You had splurging on that car, locking down those long lines of sight. Flux felt so comfortable to get mixy, and Was was just doing Was things. You said it. He even brought out a sub at times. He was pushing pace for this team when that was the one thing that we talked about going into this P4 that they needed. They needed speed. They mixed that speed with ferocity, and look at what we get.
Yep, mixing speed with more speed, man. That's exactly how you get speed double plus plus. A little bit of extra poison. Oh, so you gotta really respect the speed, man. And again, it mostly comes down to it, like, I'm sorry, like, make it sound so, like, lame, but it is, like, truly just the difference in between a couple teams. Those that blitz faster are probably going to win. Like, Neptune was so right, like, champs, man. Like he was spitting hardcore facts. He could not blitz faster than Optic, and in that map number 4, it just was an absolute blitz out for Offutt, especially for Waz and Appa. They were absolutely soaring throughout all of that map. It got a lot more respectable there at the end. Got to really shout out the turnaround there for Buckley and Dante, especially, as much as it was out-of-body experience for Appa. That was very, very uncharacteristic, let's put it that way, for a respawn out of that guy.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately enough for this team is that you don't have to worry about those respawns anymore. So we take a look over towards the we take a look over towards the map set for this game number 5. I just kind of want to take a second to say, you know, I think going to this red card is really the difference maker for this Buckley team. You want to go to a map that doesn't have to deal with those mixy fights, the pace that is going to be set from either side. This is something where those first bloods need to be factored in, and for Search and Destroy, you just couldn't get that on the protocol. You go to a red card, you slow things down a little bit for your team, and that's where those timings from Revenge are surely going to make the difference, Andy.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's going to be interesting too, because it's with their ARs firing off at all cylinders. Like, that's how you're going to find success as far as a red card is concerned. But I would even put it that much further. The reason why I was saying that this map 5, if it goes the distance for Offutt, would definitely guarantee them, even if the Vol control, was lost. It's mostly off of just the utility usage that we got from that protocol Search and Destroy as well. Like, that's realistically what gave them the leeway to be able to get through that map as fluidly as possible. I think that the red card Search and Destroy sets up, quite truthfully, well for them to be able to win the series.
Well, we still got a little bit before these players are going to get into the map, so we're going to toss it to a quick break, get things set up, and get to this map 5 to close out this series in due time. See you on the other side, folks.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for Game 5 between Buckley and Offutt. This is where everything seems to be drawn up for these two teams heading into the later end of the group. Still lots of groups to be played, but Andy, I mean, you win this one, you're closer to matching up against Cannon, or avoiding Cannon. I was kind of going for in that one. You lose this one, you might be thinking that you have a date with Cannon coming up in the bracket play once you get there, or at least the next best thing towards Cannon once we get to the brackets later on throughout this tournament. This is a big one to win for both sides.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think there's a couple things that are very true as far as today is concerned, is that Buckley are so very gross on control. Hacienda is not just the map that they are very good at as far as map 3s are concerned. And we're trading hardpoints, but are we trading search and destroys? That's the biggest consideration, because that protocol search and destroy from Buckley's perspective just simply was not it. But it destined to go on map 5 as it may be. The Hacienda trope, what we got in a map 4 win versus Cannon yesterday for Buckley, just seems to be maybe a one-off thing, or Cannon need to go back and study that map a little bit more. But what we mostly need to be on the ready for is the pace that Offutt might try to set as far as this red card search and destroy is concerned. That was being showcased in that map number 2, and you just cannot allow yourself to go down 0-3. I think that that's what's most important for Buckley to going into this. Just being able to read kills, not leaving the bomb in spawn, at least for their opening 15 seconds. Just simple things that you need to be on the lookout for.
I think that's definitely exactly what you were looking to break down for this map 5 if Buckley want to get it done. Yesterday wasn't that good of a showing versus Cannon when it came down to that map 5. 6-3 was the loss when we did get to that rewind, but for this one in particular, this is where you switch up the rewind, you banned it out. In fact, you want to go to this red card to change it up, so want to see what they've kind of worked on for this map. If this is the search and destroy of their choice. But on the other off stage that we do have going on between Misawa and Kadena, it actually just wrapped up, and it looks like Misawa wins that one 3-1. They avoid the game 5 that we've been seeing all day and all yesterday throughout that Group A. So Misawa, that's a big one to win. That's their first win of the event so far. So that is going to keep them away from harm's way for now.
Yeah, pretty interesting, especially from Misawa, right? I mean, the way we were kind of framing them up, even versus Peterson yesterday, coming from the pack half versus Peterson. We were expecting them to do really well, not only to be able to take that series, they actually lost it in the rewind map number 5. So to be able to sit there and truly say that they got their first series win versus Kadena, it's kind of crazy that it took an 0-2-0-2 matchup to be able to see Misawa finally get themselves in the win column. But Kadena gonna have a really tough go of things now if things are slated to be in their path as far as the bracket is concerned. Who do they have left to play, Duke Kadena? They still have to play Peterson, so that sucks for Kadena, because Peterson looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, Peterson are looking really sharp going through this. The fact that Kadena beats Peterson, that's a major win for themselves. But for everybody else, I think that you got to be worried about this Group A and what they're bringing. Very close games across the entirety of that, what seems to be the group of death. But for this one, Group C, we got to figure out the finale for these two teams in a moment. As soon as the red card search and destroy is going, let's take things towards the players. I mean, it was Waz who really stepped up for Offutt. Who do you have looking at for Buckley to win this game?
I'd probably say Dante is about to have like a pretty bounce back series again. His KD ratio as far as that previous map is concerned just was not it at all. I think that he's probably kicking himself just a little bit as well. Again, we were talking about like his 8-17 stat line at one point, triple negative, double negative, sorry. He finishes 16-34 comparatively to what we got out of the majority of the respawns, and maybe this could favor him a little bit more, the slower pace, potentially. I'm just kind of grasping at straws here, but you're looking for your playmakers to really step up in a big way for Buckley. If it's not going to be a bounce-back series out of Dante, you know we got to be talking about Revenge and Hale. Those two guys just need to find AWOL timings. Embrace your inner TJ Halley, if you will, when it comes down to the red card search and destroy.
I was thinking TJ. I was also thinking, your inner Snoopy if you're Revenge. The guy on red card always turns up, and that's one thing I think for a red card that's very different, because on a protocol, on a Vault, when we did have it, it's like the breakoffs, you know exactly where they're going, you know exactly what the timings are. For Red Card, those timings are very versatile. I mean, there's always so many different ways you can approach a map that is as big as this, and it allows for more variety from those subs to hit some late flanks, hit some late timings, just adjust the way they want to approach those gunfights through mid. And I think that is definitely something that should lead towards Revenge and Hale feeling a little bit more free on this map, whereas that protocol in the back, I mean, you were either trying to hit through mid to get towards Grandma's, or you were trying to hit towards Boat to see if you can plug that big door and at least stop any aggression that was coming into that A site right away, and that just was not working out for them. Those two options were very hard to get going for Red Card. It should be a little bit more freeing.
Should be. You're just hoping for these roams, these rotations, these lurk plays to be able to be a benefactor. What couldn't be a playground for SMGs, and the timings need to be on point there. But I think what's more crucially to get involved as far as a Red Card search and destroy is concerned would end up being your ARs to also be in those power positions, to be able to play the long con game, to be able to just not have their SMGs scammed to go too far and leave them in clutch situations like what we saw a handful of times yesterday, Colin. But I digress. I think only time will tell, because the rewind search and destroy yesterday versus Cannon is probably the biggest pull away that we do have as far as these two teams, comparing it to a Red Card. And there was just so many times where they were just disjointing themselves. You know, we always say in Call of Duty, it always comes down to that second man to either take the blame or to be able to clutch the situation. The second man just needs to be in a tradable, or in a position to be able to find that trade. And that does rely on the first person just to be in a tradable position to start with.
Well, you're going to have a lot of ifs, ands, and, you know, what do we say for this one is it's all speculation at the end of the day going into a Red Card search and destroy for Buckley. This mode hasn't been kind to them. Yesterday, they lose it twice to Buckley, once in around 11 back on that Hacienda the Hacienda S&D. Second time, it was the Rewind S&D, 3-6. That was the loss that we did see for that Game 5. Is this the moment that we see Buckley turn things around to see if they can win a match inside of Worlds? It's a big one versus Offutt, and it seems like we got a little bit more time to figure that out, as we are going to throw it to a tech break while we get ready for this Map 5. As we get into things, we're already deep into round 1 of the red card. Map 5, 3-3. Bomb planted. Offutt now looking for the post-plant setup.
What's the high-low situation going on for Revenge and Splurging? Splurging's just going to jump down. Revenge still not aware of all of this, it would seem. That timing is just super weird. The arrows are on top of each other, for crying out loud. Revenge finds the kill. Now you got numbers. Last alive is Wassid. He went 13 and 4 in that map number 2.
Oh,
Callan,
no.
can he clutch it out here? No, he cannot. Revenge off the long play. We'll find 3 in the round. Plenty of time for the defeat.
I mean, that got so close. So much damage. I think Revenge hit him with the wall bang at the end there through the bottom of the stage. But weird one to start things off, but already a lot better than what we had in that protocol search and destroy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the bomb being planted almost instantly, retake coming through out of Buckley, and it's by way of the guy that we have been really singing the praises for throughout the entirety of this best of 5 so far, Colin. He finds 3 in the first round. That is a big step for Revenge. We know RCXDs can be annoying for information on a big map like Red Card. Can he get that, let alone a Hellstorm?
Offensive attempt over towards A, it seems. Dante watching through the middle of the map. Very passive coming out from Offutt. Nobody looking for a timing on the flank, and they're going to back up. Hope that Appa can get anything going from this high ground, but he hasn't seen anything either.
Plus, it's going to start taking a little bit more space now. Nate should reveal a lot here if it goes far enough. It does not. It starts the explosion there on the ambulance. Appa, where saw the nameplate of Revenge, but he slides through the stage. The last that needs to get through would be the bomb carrier. And Appa sees this happen, so it's going to keep the bomb carrier of Sour Patch Kid honest, and that disjoins the plate. Hale gets first blooded.
Oh, Flux. He's going to turn up for first contact, almost getting a double kill. Revenge able to get the regen 4 in a row. A site is fairly open. You still have to cross through this big window. And all well, Waz is waiting for a chance to start this flanking play. Revenge, he's been spotted. Waz gets caught through mid, and potentially even a moment where you peel over towards B, but no, it is going to be a hit over towards A. Revenge goes down. No more streak.
Nope, no more streak at all. 2v2. Running out of time. Just try to force the play to happen. Here's the bomb's going to get planted. Appa. Can he clutch this? He's going to go for the long play. Dante should have this more than Scotty. He gives up the timing.
And they flip the map.
This comes down to Sour Patch Kid.
They've both grouped up together.
good
Appa
call.
has no idea. Back over towards the forklift. A little bit of a turnaround. Dante watching the flank play. He's going to spot him first. Nice shots from Dante. Buckley. You see why they wanted to go to red card. It is a quick start from them.
Wonderfully called. Coming through there. Dante able to continue on with the streak. And this was the other guy that we were talking about from a bounce-back performance and what was required for Buckley's hopes to be able to win this map number 5. Again, very uncharacteristic performance there in the map number 4, but an even better start here through 2. So Buckley, with the time down in red numbers, you're going to be able to get that play. And it's Dante's turn. He finds 3 in that round. Keeps things going. It's a 2-0 lead for Buckley, and offense has really got away from them in that protocol search and destroy, Colin. Stark differences here on the red card.
Well, it's either Revenge or it's Dante. So far, Hale and Sour Patch Kid, they have been cosmetic for this red card. Nice on the eyes, but not really packing a little bit of punch behind it. As I like this play call from Splurging. Lots of aggression through top mid. Placed around the hedges. Sour Patch Kid hasn't seen anything, and Revenge is going to be a little bit vulnerable because of that.
Yeah, he sure will be.
Hale's
Bomb
going for the
carrier
long
Flux is
flank.
kind of left on an island. Watch this long play out of Hale. Yeah, nobody's expecting this.
Revenge is going to win his fight. This bomb down. Quick trade from Splurging. Still more to do. And everything's riding off of what Hale can do up top in the windowsill. Appa reads it. So that's a massive shutdown. Everything down to Splurging.
Defense just turned it up over by the escalators, but the bomb still dropped. Dante and Sour Patch Kid are still body stacked together, and Splurging might get that information from his death screen. Wassid slides forward for the bomb. He's expecting for someone to chow through, and this would be a decision to go all the way through over by the B bomb side. He's going to catch one for free, but now he's going to start running out of time. Does he favor to go for the bomb plant? He knows that Sour Patch Kid might still be lurking, or is the info not there?
Oh, they're going to race it over towards B. Sour Patch
Kid didn't see him.
No idea. Lots of time to get this plant down, and as soon as it does, it's going to be exclamation points for Sour Patch Kid. Where did they go? The wrap through mid. Was trying to play active. See if he can catch a timing here. Here's him jumping on the mantle. Seal Sour Patch Kid bringing it back to a 1 versus 1. Aggressive. Aeroappa. No way you're going to rate this one. He is repositioned perfectly to watch this mid-window jump. Soon as he does, you're dead to rights, and Offutt find themselves on the board.
Yeah, really, really tight 2v1 there, though. Sour Patch Kid gave himself a real good opportunity, just absolutely just ripping Wazid in the media challenge that came through out from Ticket in towards control. A wonderful riposte coming through from Appa there to be able to seal the deal and keep things honest. Looking at it from Buckley's perspective, Offutt will not let them get 3-0 straight. And they deny any further streaks as well. I mean, a combined 10-3 start, but only a 1-round lead out of Buckley. You'd expect something a little bit different as far as those stat lines are concerned.
I think that for Offutt, it's a big clutch coming through from Aeroappa to put this one away. You don't want to go down 3-0 if you're any team, and you said that for Buckley. Same goes for Offutt. Quick dash over towards A. Trophies out. This time, Appa, he's in the top window, but can he get anything done with this position?
Gets info on top of the window that allows the bomb carrier Dante to progress forward, but Hale still gets first blooded. Dante can't really move now. He's half HP.
That's a big moment for splurging. Flux now has backed up to H1. All 4 members from Offutt looking to plug the hole of this A site, and Flux is in trouble for a second, still plays his life, gets away. You have to figure out a way to change this now if you're Buckley. 45 seconds left.
Still plenty of time to try to work one of these bomb sites. And watch Sour Patch Kid and his movements. He's considering the possibility of maybe getting all the way over by bleachers, but nah, they're just going to try to force it. That's the wrong call. Flux finds the freest kill. It forces Revenge to make a play forward. He'd have to 1v3 on the bomb site, and Sour Patch Kid is still like, yo, guys, like, we had time. Maybe make this wrap happen. Won't be able to catch Appa, and it's going to be a flawless round out from Offutt to be able to tie up this map number 5.
I'm fairly certain everybody got a piece of kills there from Offutt as well. That was just a well-rounded defensive setup to stop the play towards A fast. Appa staying alive. You had Splurging win the fight towards Hale. That would have been the key factor to open up that offensive take. But as soon as you lose that entry member without making any progress towards that bomb, you're questioning who's going to be the second up. Dante, he tried, he failed, and nobody was able to make some progress there. Big tie-up for Offutt.
This is the start of something new. Everybody's working up on something, even if it is just the 2 spree or the 1. Offutt, off of that flawless, are looking great. Pace seems to be a little bit more measured as far as Flux is concerned through the middle of the map. He's expecting someone to get challenged, but he does have all of taking control.
Shot's gonna ring out. Just trades right now.
Oh.
I thought that was gonna be a good day, but it goes through the door to mid-ticket. And for now, Flux, he's gonna be a healthy bandit. Looking for a way through. Appa, first blooded by Hale. First kill of the map. Can they translate this into a round win? Well, Wast immediately finds the trade, and I like this call from Hale. He's gonna see if he can flip the whole map out.
Flux going to stun himself forward, try to get through the door. Wasted off of this play. Gets all the way back through the parking garage. That bomb is dropped, though. 27 seconds remain.
Gotta get the bomb, gotta get the kills. Flux, he's gonna be caught AWOL.
That was weird.
In B. Still no progress over towards the objectives. Waz is going to bring things into a 2v2. 15 seconds. Nobody's in a place to get this bomb planted. All you have to do if you're Buckley is stay alive. Dante running away. Waz trying to get there, but there's just no time for the plant. Buckley, they whittled down the clock. And that's how you take back your lead.
And takes 4.5 there for the plan and 7.5 for the defuse. And did not get there with ample time. Actually, was just about 3/10 short of being able to get that timing. But yeah, Buckley just hold on. And this has really been a game measured by inches. Nobody wants to give away a free kill. These executes are coming down straight to about 30 seconds or just under so. But even though you lost the round, Wazit stays alive. He's on this force precon, and he's got an RCXC.
Still some time to sway things. It's a read over towards B. I don't know what you're shooting at here, but trying to open up the doors. Yeah, information goes a long way.
They're just keeping things open, keeping things honest. I mean, you're always expecting for 1B defender to be here, but with those doors being open, he actually sees a lot of nameplates across that keeps Wassid alive. The nade comes through, and reinforcements on their way.
And it looks like there's going to be a big flank as well. Revenge, will you be able to read this? Bomb getting planted. R60 back in. It's going to be caught by Dante, and the bomb goes down. Revenge finds one of two flankers. Can he get both? He does. Flank fully shut out, and that might be Offutt shut out from the B side as well. Waz is going to be spotted. Nice shots onto Dante. But Revenge has the off angle, and he's watching the cross. Waz, whoa, he is a monster.
Yeah, play for the kills. Play for the kills and might find your way in. That's just a force out of 2v2. Hale's damage. They can work their way in. Any late util, the stun forward comes through. Hale bashes the door. He's super weak. Wassid dies. Appa's there for the trade 1v1.
11 seconds. Appa has to get the kill, has to get the defuse. And you know that
Out
if
of
you're
time.
Sour Patch Kids, as soon as it gets the 7-second marker, you go, you look, you lock it down. An uncomfortable round for Buckley after a major first and second kill from Revenge. But you get the round done. You take that lead further.
Yeah, sure do. Well played there from a macro perspective out of Buckley, but I would even say from a mechanical perspective, we were watching the minimap because everything was developed there from the 6 pre out of Wassid. They're over by the mini bar, trying to work their way back inside of the bleacher side. But Revenge out from the parking garage finds 2 eliminations somehow, and he's able to walk away with it. So definitely things you love to see. Don't worry, Observer. If he hit
say, where'd
that
the scoreboard
one time.
go?
You got it. Yeah, there you go. You got to hit P. If you hit PP and it pulls away the scoreboard, pulls up the portraits, and it comes right back.
Nice. 9-4 for Waz. He's doing his best. Well, it looks like the offense is going to take over towards B. Flux on a solo mission with the bomb. You get caught here, you put your team in a terrible spot. At the same time, flank happening from Hale. We've seen this many times. And it looks like he's going to have the timing onto both members. Nobody's going to be watching. Hale gets the first kill, Dante the second. And all you have to do is stay alive. Dominoes falling one by one from Offutt. It's all down to Waz. He's going to get hunted down. And Buckley now 1 round away from getting a win here at Worlds.
1 round away from Colin getting a point as far as predictions are concerned. We're going to talk about the heavy stuff here, Colin. You know exactly what this is for. Buckley are willing their way through a win, and honestly speaking, for a performance that we got from that map number 4 to find themselves here, I was ready to write it off, but Offutt, Air Force Base, really just lackluster in this performance. Wassid has been a consistent performer. He's double positive, but his teammates had not been showing up. The macro skill from Buckley as a 4-player unit, outside of the individual heroics that we've gotten through the series, have been bar none ridiculous.
Now, Waz needs help. He desperately needs some help right now. As the rest of the team has decided to fall silent at just the wrong time, Hale has made the bolstering play to go right through mid. Appa right underneath his line of sight. Hale strikes first.
Sour Patch Kid there for the second. It's looking like a flawless lap coming through here for Offutt. They're all isolated. Dante does die. 3v2, Wassid Flux. They're stacked up over by Eskies. They want this bomb to go down. They're expecting for the retake, but Revenge is on his lurk. Is he going to try to force out a timing over by Grandstands, or he's just going to be playing Overwatch? He's in a pretty clutchable position, if you ask me.
Well, he's in a great spot to ice this game. Double stack through mid for the retake. Can you take Revenge out from the top windows? You're not even going to take a chance at this one. You're going to just cut right through the middle of the map, and you haven't seen a single soul. Waz going to jump over the edge. Hale looking for his 4th in a row. Flux shuts him down, but a 1 versus 2 with 17 seconds. Good luck. Have fun. You go for the defuse. It's not going to happen. Buckley taking a win. Taking the map. Taking a search and destroy, flipping the script from what to expect from this team.
Yeah, no, and that's just a massive performance coming through from Buckley. Again, they almost had that in the bag yesterday versus Cannon. Let's be candid about it, but still for Offutt to be able to find themselves in this map number 5 is just a massive feat within their own right, because that map number 1 was not it. Their bounce back in map number 4 needs to be studied in a scientific lab for sure. But as far as this map number 5 is concerned, Wassid, try as you might individually, we already talked about it. Not everybody's built to be Superman unless it's in a respawn. That was kind of the narrative we were writing for Buckley. It didn't mean that you had to try it on for a swim Offutt going in towards that map number 5. trades galore throughout the entirety of the series, Colin. It's unfortunate we only have to play one control.
It is unfortunate for sure. I think
Oh,
Buckley,
man.
I just can't wait to see how his team continues to fare in that map mode combo and just control in general. For Protocol, are they the same ones? We don't know just yet, and I don't think we will know anytime soon. For the Search and Destroy Offutt, they kick things off in Map 2 and Protocol with a strong map to put things to a tie game, but you get back to the respawns, the control, lights out masterclass from Buckley. And I think for Offutt, they were a little stunned to say the least, but between maps 3 and 4, they did end up finding things out.
Yeah, no, they really did. I definitely got to tip it because the start comparisons in between the maps 2 and 5 coming through just from Buckley, just to talk about it from a perspective of them making alterations to their play in Protocol Search and Destroy, never coming into fruition. Them making every single alteration coming through in the red card Search and Destroy and trusting Revenge on the Lurk, that was beautiful masterwork.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just insane the start comparisons that you get in between the first 2 maps. But shout out Offutt, man, to be able to bounce back in that Hacienda Hardpoint. A big shout out, of course, to Arrow Appa. That guy had himself a massive performance in that map number 4 to join alongside of Wassid, showing that it's not just a one-man team, but you know, running out of steam there in the end for the map number 5 could be the ending as far as their group stage is concerned. They still have one more series, but now it's unfortunate that Offutt find themselves now at 1-1, potentially fighting for that second seed still.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure for Offutt to see if they can at least find the middle of the pack for that group. A big win for Buckley. I think major step up there for the red card. We can see why they wanted to go to that map for a map 5 and not the rewind. Lots of practice to come out from this squad, but I decided I was going to get a little bit more festive on my side for the fact that I now have a point on the predictions column. That's it's the one thing I'm excited about.
I just know for a fact that, like, albeit, like, you just threw on that, like, that lay, like, congratulations. I knew that that was right there, and you did not have that time. I'm selling you out.
No, I had it. I'm a man of the people. The people were asking me to put the lay back on, and I happily obliged. I said
You
yes.
are a man of the people, Colin. I'm proud of you.
I will do it just for the players that wanted to see me get a little festive on the broadcast. But there we see it, the predictions at the bottom. I'm now upgraded to the breadstick proper, and that's where I got to see you guys really step up now from either end. Zeros for both you and Brody, but lots of time. We still got 3 more days after today, so there's lots of time for us to get some predictions right and wrong.
Yeah, there sure are, and there's plenty of time, not only just for predictions to be right or wrong, correct by the end of the road, we'll be able to see what it means, but we also have plenty of time for interviews as well. We are standing by with Revenge as we currently stand for Buckley, as a big congratulations to them, with a follow-up interview. As for you, Revenge, really tough scenes yesterday going up against Candy. You guys let it all out there on the line, but for you in particular, a 1.35 KD throughout the entirety of this series was a massive factor, in my opinion, why you guys were able to will yourselves towards the finish line at the end. So congratulations to you guys. You guys have one more match. What are you guys preparing for here at the end?
Sorry, stream lagged a little bit. You cut off. What was that?
Oh, you're good. I was just mostly like congratulating you on your 1.35 overall KD throughout this best of 5 series. You've been a consistent factor, coming up short yesterday versus Canada, but now you guys are 1-1 throughout the group stage so far. You got one more match later today versus Hickam. Are you worried about that performance?
It cut out again, but I'm gonna assume you were just asking about the performance. I think we played not up to my standards. I personally think we played horribly the entire series. I'm not gonna lie with you. We have a lot we need to work on. We have a lot we need to come back out and shoot for. But overall, I mean, we got it done in the end. We did what we needed to do, and I'm just looking forward to not dropping another respawn this weekend, because that was horrendous.
Well, I mean, even still, you guys look like you fixed quite a bit from yesterday to today. Is that something that you guys are struggling with just into this tournament in general? What was the practice like for you guys heading into the tournament?
All I heard was yesterday. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, Seymour.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the practice like going into the tournament for you guys? Is kind of what I'm looking for.
Oh, okay. Coming into the tournament, realistically, I played the most this past week than I have all year. And I'm working like afternoon shifts, so we couldn't really ever get the team on at the same time. We had like maybe 2-3 scrims coming into this, so we're still figuring it out.
I mean, overall, we just need everyone to be consistent as possible. If we're all shooting our guns, we're at least going even. We out talent all of the teams here, and that's just what we need to come out and do. No more tech delays, no more issues with our settings. The first map of Cannon was horrendous. I mean, we had 3 out of 4 of our players in settings every death because it was just, yeah, it was awful. So we figured it out, and we're doing what we need to do.
So I guess with that in mind now for Revenge, you have that last series versus Hickam for the 2nd seed. I'm assuming that the lag is probably still happening, so he might not actually be able to hear this question. But best of luck to the rest of the performance, and congratulations on the win, man.
Okay, thank you. I heard that part, so I appreciate it.
No problem. We'll let Revenge go and go ahead and celebrate with the rest of his team, Colin. It was a heck of a performance, not only from the entirety of the team, Revenge individually, again, a 1.35 overall KD. He only had 1 map where he was negative, and he said that it was a bad performance, but he only lost out by, like, 1 kill. So, like, oh my days. But big congratulations to them. They will be facing off against Hickam later for that 2nd seed.
Yeah, it's weird to say that that's them saying, oh, it's a bad performance, because like the control was fantastic, the opening hardpoint was great. Obviously, some work to be done in the search and destroy, but with this team who didn't play with Revenge inside of the regional playoffs, they didn't even kind of make it into Worlds at first. So this is probably something that they're scrapping together as the tournament goes by. You expect there to be growing pains, and I expect those growing pains to just get better and better as the tournament gone on, quite like we saw what Cannon did back at Konas in their regional championships. But that's going to be it for our 2nd match of day number 2. We're going to cut things to a break, get things set up for match number 3. We'll see you soon with some more Worlds.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DAF Esports World Championships. My name is Seymour, joined by Brody now. Brody, you just sat there. You got to see everything that went on. Another Game 5, man. This has been one of the most entertaining tournaments that we've had here in the Air Force Space Force Spectrum.
Yeah, it has been. It's been really fun to watch. Honestly, I'm starting to regret my commitment to the bit now of predicting 3-0 for every single series, because all of them seem to be going to game number 5. You got the first correct prediction, mate, which, honestly, obviously makes us all sad here. But at the same time, congrats on the dub. It won't happen again.
Thank you. Hey, but if it does, then that would be sick. I would appreciate that for sure. I think for this matchup in particular that we're going into between Langley and Anderson, this is going to be a major one to kind of move things forward for that Group B. Obviously, we've seen Rammstein. They look fantastic. We've seen Eglin. They look great as well. But for the middle of the pack, we got to separate now what we're going to be seeing between Langley Eustace and this Anderson team, because I am stunned that Langley Eustace are in the position that they're in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's kind of wild, right? Langley Eustace is the roster, second place, I want to say, out of Konus off the dome here. And, they looked so good throughout the entirety of the tournament. So to have not been performing as well as we expected, for sure, maybe an understatement given where they're at right now, is absolutely wild. Langley Eustace, a phenomenal roster. And so for that reason, I'm going to take a positive spin on this, saying if anybody can bounce back, it's definitely them.
It is for sure a team like Langley Eustace. I think, especially a game versus Anderson, I don't want to throw shade over towards this Anderson team, but we saw them earlier versus Rammstein. They did not look that good, that put together right now, and there's some improvement that needs to be seen. So when we look towards this one, we can introduce our first team for this matchup, get a little bit of a deeper dive into the players that we're looking for. And for joint-based Langley Eustace, for the first time jumping on stream, it's Wolf, Reaper, Tantalized, Da Vinci. This is a team that was very enjoyable to watch in their matchup versus Canada to see who was going to be that Konus champion. And I think the big kind of taker was when we're looking at Reaper and Wolf. Those two were the slayers.
Yeah, they absolutely were. And I will say, I think that narrative kind of shifted a little bit as we got towards the back half of the Konus Championships, right? I know that Wolf and Reaper from frame 1 were pretty much tearing through the opposition, and they were a big reason why Langley Eustace were able to establish early dominance in the regional brackets. But I think as we got further and further throughout the tournament, I became more impressed with Tantalize and Da Vinci. They became more consistent in the maps that they were turning up for. And I think it went from a team where, all right, cool, they've got 2 superstar players, to a team where it's like, okay, you have 2 superstar players, but you also have 2 players that when they step up, they really do step up. And I think that's kind of Langley's secret sauce, if you will. They have 4 players that can go off at any one time.
Yeah, and you know what? That's great for joint-based Langley Eustace. Consistency is key when we're looking at matchups in Call of Duty, just in general. Backup 6, MW3, anything preceding that. But let's look at their opponents. This Anderson team, we've seen them step into the limelight. They've looked good. They've struggled, but right now is where they need to lock in. And it's been a rough, rocky road for this team, but I'm excited to see which way they handle it when we're looking at 2 times Big Mike, OC, RJ, and Wick. We've been very impressed with the way that Wick has been playing, but I kind of expected a little bit more from RJ in that last series that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, he had moments, right, for sure. RJ had moments where he was kind of taking over the map. But I think just generally speaking with Anderson, they just took too long to get in that series. And that definitely applies to RJ. He maybe had a couple of slow starts to that series, right? You talk about how dominant they were in that matchup. What was that? Not very nice hardpoint, 114 points, I want to say. And then a 6-1 in the Search and Destroy. But when they started to figure things out, they really did figure things out. Of course, it was a 3-0 on the control, all down to really great positioning from these guys. Shout out to Big Mike and Wick, I think, in particular, right? They really knew where they needed to be. And then in that Vault hardpoint, we had more or less the same thing. The only unfortunate thing for them, and they really can't fumble it again in the future, they did have a 70-point advantage in Vault hardpoint, which they let go. So for Anderson, close but no cigar. They could well have got a reverse sweep off. They just couldn't do it.
Yeah, and I think for Anderson, you look towards this series now to see if you can start to build some blocks into what is your next steps for Worlds here. Of course, we keep pushing that narrative that this is for seeding throughout the groups. Nobody's going to be eliminated until we get to that double elimination bracket, and I think for Anderson, they can really kind of find some solace in the fact that you have room to make mistakes. And when we look towards this map set for this best of 5, I think we can pick out where they're starting to talk about where these mistakes are really found. We're going to start things off in a vault. We see that Hacienda Search and Destroy Protocol map 3, a double dose of red card for 4 and 5. But Brody, you see it right away in reflection to their series against Rammstein. Having that vault hardpoint to start things off, it was a map that they almost took off of them, and they also took the opportunity to ban out that rewind hardpoint. So already addressing some issues that we saw before.
Yeah, I mean, you get another chance, a shot at redemption, right, to go again on Vault Hardpoint. We saw throughout the first half of the Vault Hardpoint in the last series against Rammstein what they are capable of. So I'm feeling pretty confident, actually, about Anderson at least being competitive here. The problem is JB Langley are just such a good squad that it's just like, where do you even start? You know, where are you stealing maps in this best of 5? I honestly don't know. The one thing I will say is I think, you know, looking towards that protocol control in the middle of the series, that is where I'm definitely going to be feeling confident for Anderson, because again, the positioning from them on control looked great earlier on. I don't necessarily know if this is going to be a 3-0. I got to predict it for the bit, but you know, we'll see. I feel like if they're going to take a map in this series anywhere, it's probably going to be that protocol control.
And the control on Vault was so good that even Joint Base Langley, they looked at it and they're like, okay, let's just veto Vault. We don't want to play this team on a map like that. So you go to the protocol, and that's thinking that the slaying for Anderson is something that will be anticipated going into that map 3 if the positioning is truly going to pay off. But we can take things away from the future of this series. We can kind of do a little bit of a dive into what we expect just in general, and you've hinted towards it. Our predictions. Brody,
well,
are you gonna ever stray away from the bit?
Listen. We've been messing around, okay? All tournament long so far. I've just been having fun. I'm not taking this seriously.
Yeah.
But it's time to stop messing around. We're going serious now, all right?
Oh.
This right here is going to be a 3-0. Mark my words.
Okay. That would be the first 3-0 that we've seen on stream. It would be the first 3-0. No, we did get a 3-0 yesterday. I was going to say that we got to the whole tournament, but there was a 3-0 yesterday off stream that we didn't get to see. But first one on stream would be crazy. I still think Anderson have one in them. I think that Vault Hardpoint going towards it is going to be a good chance. If not, the control is something for sure that this team will have. But hey, 3-0. That would be a crazy mix-up here for Langley Eustace. I think they would be something that could shoot them into what is the top side of this group, because you have a dangerous one with Rammstein and Aglin all looking good so far. Joint Base Langley Eustace, this is a big one to set you apart from the rest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and say I do legitimately think this is pretty 3-0. Like, I think Langley Eustace are just that good of a team. They have been phenomenal. And look, I know they struggled. They had to go to Game 5 to get the dub in their last matchup, but I think that might be an anomaly. They look like a solid team. I think that they can get it done. So we shall see here. But honestly, I don't want to count Anderson out. Again, Vault Hardpoint, at least through the first against Rammstein, Anderson looked like a formidable team. I think it's just about coming out of the gate and actually firing on all cylinders, because that's where they were struggling. You can't have a slow start like you did versus Rammstein.
I'm sad that I left my sunglasses in the car now. I wish I had them to join you up here. But at the same time, I wouldn't be able to see my monitors. So, a little bit happy for this. Vault Hardpoint heading into it. Is there anybody that you're taking from Anderson to have a series or have a map right now to step up?
Oh, man. From Anderson, I feel like, to me, I mean, you kind of mentioned it earlier on. I feel like OC always turns up no matter what happens, right? I feel like he's a guy that is always going positive in pretty much every single game that we see him in. For me, I've got to have RJ join him in that slaying category, right? He produces 2 pieces and 3 pieces left, right, and center, and he was doing it early on in the Vault Hardpoint. I just think he needs to do that consistently throughout the entirety of the series. Again, if he could do it in the Vault Hardpoint earlier versus Rammstein, despite the fact they were unable to close out that game, I think that he can also do it here. So yeah, RJ stepped things up. I think Anderson will be able to take him up in this series.
It's the X factor, and for Joint Base Langley Eustace, you need that X factor to perform. We talked about it, about their performance in Conus when we saw them against Cannon in that championship, in that final. The whole team was getting consistent, and that's where you look look at Langley Eustace to really be a superpower in these groups is that the team can step up. Anybody can step up to take over at any time. The one thing for Vault that's going to be really apparent, that kind of we've been seeing that sets a lot of teams apart, is that P4 break. So hopefully that these two teams can figure things out in terms of the rotations, because especially for Anderson's sake, if they cannot lock down those rotations to P4, this might be a little ugly.
Yeah, I've been surprised, actually, by the amount of breaks towards P4 that we've seen, right? The amount of players that have kind of been able to get back around the back of the hard point where teams maybe aren't aware of the fact that they're there, and obviously we haven't been graced with the minimap in hard point throughout this week thus far. So we can't exactly see how those players get there. We can only like kind of barely see them slip by in the X-ray, but it's the fact that players have managed to kind of get behind enemy lines and be a proper nuisance. That's something that, generally speaking, doesn't happen, because you always have players like up top, either in top R or top P4 itself, to watch the crosses. So I think teams, you know, they can probably take that away and be like, all right, cool, this is how we can actually hold down this hill, how we can actually lock down this hill for the full 60 that it should be. Just make sure we're watching those crosses. I think that's where teams need to improve on that.
We saw a perfect example earlier on for that exact same bit when we were watching the Vault map one from Buckley. They did a great job at taking space, taking angles, and shutting down any approach that the team, or that we saw from Offutt on trying to break those P4s. So take a page out of their book and you'll be feeling A-okay. It's funny because you're right. I mean, yesterday we saw like 0 P4 breaks on Vault. Today we're seeing lots of P4 breaks on this map mode combo as we're getting these players ready to get into the matchup. It looks like we're having some technical difficulties, so we'll throw it to a break and we'll see you soon with Vault Hardpoint. And we're back and into the vault. Hardpoint for Langley Eustace. It looks like they're off to a hot start. Starting off with this P1, getting lots of time. Anderson, they're going to be on the power play to see if they can fight back.
This is the one, folks. We promise. We're not going to restart the game within the next minute or so. Hopefully. Anyway. Langley Eustace right now in control of that P2 rotation. All-important back spawns. Wolf trying to lock it down. Actually gets beamed by Wick there. That's a big gunfight for Wick to take. I don't know if it's enough to lock down those spawns for the next hardpoint just yet. And with Reaper getting that kill against OC, you can see now the white players through the X-ray. They are trying desperately to keep themselves alive.
Desperate is kind of what we're thinking. Anderson's going to be all over that inside of this game, inside of this series, and Langley Eustace, the slang, up to par for what the expectations were. Big Mike struggling, but on the other side, Tantalize and Reaper are having their way. As you're looking to put together a break over towards P2, Big Mike's going to kick things off, but a nade from Reaper, that's going to shut things down immediately. 3 down, back the other way.
Yeah, now this is a problem as well, because you're spawning towards a backline. If you're Anderson, 15 seconds left, you have to hit straight towards P3. You cannot afford to try and fight for the scrap time, because Langley Eustace have already built up a pretty healthy lead here. And we look towards the backline. The question becomes, do they recognize that somebody has already made it behind enemy lines? Tantalize through the X-ray. What do you got for us? There he is. He's going to find that kill, and that's the power position already fallen away from you. Tantalize now looking to follow up some freebies.
Tantalize up top, laying down some shots for P3 rotation. That kill feed just lighting up blue yet again. Wick nowhere to go. Wolf hopping on the hill, looking to soak up some more time off this P3. We can't see anything off the minimap, but I'd imagine this is where the rotation for Anderson is going to look to flip the map through the mid. See if he can flip these spawns at the same time. OC is going to hop on for a moment, but just a moment is all you'll get.
Man. This is disastrous for Anderson. Again, you're kind of reliant on one big gunfight, and we just can't win it. God, Langley Eustace are running through Anderson right now. This feels like the last couple of hardpoints of their last efforts here on Vault Hardpoint. They have to start winning some of these crucial engagements. Wick will win one over by ult. So finally, the bleeding will stop on scrap time. But again, we look towards New. Power position up top from Wolf. That's that cross coverage we wanted to see. You take Wolf down. That makes getting to art a little bit easier, but you have to follow up more gunfights.
Going to the back line. Trying to go for this P4 break. Wolf strikes first. Nice shots from Wick. Back and forth trades, but it's Langley to split the difference. 3 down. Wick, the only one here. Forcing some split spawns, but I don't think that's going to really matter too much with the lead that Langley Eustace is building.
Yeah, this is brutal. Anderson cannot get anything go. I mean, look at the players right now. We talk about Big Mike at 2 and 11, not having a good go at things whatsoever. What was the player that we was talking about as well? Really needed to step up for Anderson. RJ at 6 and 11, OC at 4 and 9. Wick's the only one even close to positive at 7 and 7. He's barely even. This has just been a brutal first set for Anderson. 12 points is not good enough whatsoever, and they start locking down some of these rotations, and crucially, when they do lock them down, don't get bullied out of the hill within the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you get everything that you can, and Langley Eustace, they are denying that. Left, right, and center. Wolf, 5 in a row. Knocking down players from Top Cat. Good shots there from Reaper. It's going to back Wick down for the moment. 2-time Big Mike. He's got a couple players down through that Top Cat position, but as soon as he jumps down, he's got to be so worried about the next wave of players that is looking to take him back out of that hill. Couple seconds for Anderson, but again, Langley Eustace doing so much better in terms of slaying through.
W will play that from OC now. Wants to follow up with some more. Again, the fact that he managed to trade out his teammate and now push through towards Paul will actually manipulate those spawns so that Anderson have first touch over by P2, effectively doubling their score off the back of the first touch on towards P1. They know that giving this time away is actually kind of scary, so they might want to send a couple of players in, but at this point, I think they're playing for those exit frags, and that's a good start. You take Wolf out of the play, you will now get to touch.
Oh, for a second. That is
Oh.
initial time for P2. Shots from Big Mike as he look towards cutting off some of these rotations over towards Tree. Get the shots out, traded immediately. And still some members here from Anderson to worry about the next wave of players. And looks like the next up is going to be Wolf. Good shots from Wick. And this is a solid setup from from Anderson. Langley Eustace solo shelling everything at the moment.
140-point advantage. Once again, looking to continue to grow as they have the back 30 seconds here of this hill. Anderson in a terrible position right now. You hit 25 seconds, you start to think about rotating, but they're now spawning in a position where they have to invest a lot of time into hitting the scrap. 3 players down. Reaper facing down 3 threats. Is he ready to deal with it? No. Immediate slide out from RJ is good. Those back spawns, though, for Langley Eustace. Locked in. Da Vinci able to replenish their control over the hard point. You got a very brief look there at that power position. Langley Eustace, I believe, have a player up there. This is not a good place for Anderson to be, but they take him down, and this could be the start of something special for them.
Would you qualify this as a walloping? Is this class as that right now?
A wallbang?
A walloping.
Oh, God, I thought you said a wall. Bro, that is the most Canadian I think I've ever heard you speak in your life. Yes, I would say this is a wall.
This is severely Langley Eustace just winning everything across the map. An absolute steamroll of game. I mean, you look at even Tantalize, he's only got 22 engagements across this entire map. He hasn't had to do too much for the rest of the team. This is going to go to a P4 setup, but you can see a lot of these members from Langley Eustace, they are making it very difficult for Anderson to try to play for this next hill.
All right, Langley Eustace, it's time. Shots out for Reaper. Trying to hold on for the last 10 seconds. If they can get it, it would be nice. You've got the rotation in your favor. Wick just trying to play his life. Wolf gets stunned up, gets pushed out of position. That's okay, because it's easy pickings for Kim. All you're going to deal is with Wick and potentially Big Mike on the cross. Tantalize already towards a hard point. You just need one more wave of gunfights, but it's a white feed. Tantalize slides out, gets shut down, and that's Anderson through. Finally, they stop the bleeding.
Oh, how long can they stop this bleeding for? Anything that you're looking at from here on out, what is just momentum going in towards the next one. We see Da Vinci, he's going to break that P4. Not going to hop this time just yet. Still wants to slay it a little bit more. Because of that, Anderson has been allowed back into this hill.
Well, if they can get this 20 seconds, they could at the very least break out of the 100-point club. Just get something going. Just get some kind of momentum, and it's gone. It might be gone. That's 3 kills. And honestly, W here for Langley Eustace. They are not hitting in towards this time. They are just holding off Anderson from hitting the next hard point. That's the wave of gunfight. Seymour, this could be over very quickly.
It can be. 17 seconds is all you're going to need. Big Mike, again, big moments for the 2-time, and it looks like the help is there. OC, another trade inbound. 15 seconds as Wolf is going to hop onto it. Still, Anderson giving you a little bit of a run for the money, but at this point, it's just how long can you hold on?
Feels like you're fighting to keep your heads above the water right now. Anderson, late game second wind. Is it good enough to keep them into this series? That's the question. Tantalize is trying to make sure that no players break past lights. He's getting peppered up from one side, though, and OC will go to finish up that kill, but, well, his teammates softened up for him. This is brilliant for Anderson. Big Mike, though, finally overwhelmed. Langley Eustace, they can still technically finish things on this hard point. OC with a double, though. Tantalize not good enough on the cross. And Anderson continue to survive. Langley Eustace, they just need 11 seconds. They've broken this before. Surely they can do it again.
Is it a panic? Are you taking your foot off the gas? What is happening right now, Langley Eustace? As you look towards P2, Big Mike going to be inside of that hard point. No pressure on the flank. I say that Wick is actually there. 4 down again. And the spawns are so deep back at P4.
There's just no way. There is just no way that Anderson make this happen.
In the back.
They are doing everything right. As you say, though, spawn in the back, though, for Langley Eustace. You can fight this from the front as long as you got players in the propositions. Wick has to watch the front of the hard point while Big Mike deals with the players around. He's already in the play. Wick, shots in, not good enough. Wolf now in towards the time here. RJ goes down. He takes 2 with him. OC, you gotta fly towards the hill, and he wins the fight. He keeps this game alive.
1 more second. OC is going to raid the spawns in the back. Da Vinci has a chance to put this one away, but Wick is there. OC traded. 3 down again. A fight, a mix-up, a bloodbath at old. Wolf, he's maybe going to sneak in there to put this one away. OC goes down, and so will the map. Whoa, that was a close way to put away the vault. Got a little bit too chaotic for the likes of Langley Eustace. Still a win at the end of the day. Still a lead in the series.
Man, that scoreline should have been way more punishing than it was. in the closing moments of that game. What was that? Like
200 to 40 at one point.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that was like a 90 points unanswered for Anderson. I think is probably the best way to describe it, right? Between getting the P1 control, managing to break through, and then holding the spawns for the vast majority of P2 as well. But I mean, this start from Langley Eustace, we talked about it at the end of the first set. It was honestly ridiculous. To close a whole set of hard points in any map with only 12 points is indicative of a team that has absolutely mollywopped you. And that happened there for Langley Eustace. I mean, just constant 2 pieces, 3 pieces. We've got 4 wipes pretty much constantly from Langley Eustace across the board. Anderson's were getting drowned out in the first set. And you did get to the second set, and Anderson started to put together a little bit more, right? They started to take key players out of power positions. Yeah. They started to pressure Langley Eustace a little bit more. And honestly, I would say, just generally speaking, some of your key power players started to wake up, right? I mean, you see Wick there, positive in the kill tally. OC and RJ started to put kills together as well. We started to see 2 pieces out of them, but again, when you finish the first set with 12 points, you're 100 points down. I mean, it's basically impossible for you to come back.
It's really difficult in that same sense. I mean, I think there was a moment where I was actually, am I believing this right now? Am I a believer in the play? But no, I just snatched it right back. Just a few seconds is all you need to put this one away. And as we look forward through this series, the job just gets more and more difficult for this Anderson team, albeit it took a little bit to shake off that rust. Let's hope they bring what they brought to the back half of that hardpoint now into the rest of this series. As we look for the map set, we look towards this map 2, the Search and Destroy. We're going towards Hacienda. And if you're slaying the way that you did at the end of that vault, maybe, just maybe, I'll give you a chance to even this one up.
Yeah, I think that little late game resurgence was really important. Right, you know, for Anderson, obviously you don't win the game. Obviously you still kind of get pummeled there in that game overall. But just having those last couple of hard points, I think, is a good way to go, all right, look, listen, we kind of got trashed at the opening of that hard point. We took a minute to find our groove, but we got there in the end, even if it didn't really do that much for in the kind of the grand scheme of things, right? So you go into a Hacienda Search and Destroy, and you have a lot more momentum behind you. You got a lot of the wind at your back that you were looking for. Honestly, if I'm Anderson, knowing kind of that we managed to get into the series late in the last matchup against Rammstein, and B, that they managed to get into that game late versus JB Langley, I'm kind of coming into this map with a clean slate. I'm like, all right, cool. We can actually win this. We just got to come in the way we ended that map.
You know, just like Tad Lasso said, when you lose like that, you just need goldfish brain. Forget about it. It's just whatever happened, it's done. It's over with. And a lot of coaches, especially in Call of Duty, they also reiterate that factor. Is it doesn't matter if you lose 250 to 249. It doesn't matter if you lose 250 to 40. At the end of the day, a loss is a loss. And when you go into this next map, especially on map number 2, this can completely turn the tides of this series, going in and stealing away the Search and Destroy. So many teams do it. So many teams are quote-unquote Neslo teams. And I think when you look at this Anderson squad, of course, it wasn't the greatest when you're looking towards those map 2s versus Rammstein, but it's still something you can improve on going into this series versus Langley Eustace. And if you pull away some wins in these game modes, that's going to rewrite your entire narrative for the tournament, Brody.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And we do kind of zone in a little bit more towards Search and Destroy. I am still a little bit concerned for Anderson on Search and Destroy because, you know, you do go back towards that game that they had versus Rammstein. It was a 6-1 victory for Rammstein. They really did run through them. And if we talk about kind of fundamentals of Search and Destroy, they weren't really that present, you know, again, for Anderson. And I don't know how much I want to attribute that to them just taking a while to get into the game, but they weren't playing very well as a team whatsoever. And, you know, I think in terms of the quirks of Protocol, Search and Destroy specifically, which the map that was played in that series, they weren't playing around them very well, right? You know, their A-site control was lacking at key points. They weren't really trading to get site control again. I mean, that's basically 75% of the battle on Protocol Search and Destroy. So, you know, we kind of transition here to a totally different map. And, you know, you talk about Hacienda. It's like, all right, listen, you got to make sure you have a player top secret pretty much at all times. Yeah. And you got to make sure that transition from top towards open, if you're on the defense, I think particularly, is being watched, because those are the two key power positions on this map to get towards the sites, to get kind of mid-map control. You got to have it. And if you're not, that is something, in my opinion, that Langley Eustace are going to punish.
That, a little bit of variety from site to site, and you are golden for a map like Hacienda. Anderson going to be looking to see how deep they can pull a rabbit out of the bag right now for a map win on a Search and Destroy versus Joint Base Langley Eustace. You looked at some key players towards the end of that really stepping up. OC was having some major moments. Big Mike even turned up for a couple of those rotational holds that we saw inside of Vault, but you're going to need the full squad here as it's an A attempt off the offense.
All right, remember, no trophy system at the start of this Search and Destroy, in any Search and Destroy as a matter of fact, so utility over the top is something you're going to have to worry about. RJ taken out almost immediately. There it was. We talked about it, right? Top secret positioning. Anderson not going to get control of that. Means they lose that first blood. And now Langley Eustace. I mean, they can just keep an eye on this bomb from this position.
Yeah.
Anderson are kind of stuck.
Yeah, Reaper's going to find a second one. OC will trade, but how much more can you do? The timing doesn't work out. Hip fire from Tantalize connects, and it's all down to Wick, who hasn't moved an inch from well. He's just been too scared to make a play. 37 seconds in a 1 versus 3. Da Vinci's watching the flank. He gets away. He doesn't even need it. This is a smart play.
Yeah, just don't give anything away for free, right? 35 seconds, losing your life. It makes the 1 versus 2 very realistic. And Wick there with that little door slam will give away his position to Langley Eustace. They will take that all day long. And again, I mentioned it before we got into the map scene more. You need to make sure you have top secret position. That is pivotal, especially to getting the bomb down on A, right? If you don't have that top positioning, all right, you can kind of plant for the other side, but then that leaves you vulnerable to players coming from fences, from Platt's side, right? It is paramount to get a player up there. Anderson just didn't do it. They have to adapt that. They have to make that change moving forward if they want to try and get the bomb site down on A. I am curious, though. Obviously, that is a relatively, and I'll say relatively quite softly, high-level play to have a player up top in secret while you're planting bomb down on A. If Langley Eustace do it, that's going to ring alarm bells for Anderson.
I agree. Well, here we go for Joint Base Langley Eustace. See what they can do on the attacking side. First blood again. RJ around the corner. He's looking to see if he can pull things back. You do, but the need from Reaper from death. Little martyrdom action. Forcing a 1v2 out of Wick. He's been spotted, and Da Vinci's going to put it away.
Yep, again, just you're having that top side positioning is crucial for Langley Eustace to get control of that site. I mean, RJ kind of just ran straight in towards the site, right? And got control, got a couple of kills, but the trades were great from Langley Eustace. Everybody was around the site. Everybody was putting the team shots in. There was not really much that they could do in that situation. Only thing I will say is, Anderson, they got lucky there that Langley Eustace were a little bit panicky at times. They let a couple of players through that fence's side, and that's how they ended up being in the trade situation. Full stop. So maybe something for Anderson to exploit, but right now, again, I gotta say it, their topside coverage needs to be better.
Here we go. They're going to fight for it. OC, good shot with Wick. First blood's going to be drawn, traded, and set in stone. RJ going to get a little too aggressive towards Dark, and it's a second kill now for Langley Eustace. And look at that minimap. Da Vinci's working a full flank all the way around. You have lost full control, and now you know exactly where OC is. It's only a matter of time before you go down, and blood in the water. Langley Eustace, they smell it, they get it done. 3-0 up in the Search and Destroy. This is looking a little grim.
Yeah, just really well played from Da Vinci here towards the closing moments of this round. And OC did his best. I think the overall play there, right, you've lost your teammates. The best thing you can possibly do is to try and get some lobby control is a really solid idea, because you know that Langley Eustace is the kind of roster to get over aggressive, but the execution just not that great. You take those shots, you need to get away with the kill cleanly. If not, you're going to be left up in a 1 versus 4 and totally stranded all on your Larry. That happens once again. Langley Eustace starting a sprint here in this Search and Destroy. They forget the bomb, and now they're limping.
It's a story we've seen a lot throughout this entire tournament. Players just forgetting the bomb. It's a quick dash over towards A for a few of the members without it. See if they can open up a route for Da Vinci to safely lay the rock, but you've lost control of top mid. And this is something that you noted was a catalyst to getting those first bloods, but nobody's going to peek it. The bomb goes down, and Da Vinci gets away.
Do you have topside control for Anderson? Problem is, the reason you want that control is to stop the bomb from going down. So now in a position you didn't quite anticipate. RJ will have just made the comp. Someone down low towards you. Shots out, not a single one of them going to connect, but that one will. Da Vinci down for the count. Now 3 players. Triangulate around the site. You lose another one. Start to fall apart for Langley Eustace.
42. Anderson looking for the first round of the search and destroy. RJ hops the defuse right away. Up top, it's Wolf. He's going to have some eyes on there. OC right alongside. Help from Big Mike. Trades it out immediately. And it looks like there is enough time to get this defuse.
Man, I saw him through that X-ray
sprint
towards Secret. I was like, there's no way. There's no way this happens. And it's worth saying he does initially stop that defuse, but the coverage, the awareness for Anderson is there. They recognize, look, this is what the bomb is planted for. We know that somebody is probably going to be coming from Secret. Let's have somebody watching this at the very least. And yeah, the team shots are good there. The defuse inevitably will come through. Good team play from Anderson on the post plant. And they desperately needed that round to stop the bleeding because this has been a phenomenal first few rounds for Langley Eustace. And now I think, you know, with Anderson finally getting around on the board, I'm curious, do we see a curveball thrown from Langley Eustace on the defense here? Do they adjust their strategy ever so slightly? Maybe Anderson can finally get something aggressive here.
Aggression to the Manapee. Wolf, the first one in. Nice first blood from OC. Can you find more? 2-time Big Mike right there to back you up. That's a 4 versus 2. Anderson have to convert this into a round.
W trophy system stopping that. Tantalize though. Gets that first kill. Oh, Reaper from the other side. Oh no, you did not get the bomb down. And Langley Eustace then know that attempt has been made. It's all fallen apart. Big Mike will at the very least try and grab that bomb, but he's been spotted out. He's being peppered up from a multitude of angles now. And his escape route is not looking a very healthy one. Straight through the middle. That Big Mike finds the kill and will reduce this down to a 1 versus 1. He knows where he was getting shot at before, so knows, generally speaking, where Reaper will be.
1 versus 1 for Anderson. I said this is a round you have to turn into a win. And he's going for the full clearance. Back around. B site is open, but is this the gamble that you're going to go for? It is. So the plant down. Lots of time to get this one in. And the post plant setup of your choice. Throwing some shoulders for Big Mike. This would be a big round for Anderson.
Okay. You really do have to pick your poison as far as the site is concerned here. Just choose an angle before the hit comes in.
On the slide, shots in, and he gets it done. Mike just a little bit too antsy, moving way too much to get it done. The clutch factor from Langley Eustace continues to lay the hurt down on Anderson.
Man, that is so tough. That is a big round, by the way, even beyond the 1 versus 1, right? To kind of chuckle the 2 versus 4, or 4 versus 2, I should say, in the way that they did is super unfortunate. I think, you know, they got those first couple of kills and they were like, right, let's just get this rock down as quickly as humanly possible without really thinking, hey, what angles around this site have we not got covered? And again, you know, you lose those first couple of buds, then you follow up with another one after 1 versus 2. And yeah, all right, you might well find a nice little snapper for the first kill. That second and ultimately the 1 versus 1 does not come through. So that's a round that could be soul crushing for Anderson. And it's going to give Langley Eustace a lot of momentum going into the next.
Early shots in, Tantalize Reaper. They're going to double down for the first and second blood of the game. Of the rounds, everybody from Anderson trying to back up and stay alive. And fortunately enough, you at least get a trade from Big Mike, but bombs down at A. Post plant's going to be secured.
Look at Da Vinci. Look at the way he's playing this right now. He is just legitimately dragging all of the attention away, wasting time off the clock here for the Anderson players, and they know they can't really play with him anymore. It's time to get serious. It's time to be an adult in the play. You have to start getting on towards the site, and it's so individual. You know where the last player is. Wolf might well die, but you have an extra man on the map, and that is that timer. Wick can't just do anything. He has to go towards the bomb. You got to reserve 7.5. That's not happening anymore. Da Vinci out towards the site. That's the final kill. And again, I think it was Da Vinci, right? The player that ran away in that instance. The big playmaker in that 3 versus 2.
Yeah, it's everything when you make plays just to stay alive. Delaying the time, delaying some kills, and when you're playing against the clock, that is not something you want to deal with at all. For Anderson, you are down against the ropes now. 5-1 for Langley Eustace. Only one round needed to put things away, and after what was a very difficult mountain to climb in that map number 1, Brody, I don't think this one's possible.
Yeah, Anderson would have to have a Herculean comeback now. He needs to get some individual plays going. You can see number 2 on the minimap might be doing exactly that. Yeah, OC just flies across the middle of the map there to pick up Wolf. So that's going to open up a lot of space here. Langley Eustace might be sent reeling for it. We're on board with Da Vinci, who is currently making the Raptor end all wraps alongside Tantalize. That's going to isolate Reaper here. He could still blow this round up.
He can. 3v3 for the live advantage. Wick with the bomb in hand. Looking to play for a few more kills. Reaper's going to jump up top, and right there waiting is Wick. 2v2, though, because Big Mike goes down, and you haven't really made any progress towards the bombs at this point, so have to choose, and it looks like they're choosing right.
It's a 50-50 choice where, realistically, from their perspective, there is no right answer. They're going to plant that bomb, actually for open side, so if you're going to plant it here, generally speaking, you want a player in the middle of the map. Tantalize will be here if they do attempt to do that. Slide out. Did he see it? Or was he just a little bit behind the wall? He definitely saw that second player. So that's information guarded now. Da Vinci, perhaps a little bit late on this re-hit.
They're going to have to make it work. Can you stay alive in the search and destroy for the map too? Da Vinci's going to make some noise for the key door. Here they come. Da Vinci goes down. Tantalize on 17 HP. He jumps right in. Finds the one. The trade alongside him. Anderson, they stay alive.
Oh, boy. Just a little bit individual on that retake from Langley Eustace. You have to imagine you lose that first player. Tantalize slides in just a little bit later, and Wick is good to trade out his teammate. Tantalize softened up enough that that's an easy-peasy lemon squeezy gunfight to take. But still, for Anderson, that is an inch that you have recovered when, realistically speaking, you have to take a mile. Langley Eustace, 5-2 up in this search and destroy. Anderson need a Herculean effort to come back now.
One round at a time. That's what we hear from the pros. That's what we hear from the amateurs. It is not an easy feat to accomplish, and especially when you lose those first bloods. RJ, he's looking to make the play all the way through, right in the smoke. Wolf, did he see him? He did, but RJ's still going to walk away with the kill, not with his life. 2 versus 3.
He's stuck here. All he's got to do is make sure that that bomb doesn't continue to go down. He's got the information. Long-range shots from Da Vinci. Oh my god, that's greedy. You have help from a teammate. You don't need to finish that gunfight. Tantalize can go to do it, but immediately that is a rewrap from OC. A total change in positioning that's making Langley Eustace kind of triple question themselves, right? They're like, hang on, how the hell did OC escape that? Where did he go? And it's just such a smart 5-brain play from OC. He's getting chowed out, but that's unfortunate. OC gets shut down, and now that's an opportunity here for Langley Eustace to go recover that bomb.
$20 seconds left. Wick, oh, has he spotted him? He did. All you gotta do is run away, buddy. But he goes for the challenge, and Langley Eustace put it away. 6-2 in the search and destroy. Just moments away from the clutch. Yet again, Wick just can't get it done in the end.
You just don't need to do that. You know what I mean? Like, all you gotta do is make sure that nobody's getting that bomb down. You don't need the kills in that instance. Langley Eustace, they are on the offense, but ultimately, it's not to be. That little chow is going to befall them in the end. And honestly, I think for Langley Eustace, just a phenomenal search and destroy on the whole. I think especially in those early rounds where maybe Anderson hadn't quite made the adaptations just yet. Those first 3, constant secret control. Anderson, they tried to kind of resolve it by retaking the site over and over again, but it just wasn't to be. Of course, even that first, round of win on the board, right? This one, I think it is here in that round. It's still no secret control for them, but then they start to make the adaptations. They start to change things ever so slightly between the 2 rosters. But for me, Seymour, it was the 2 versus 4, where Anderson didn't manage to get control. Langley Eustace, they clutched up. Losing that round, I think, was the biggest issue in the entirety of it. I think any momentum that they had knocked right out of their sails.
right out the door. You say bye-bye. You never really saw it come back in towards the end. A couple valiant efforts, but you can see that the difference between this team, and it shows towards the end of that round, is just how loose Anderson play in comparison to the fundamentals that Langley Eustace do bring to the table. And a couple of those chows, a couple of those gunfights, you're giving up a lot at times if you're Anderson, and that consistency just is never there to really pull away from a team this skilled like Joint Base Langley Eustace. So across that one, it's a tough pill to swallow for Anderson right now, but they are on the brink of falling even deeper into their groups, Brody. You lose this one, you're looking at 0-3 throughout Group B. So hoping to see a big comeback here for Anderson after the break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Well, here we go with Anderson backed against the ropes after an extended tech break. Has it been enough for them to fully reset going into the protocol control? Joint base Langley Eustace. They're going to be feeling good about this one, Brody, as they're trying to put this away in a sweep and give you a prediction point.
Yeah, man, that's what we want. That's the real stakes here, not the fact that Langley Eustace are going to get another win on the board. It's all about my 3-0 prediction, of course, because that's all that matters in life. Anyway, Langley Eustace, yeah, I mean, I kind of wonder, because it's been a while since map number 2, right? I know that they've been kind of sweeping through Anderson so far in this series. My query was, is that slow little wait between maps number 2 and 3 maybe going to harm them somewhat? But it doesn't look like that's the case off the rip here. With 30 seconds left in the round, Anderson haven't done so much as touch the objective. This looks kind of cooked already.
I mean, this is what you would expect from a protocol control. As soon as you do get to those zones, you got to worry about the flankers. This time, Wolf up top in the windows. He's going to make it extremely difficult for you to get over towards A. Still, they're managing to get some progress done. Da Vinci in for the contest. Wick takes him down. And that double stack is at least going to get you a couple segments.
That's good. Oh, a nice two-piece from Wolf, though. Now just down to Wick. Can he live up to his namesake and absolutely annihilate the competition? It doesn't look like he can. He's going to get shut down. 15 seconds remain on the clock now. Seymour, things reset. One player behind enemy lines. RJ has to open things up.
Big Mike, does he get here in time? You know there's a player towards the helipad. He does. 3 down again, Brody. And how has this gone astray? The stack's going to be in. Another minute should be added to the time bank. And yes, it will. That's only a 3-life difference, making a 2-life difference. This is kind of doable.
Anderson's control, man. It's something to behold. Again, it's what they were good at yesterday as well, or earlier today, I should say. Excuse me, versus Rammstein. So this is not that much of a surprise. Knife advantage, though. Still good for Langley Eustace here. One flanking player. You need to be reactive real quick, and they are. It pulls Reaper back from the middle of that, but Reaper doesn't get that kill. OC gets away. Gets Reaper out of position as well. That is a lot of map cleared by one player.
Da Vinci's going to trade it out, but that progress is going to be stopped for a second. Well, the time is at least. Progress now stopped as it's OC's turn to get into the mix. Wolf trading back and forth, but that's all Langley Eustace need to do is trade out these lives, and you can get yourself to a round win.
Just have to win it by lives. Yep, it feels like it's probably over now. OC through the middle of the map. He's already weak in that first fight. He's done so. Wick will get one kill, but it feels like a pirate victory at this point. Oh, okay. Tantalize actually takes the full damage, so in a second does go his way, but again, it is a foregone conclusion. Honestly, if I'm Anderson, I'm happy with that round, right? I mean, look, I know you don't get the win, right? Ultimately, you could have got the dub in the end, but still, like, you take 3 ticks from a situation where when there was 30 seconds on the clock before we got the extra 60 with that capture. Anderson looked like they might be stuck in their spawn, but no, they do come through. One flanking play makes it happen. That's 3 ticks. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, they show there's a little bit more bite than what we got in the Hardpoint, at least. I think that's the big thing from that round. 3 segments, it goes a long way on a protocol control. Most of the time, protocol control goes all the way to around 5. And that defense, it is huge. The offense is very difficult on this map mode combo. And Joint Base Langley Eustace, they put it on display in round 1. Big Mike's going to open up their defensive side for Anderson with 2 kills over towards the sidewalk. He's going to open up a flanking play now for the subs to get active.
Reaper moves forward for the first kill. Pretty good. Second will be denied. Nice kills from OC. That's the clearance that they needed. Langley Eustace, though, they're fighting tooth and nail. They're not getting bullied all the way towards their back spawn just yet. So, for the most part, things pretty chill at this point in time. Now they can start to make some move forward here. Da Vinci on the point. Stun out. Has the help from Tantalize. This is not good for Anderson.
No, it's not good at all. Anderson on the back foot, trying to work at other spawns. There's another player inside of Grandma's. That's Reaper. RJ spots him before any more damage can be done for that player. But as soon as you get towards these zones, it is 1 by 1. You're getting knocked down. That first segment's going to be in. They do end up stopping the progress for a second. Time will be draining. And RJ is making a big issue towards the spawners of Langley Eustace. Da Vinci's not going to be able to lock him down either. They are wasting so much time from the clock.
You need to get towards a point right now. Tantalize is there. He needs to stop it instead of actually moving forward for Grandma's control. Because I mean, again, you haven't really got much in the way of your own spawn control right now. OC going on a killing spree. Tantalize as well on 5 in a row. You have to deal with OC now, and he's completely evaded them. OC straight towards the point, but Wolf will find those kills. Big Mike, now another threat up top. You deal with one issue, you get another one. Langley Eustace, though, second tick through on towards the point that could get this capture.
Yeah, they're looking for the third one. Big Mike has to make a play, but hiding behind both lines of sight is going to be the players of Langley Eustace to capture the A zone. Another minute on the clock, 2 life advantage. Exactly where Anderson found themselves back in the round previous. Still, Langley Eustace were able to secure that defense. So now it's Anderson to see if they could turn things around, but Wolf is making it so difficult just to set up.
A reminder that Langley Eustace technically have the life advantage here in this situation, right? 14 versus 9. That's not insignificant. So you can work off the back of that, especially if you start to make move forward. That's a couple of kills now. Surely not number 3. Nice slide from Wolf. Posthumous nade from OC. Will trade on out. One more player up top, though. Reaper. That's going to stop the clock in 11 versus 5. This is so difficult. Anderson, you have to make a perfect hit for the retake.
Well, here we go. 5v11 for the retake. Wick finds the first kill. Wolf through the middle of the map is going to drain that last respawn away from these Anderson players. 4v9. OC's got a kidnapping.
Oh, no!
And not only is that frustrating to deal with, but that delays the respawn now of Da Vinci. 33 seconds.
Oh, no. Oh, no. From a 5 versus 11 down to a 4 versus 5. There's no way that Anderson have clutched this up. Langley Eustace, back into their spawn they go. Wick with the mid-map presence as well. Might have just got the audio cue. There's a couple of players on his left yet. Now he most certainly knows. They don't necessarily know about Kim, but there he goes down for the count. 13 seconds now. Opportunity for Langley Eustace to fly towards the point. Somebody has to stop the clock. Player in top tricks. Not the perfect shots. Player towards the point. Now the 2 versus 3 for Reaper and Da Vinci. Reaper and Da Vinci get the kills. Now it's RJ up the stairs. RJ can't get it done. And Langley Eustace, they take the round, but by God, that was much closer than it needed to be.
Yeah, I think that Anderson, they had everything that they needed to put that round away. They just let it fall between their fingertips. A little bit of panic, and you can see it on the players as soon as they get that round done. I mean, you put yourself in such a good spot, but you start finding some contests over towards the B zone. You rush to get there to shut it down. It opens you up to now the flanks from Langley Eustace to shooting you in the back, and that is a terrible way to walk away from that round if you're Anderson Air Force Base. A much needed round here in the control. Now you need to go back over towards the offense, see if you can steal this one away, and most likely do it twice.
And Langley Eustace, all we got to have is one solid defense. It's worth saying at the start of the last defensive round, they basically held Anderson back for the first 60 seconds with very little response from them. So it was only a late resurgence that looked like Anderson could have been stopped Langley Eustace whatsoever. But now you're starting to feel that aggression once again. No players getting through. Anderson at the very least will regain control of armory. You've got a player out towards the middle of the map as well. So it's not quite indomitable from Langley Eustace, but this is still difficult to deal with, especially with Wolf watching that cross.
And Wolf's going to stay alive. Hey, that's a big play just to draw away some of these Anderson players to have to deal with this player preying on the respawns. No chance to touch the zone. If you do, you're worried about getting shot in the back. And here's a set of kills. Go see, caught, steal, Wolf being an issue. You hop over towards A, but this is not going to be an easy one to collect as the contest comes in. Da Vinci just making sure every single trade goes the way of Langley Eustace.
Full clear on the point. Anderson going to change their strategy slightly. Let's change tact. Over towards B they go. Da Vinci still keeping an eye on the middle of the map here. That's an important lane to keep control of, especially with Big Mac up top and windows. You've lost the players over towards B though, and what felt like a sound strategy might not be so anymore. Anderson relying on what they had before. One player on the flank here. Wick has to go big.
11 seconds left. Wick, double kill. That opens up a lane over towards A. Wolf holding down B, and you're a little scattered right now if you're Anderson, but it's now or never. RJ, your turn to get into the mix. Triple stack over towards this A zone. The contest going to come through from Da Vinci. Turns it into a double kill. Da Vinci gets all 3. 7 seconds left. Nobody's going to get there in time. Joint base Langley Eustace. Get the brooms out. You're sweeping them under the rug.
Wow, Anderson, again, I mean, they tried to make that late game resurgence, late round resurgence, I should say, in the closing moments of that control. We saw them, right, look, listen, A hasn't worked for us whatsoever. We're going to full send it towards B. But as soon as they lose their players, they try to redirect a lot of that energy through on the flank, through the middle of the map, and it just doesn't really happen. I think we saw a couple of kills come through for Anderson, but that's really about it. Langley Eustace, a phenomenal performance. Shout out Wolf, by the way. 29 and 12. Just a casual performance. And I think even more than that as well, with the brief look we have here at the scoreboard. 24 NTKs. 24 of those 29 kills were non-traded. That is a hell of an impressive stat line.
Yeah, I mean, that is so impressive considering even in that last round of control, there were so many times where Anderson, they wanted to get over towards this A zone. They just couldn't. They had to deal with Wolf. They just never could. And he has been a constant issue for this Anderson team across the entirety of this best of 5. Even looking at that hard point, topping the slaying leaderboard to go over towards the search and destroy. He's had so many plays to shut down Anderson in moments when really Anderson may have wanted to win those rounds or should have won those rounds, and you just never could put the puzzle pieces together if you were Anderson across this one. A couple good moments in the control. Really nothing, though, that you could do to fully stop this. I thought this round, too, I mean, it really came down to clutching this whole round up if you could get it done, but at the end, you panic a little bit, and it falls so far to the wayside, Infinity. And that's going to be a 3-0 for Langley Eustace. They look fantastic in this Group B. And you get yourself a prediction point.
Listen, it was a strategy, okay? I knew eventually, if I just throw 3-0s at every single matchup, I'm going to get one eventually, Seymour. And so now that I know my strategy works, I'm just going to predict 3-0s for the rest of the tournament until the grand finals, at which point I know I don't get a prediction there, but I'm going to say 4-0 because, you know, obviously if I predicted 3-0, I'd be insta wrong. So,
yeah, you couldn't even do a 3-0 if you wanted to. But exactly. I think the major thing that comes out of it is that now you and I get to brag over Proper. Who
was it 0 point Proper? Isn't that what we were saying?
Yeah, you can't spell the O in Proper stands for 0 right now. In terms of at least the prediction column, I mean, he is a winner all the time. So we got to take it away from him at some points. We got Wolf in the interview booth to bring in for the side of Langley Eustace after a 3-0 sweep. Welcome, Wolf. How are you feeling for the interview? Talk to me a little bit about maybe some preparation that went into it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I'm doing good. You know, with just preparation, we were just looking at VOD and talking about communicating well together and playing with each other, because a couple days ago we were playing and, you know, things get a little bit hectic. You know, you need to calm the team down a little bit and lock in, but we're going one game at a time. This game's over, so we got Eglin right after this, and we're going to lock in for that one.
Yeah, dude, you guys looked locked in that series. Although, I'll be honest, it looked like, for the most part, you didn't really have to lock in. You guys were shredding the opposition through the first game. Talk to me a little bit about where your headspace was at coming out of the series, right? Because, you know, I think we were one set into that very first hard point. You guys are up to 100 points, you know. Talk to me a little bit about what were the comms like? You guys must have been so confident as you kind of got halfway through that first game.
Yeah, the first game had a substantial lead. Got very close to the game being over, and we just knew we needed to end it as soon as possible. Maybe we started getting too aggressive, making some small mistakes, but I didn't have any worries at all. I knew we'd get it done.
Yeah, for sure. And then, you know, looking over towards, you know, the search and destroy as well. You know, you guys had a moment. I think it was a 4 versus 2, or at least for the opposition, right? You guys are in a 2 versus 4. I think it was you guys were 3-1 up. I want to say it was a while ago now in the search and destroy. And you guys made a phenomenal 2 versus 4 comeback. You know, talk to me a little bit about what was that like. Was that like a pivotal moment in the search and destroy for you guys?
I think so. I think if you're talking about when we were in a 2v4. I kind of knew they were going to go rock, and I went there. Unfortunately, I didn't kill OC, and Da Vinci was right behind me. He didn't get him as well, but Reaper and Tommy were both in good positions to kind of pinch them in both angles and kind of catch them off guard. Tommy, I know he got the first kill on the guy planting the bomb kind of for free, so I think everything just worked out.
think everything, for the most part, worked out entirely through the series. 3-0 sweep. It doesn't get better than that for you guys. Coming out of Conus, you drop into the second place spot, the second place seed from that region, losing out to Cannon. I'm sure a lot of work went into preparing for Worlds to be back at that championship form that you're hoping to walk away with some medals with at the end of the tournament. For this stage in general, for this tournament in general, where do you guys rate yourself against other teams?
You know, you want to be cocky and say we're the best team, but I'll be humble. I think since this is Worlds, all the teams are in here are really strong teams. So I'd put us at the top, but I'd say there's a lot of good competition out here.
Who's the most overrated of the tournament?
Overrated?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not gonna answer that.
Come on. I knew you weren't going to answer it whatsoever. Oh, Wolf, I tried to get some trash talk coming out from you, but while we say goodbye, is there anybody back home at the base that you'd like to shout out?
Oh, yeah, of course. Shout out my wife, you know, being supportive in my Call of Duty journey. And also shout out my squadron and my shop. They're dope for allowing me to come, as well as my teammate, Reaper.
I love that. Big shout out to the team. Big shout out to the wives. Brownie points on the broadcast. Thanks, Wolf, for coming in. Congrats on the 3-0. I'm sure this isn't the last time that we're going to see you up here, buddy. You were frying. Now go enjoy the victory.
All right. Thank you, guys.
I tried, Brody. I tried. I really tried to get some sauce into the interview, see if we could get some trash talk coming up from the teams. I feel like we got to wait till we get like Cannon on stream or something that they're definitely going to get let loose.
Yeah, someone's going to bite eventually, mate. Don't you worry about it.
Well, I mean, for the journey in general, I think for Langley Eustace, you get 3-0 down now. You got Aglin coming up for this team. That's going to be a big break to see how that Group B is going to shape up. But we are far away from finishing on day 2. A couple more games to get through, and we'll set things up, and we'll be back with more after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the DAF Esports World Championships. It's time for our next match of the day, and if you're a fan of Langley, well, we're getting another Matt Langley matchup, I believe, next up on stream, so they're not going to go far, and they're going to come off hot off a 3-0 that we just watched. Before we get into any of that, though, it's time. Proper's back on the broadcast, so we all got to celebrate.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just kind of got, like, publicly slammed, considering that I still don't have any single prediction points. But yeah, I'm glad that your 3-0 finally paid off. And maybe that 3-0 finally paid off for Langley. A little bit more, I guess, of an intimidation factor for their upcoming opponent.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's start talking then about this next matchup we've got. But before we do that, we got a cheeky announcement. We got a shocking announcement to make. We want to wish the happiest of birthdays to the man, the myth, the legend. That is Justin. Happy birthday, Justin. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear
Justin. Happy birthday to you.
Woo.
There we go. I didn't know I could sing. Anyway, happy birthday, Justin. All around GOAT. Shout out to the man. He's been with AFG for the last 3 years, and this will be his last event with AFG. So just a massive shout out to this man. You know, putting all of this together, could not do it without him. So happy birthday, Justin. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate.
Always fantastic to be celebrating a long tenured career of just running a very good amount of events. Again, just a wonderful thing that we got going on behind the scenes. Very happy birthday to Justin. Do enjoy the celebrations once this event concludes. So I don't think that one of these two teams could end up saying the same thing, Brody. I think you know which one I'm talking about. It's probably going to end up being Eglin, given the fact that the only time and the only other match that they have within this Group B so far played was up against Anderson. And although we just saw a chance of a comeback in that Hardpoint, that was just about it. We finally got to see what Anderson looked like versus their full four. We didn't get that versus their matchup versus Eglin, of which Eglin still came out on top of, but I definitely have a worried feeling because Langley looked very, very good.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, look, there's a little preview of the matchup is. Let's remind you guys of the rosters. I want to start with the new contender that's entering the arena in Eglin, actually, if we can, because I think this is going to be a really interesting team. Obviously, this is a team that we did see at Konus. Prior to this event, a little fun fact to you guys, Charms had been undefeated prior to the 2025 Konus Championships. Of course, Eglin did not manage to win that event, so he's going to want to come back heavy here at the World Championships. Of course, we talk about kind of what really went wrong for Eglin in the Konus Championships, and it felt like at points maybe their Search and Destroy felt shaky, right? That was the weakest game mode, I think, for them by far. But when shaky, you know, no pun intended, did step up alongside Trip and Burrito. Eglin were firing on all cylinders, but Floki and Charms, those are the guys for me, looking towards Eglin that are 100% on their game at all times.
We don't have full statistics for at least Floki. Shaky definitely was popping off throughout that map one, but Charms was there throughout the entirety of it. And you're right to highlight the map, or Search and Destroy as an entire mode, kind of like a struggle for Eglin's Air Force is concerned, given the fact that they lost it in around 11 the last time on screen. But still dropped a 9-7 KD ratio, did Charms throughout that map number 2, albeit a loss. He dropped a 1.49 KD overall, one of the main benefactors and the reason why Eglin were constantly flying above their adversaries on day one.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Eglin are looking like a pretty good roster, but would you believe if I told you proper that they have even better competition on the other side of the table? Listen, you might have short-term memory loss, so you might not know what Langley's roster is like. This is a pretty damn good team. You just saw them with their 3-0 in the last matchup, and I feel like they're not done yet, albeit I think their opponents might be a little bit tougher here. I mean, just again, all 4 players have pop-off potential.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to see that well and truly on display through that previous best of 5 in just record fashion as well. The fastest series we've had so far here at DAF. Like, honestly, it's thanks to Wolf. Wolf, not only just a really calm leader, a very humble individual as well. You heard there in the interview at the end of it. But he's also an all-out slayer. 1.64 overall KD in that 3-map. Absolute barn burner. A 3-0 in the Hacienda control, something that they can definitely hold their heads high going in towards this. Reaper also went 25 and 19 in that map number 1. Da Vinci and Tantalize also had their moments. The supporting staff through and through, a core group of 4. This Langley Eustace team is definitely one to be feared of.
Yeah, goated team for sure. Well, that's a look then at Langley Eustace. It feels like the kings of the hill in this group of competition. And for Eglin, This is, I would say, a much-needed victory, right? For Langley Eustace is to go flawless in the group. I think for Eglin, obviously, to take down Langley Eustace a peg or two would be big, and to get, obviously, another win for themselves would also be nice. So, high stakes in terms of getting the CD. Langley Eustace, I think if they get this, they pretty much guarantee one of those buys into the second round of play in the championship bracket, but we'll chat about that when we've actually got a bracket to show you guys. For now, let's talk about a map set for this best of 5, show you guys where we're going, because we did just see Langley 3-0 Anderson. Are we going to see any of those maps in this best of 5? I don't think that we are. Oh, yeah, there we go. Hacienda Search and Destroy for map number 2. Langley were looking so hot on that map.
I was getting the Hacienda control too, so that's what's going to be really scary if you kind of coin it to any of the phrase. The Protocol Search and Destroy is going to be the map number 5, and that was the round 11 that was lost on day 1 of Eglin to Anderson. So going to be keeping a very close eye on that map 5. Should we get there, but honestly speaking, I think we're going to have a really good square-up opportunity between these two teams, as Skyline Hardpoint can really set up these two Slayers to really meet the pace. We already kind of talked about it, how the hot hand comes off of the 3-0 for Langley, so you're looking for their Slayers, not only in Wolf, but also for Reaper to show up in a pretty big way for this map number 1. This is a big step-up moment to be able to see what Charms can deliver when it comes down to the pace that is going to be set on the opposite side of the server.
Yeah, I just think without a shadow of a doubt, right, if anybody's going to pop off here on Skyline Hardpoint for Eglin, it is 100% going to be Charms. I mean, he is just one of those players. I think every single roster has one, right, where it's just like, all right, you've got this one identifiable player, that, you know, is just constantly having a good game. It's so rare to see Charms play badly, per se, in air quotes, right? And, you know, I think he is absolutely going to be a player to watch here. If you're an Eglin fan and you want somebody to take over the map, it is 100% going to be Charms. But again, you know, I had to kind of go back to it, right? In a way that kind of Langley had this thing where it's like, look, we expect Wolf and Reaper to constantly be playing well. It's just whether Tantalize and Da Vinci can also play well. I think for me, it's like, can Shaky and Trip and Burrito come out here and play well? Because that when that was the case, right, that's when Eglin were popping off at Kona's championships this year. So for me, gotta have all 4 players firing all cylinders.
Oh, absolutely. And I think just from the opposite foot, the reason why they ended up losing the way that they did, I believe it was Sinellis in the upper bracket, and then of course losing to Cannon, you know, the number 1 team, of course, is nothing to scoff at. I suppose you lost to the team that won the entire darn thing, but still, nonetheless, when the pace gets set up at a certain level, that's when they started to fall a little bit off kilter, and it's very easy to lose your way, especially through a Skyline Hardpoint. I mean, spawns can flip very, very quickly, but you know, if you're dating back to any sort of Call of Duty, this map kind of plays out very close to Bocage. It's a lot of bang out after bang out. The pace is going to be set very, very high, and that's why we put a lot of kind of a high bar standard on some players to kind of step up and to be able to set and meet that pace, because it will be delivered as far as that first hard point and onward until one of the 2 teams reach 250.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's take a look at our predictions for this series. Of course, my commitment to the bit paid off in the last series, and it's going to pay off again. We're both saying 3-0 to Langley. Mate, honestly, Langley were running through Anderson, and I know that Eglin, I would say, if we're talking like in terms of power rankings, are probably better than Anderson, but you know, I feel like Langley Eustace are going to be feeling themselves now. You guys heard Wolf in the post-match interview. They're not underestimating anybody. Excuse me. Everybody is a threat to them, but at the same time, you know, you can't deny it. If you just come off a hot 3-0 like that, you go straight into another match, that's 100% going to give you a lot of momentum into this one.
Yeah, for sure. I think momentum aside, just sitting on the top of the stage, having the hot hand, these are all reasons why we've always talked about the lower bracket buff, and it's going to start delivering here as far as a group stage matchup is concerned, I fear as well. Mine's a little bit more of a statistical approach. I'm not just trying to ride the coattails here. I promise you all watching at home. It's just one of those things that Eglin, they were not tested in their only other matchup, so I don't have enough data to suggest otherwise. And this Langley Eustace team is just an absolute slay-heavy team. Not only that, you heard it in Wolf's interview after the series, their communication is on point. That is very apparent as far as the minimap is concerned when we do have it on our screen.
Yeah, when we have the minimap, we can see the way that
Wanted to be
playing.
very specific, Brody.
I mean, to be fair, even not having the minimap, you can see that the team play on rotations and such is really on point for Langley Eustace. Again, you go back to that Vault Hardpoint that we saw, and, you know, ultimately, you could theoretically get a 100, 150 point advantage off the back of just kills, right? If your team that you're playing, don't know what they're doing, but ultimately, obviously, Anderson did know what they were doing. It was just that the rotations, the getting the players in key power positions, that was on point for Langley in that first map of that series, right? So we don't need the minimap to see that Langley know what they're doing, and we get into Skyline, we look towards that PT rotation. I think they're 110% going to be like, all right, cool, we know where we need to have our players at all times. We know that if we don't have that P2 control, we need to prioritize it. Like, this feels like a really high-level team in Hardpoint.
I'll tell you, with one team is probably very, very opposed to our 3-0 predictions so far, and hoping that both of us are wrong, and I still sit on a goose egg until all eternity's time end. You're mostly looking at Rammstein to maybe be very, very hopeful that this team will be able to upset Langley Eustace. For all things be darned, playing up against them later today will be Rammstein, and if they're able to beat them, then that would actually, I believe, give them the #1 seed just off a head-to-head and just clear ratio alone, depending on how the map does math at the end of it all. But just looking at it for all layman's terms, they're the ones going to be watching that. Eglin also had the opportunity to be able to watch Langley just play in that 3-0, although not a whole lot to digest. It's still something to think about how quick their turnaround would be off of the data that they just kind of took on in. So it's going to be interesting to be able to see what their communication looks like apart from the overall slaying factor that we're mostly kind of posturizing for one team to step up to the other.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about Langley, right? We talk about, Langley's communication and Langley's slaying power, but what about Eglin, right? Maybe Eglin have sat there after Kona Championship, look, we didn't get as far into the tournament as wanted. Yeah, we got pretty far. I think it was a top 4 finish for Eglin, I want to say, off the dome. But still, we can do better. I think that's the idea for Eglin in this situation. It's like, we can make improvements. We want to beat the best of the best. And again, a reminder, just like Wolf said, there are no easy teams in this tournament. Something we've been coming back to time and time again. Eglin will have known that, and they will have put work in, I think, to improve the roster, to improve the communication, make sure that everything is on point for a series like this one. This is really the ultimate test. I think, again, Rammstein is just as difficult as a team, it would seem. That one was a series that had to go the distance to a game number 5, but still, this is a real test for them to be like, okay, we need to make sure that we take Langley down, because if we can't take Langley down, can we actually go ahead and win the entire thing? Like, Langley are a real test for, can you take down one of the biggest teams in the tournament?
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be one of the biggest ones, nonetheless. Just to kind of give a little bit more hopium to the tank of Eglin, it's not just everything that we already stated before, but the Skyline was the map for it. It was the series conclusion versus Anderson. It concluded 250 to 175, and the entirety of the conversation was mostly around Charms. He did drop 70 engagements, 35 and 25 there at the end of map number 4 for Charms. Going to be the player they're going to be watching out for, as map number 1 is about to be getting underway between Langley and Eglin. Rammstein watching on. It's another Group B showcasing to see who's going to be chasing that #1 seed.
All right, well, this is a big one for both of these two teams. I think for Langley Eustace, you really want to carry that momentum in from the last 3-0 into this series, and this is a good opportunity to do exactly that. If they can crush the soul, the hopes and dreams of Eglin right out of the gate, that is absolutely everything for them to do so. On the flip side, though, for Eglin, they win this map. They are groovy. They can actually put a stop to Langley Eustace before they even get started. I don't know. There's a lot on the line for this Skyline Hardpoint. I think especially in the context of, we didn't really talk about the search and destroy for Eglin not being that great, and for Langley Eustace, their search and destroy on point right now. Anyway, big Hardpoint here to kick things off, and Eglin, they are starting off with those P2 spawns.
Able to win the first opening 3 engagements. Finally will be traded out just by both Reaper and Da Vinci. But starting off on the favorite side of the map, Eglin trying to fight strong, excuse me. Shaky still able to find 2 there off of the respawn block. And they're keeping things interesting. They're keeping all of Langley Eustace at bay, but it's a lot of time being given away over on P1, if you ask me.
And I was talking about, the PT rotation, right? Making sure that you do actually get through towards that kitchen side. Langley just aren't actually doing that right now. They kind of send players towards the point, but it's going to be Charms that immediately deals with it. Chantalize now on the hunt for that second kill, and he will find it. So just as quickly as they get control of scrap time towards the ult kill, they are in control for P2 spawns. The setup is ready to go. Now they just need to hold.
Demon account, of course, with 2 smiley faces. Just to note, player number 8 is going to be Charms, the player that we're going to be watching out for. But it's shaky for the immediate impact of the 5 and 2, but not really ringing the immediate benefits, but good anchoring in towards the back. Another 2-piece shows up in the kill feed. Combined 4 between both Shaky and Charms.
And now Eglin broken through. Something that generally speaking doesn't happen. P2 is infamously difficult to break. Now Langley Eustace need to do exactly what was just done to them. Time for a revenge tour. Reaper should get chowed out from behind here. Player jumping on towards him, and he will be. Tripping Burrito down for the count. Da Vinci towards the hill, though. Finds 2. Now back in. Charms trying to double up. Not weak enough from the first engagement. Should be good for the drop for the second. And the last remaining player that was doing anything there was Wolf. He gets shut down, and that should be scrap time for Eglin. So far, these guys taking some blows against one another. Langley Eustace trailing in this game.
They sure are. Good lead to have for yourself, but a little bit from the outside looking in, all 4 players from Eglin. You can see the white outlines. Tough days there for Charms. Just runs right into a detonate there from Wolf. Well played by him. But the kitchen hill is where you can get a lot of good time in holding certain positions where you got to keep your head on a swivel. First wave of gunfights are good for Langley Eustace. They're about to flip the lead.
I know where Eglin is spawning. They don't look the middle of the map, though, and that's good enough. Shaky's also gotten straight through towards block. He finds 2. Oh, good trade from Da Vinci, but he will be softened up enough that Trippin' Burrito can come through for the chow. So take a 30-30 on this hard point if you can, if you're Eglin. Langley Eustace towards grass side. Looking to try and break through one more time. Trades Da Vinci, good, but not good enough for the full chow. It'll be Wolf that goes through, not just for one, but also picks up Shaky. Trippin' Burrito might be able to trade things out. Does exactly that. Close spawn.
Oh!
Good for the double. Trippin' Burrito rolls through, and that's scrap for Eglin.
Those are a handful of very tough gunfights. Trippin' Burrito just took. Again, Wolf, 13 and 7, almost double positive. Hopping off of an absolute heater. Reaper finally getting himself back to even numbers, and it's just down on Trippin' Burritos. He's the last player alive. The rest of his teammates spawning out in Bufu, while Langley Eustace hold the rotation and the initial time.
Well, Langley Eustace has been broken for the last couple of hard points here. Surely it can't happen again. Towards the back line, Wolf in a position that's not generally speaking normal. You normally have someone towards the umbrella. It's okay, though, because through the front, Da Vinci and Tantalize, they are watching that cross like a hawk. So first wave of gunfights, good for Langley Eustace.
About to be setting up for a good secondary wave of gunfights, too. Floki just overextends, gives away a pretty quick life. Thought that the spawns are going to be coming around the back, but we're just down to scrap time. So Shaky takes down 1 plus a teammate. Going to keep numbers that much more favorable for Langley Eustace. And, well, I mean, Eglin is just going to try to get back in the hard way for the back 10 seconds, and they're going to be triumphant in doing so. That'll keep things just about within 15 seconds, but Langley Eustace sitting up top of the totem pole thus far through the first set.
As that last kill was everything. That's the best hold we've seen from either of these teams so far. It was 50-50 up until that point, and now Langley Eustace might have found their groove here in this game. Tantalize is just going to sit in that little nerd spot towards the point. Just going to rely on your teammates to provide the help and all the coverage. It's been a blue feed for the longest of time. Something has to be said from Eglin here. Finally, it will be. It's Trippin' Burrito with the 1 kill, but he gets traded out so damn quickly. Langley Eustace now back through. This is starting to become worrisome for Eglin.
Wolf's on 7 in a row, buying 11. Make that 12 until Reaper was traded. The Wolf, he's got to be close now to a Hellstorm missile. Finds one with a pistol. He might be out of bullets in his primary, but golly, that guy is just absolutely shooting different. What a turn of events from P4 all the way towards the P1, holding the spawns to new. Langley Eustace can do no wrong in the second set so far.
Again, this is the big moment. Eglin looking to flood through. Only Charms finds any value whatsoever. They don't know about Trippin' Burrito, it's worth saying. They only know that Charms is here, so Trippin' Burrito could give them quite the shock if he's able to time his push correctly. Now you're finding kills elsewhere as well. Trippin' Burrito still not found, by the way. The rest of your teammates are doing everything in the play. Finally, Trippin' Burrito activates to remove that final player. That's the break that Eglin needed.
Yeah, 30 seconds still left to fight over. Trippin' Burritos needs assistance, and they'll have a Travis system back here as well, but the push might be coming through from the bottom side of Piano. 1 sneaks all the way through. They did clean up Tantalize, but they're not expecting the next one to come around the cobble side.
Here we go. Langley Eustace going to hit this from multiple angles at the same time. Loki doesn't know where to look. Certainly not with a pistol. Isn't equipped to deal with that. And Langley Eustace breaking for the back 20 seconds. Eglin kind of really needed that time. The fact that they don't get it is disastrous for Eglin. And now, once again, that 70-point advantage continues to grow for Langley Eustace.
I got back plat spawns, though. Reaper's already starting to... You're seeing that flank, and he's going to find the first. He's now up to 4 in a row. Had a really good centering to take the Immediate gunfight over by bed. Wolf's just putting on a clinic, almost trying to put on a different type of trailer as far as the end of the year as BO6 is concerned. Had a good look, but it comes down to a 2-piece from Charms. You really need this time to stick if you are Eglin, and they are just struggling in the kill department thus far.
Eglin need to try and play their life here. Big kill for Wolf, but again, there's going to be immediate players coming off the spawn here from Couch's side. Floki knows it, now knows where Tantalize is. It doesn't matter. That is a well-placed Semtex from Tantalize. Now Eglin continue to send reinforcements into the hard point. The cavalry has arrived, but it is being cut down before we even look at the kill, and now the spawns start to become a worry.
31 and 12 from Wolf. 114 to 190. That 80-point lead that happened going at the end of P2 is still very much so in effect. And now we're going over towards another P4 where Langley Eustace got the majority of their time in the first set. The difference is that now they have a 90-point lead. Kill feed is still being traded out in Eglin's favor. Floki's in towards the time. They got the back spawns, Brody. They need a hold.
Eglin need to break through towards this hard point now. Floki are in.
Tough.
Da Vinci sat right inside. Yeah, a little bit of damage coming through from the trophy system. Another team placed. Floki still hasn't gone off, by the way, just yet. Finally picks up Da Vinci through the front of the hard point. Now Shaky, living up to his name, falls around the back line. Back spawns now locked in for Langley Eustace. They have broken in towards the time. And at this point, you are panicking. This is 20 seconds. You can't afford to give away, but 2 kills come through from Charms. Shaky around the front, and Eglin are right back through.
It was a break that came through from the kitchen side, then a re-break immediately came through from the kitchen side. Just everybody spawning over by the back P2 area, and both re-broke from the same exact angle. Interesting enough, got ourselves a little bit of an interesting turn of events. Going back over towards P1, a 60-point lead still for Langley Eustace. Eglin cannot afford to give up as much time as they did. They're from the outside looking in from the P2 rotation, but the kill feed is favorable for them. Not only flip the spawns like they currently are, but that'll soak some time as well. Nice shots.
Shaky. That's fun kill. Keeps Eglin in the conversation here for P1 control. Over the top they go. I don't think actually connected, so now you're getting double child from up top. Doesn't matter though, you have help from afar. Tantalize needs to wait for the help to come behind, but that never arrives because Da Vinci gets cut down, so you go down as well. Eglin have now brought the margin down to just 30 points between these two teams. Eglin, an opportunity to make this game their own.
Oh, Charms, 9 in a row. He's got Hellstorm, so he's just playing inside the water, and Trippin' Burritos on a 5 helps him out up top. Turning of events indeed. 20 points is the difference. Give or take about 16 now. Eglin are holding. They got the back spawns. Floki was the immediate alarm, holding on the backside. Da Vinci tries to make the play up elevator. He finds one. Surely he gets traded.
He gets away. Yeah, there is the trade coming through from Burrito, but it wastes crucial time that another player can get towards the hard point. Reaper's now next up to try and deal with this. Needs to find 2 kills. Oh, shaky shots for the first. And he gets shut down. Eglin are in control of this hard point. Back players, though, Langley Eustace are still going to continue to hit this over and over again. Da Vinci, next up through the front, gets traded out. Wolf, I think he might well have found a route behind, but no, gets shut down by Trippin' Burrito. And now Eglin just needs to deal with the one player towards the time. It's Reaper. They're gone. Eglin back in.
The Charms just went on 13 in a row. He's up to 30 and 22. He was a non-benefactor in this game. He just says, hold my apple juice. He just went on an absolute tear. Eglin are back in the lead. 232 to 224. We're going over towards the kitchen. Wolf's out of bullets. Has to reload everything. Eglin are spawning out, and they already have 2 dead in the feed. Oh my god.
No, not again. Charms is really starting to streak out now. 1 good break is all they need. Good coverage from Da Vinci. Close spawns, though, towards grass side, and nobody was looking at it. They're going towards the hard point. Tantalize trying to trade out. It's panic from Langley Eustace. Tantalize looking for more. Does not see the other player on the other side. Charms needs to play his life.
Another flip of the lead. Charms needs to be the tip of the spear. It's a pinch from the opposite side out from you, but 2 for 1 goes the kill feed.
All right, Da Vinci finds 2. Floki, another double through the middle of the map here. Down to 80 HP. Has no choice but to go in weak. He needs to try and provide some space and coverage for the team. Not going to happen. Langley Eustace a few points shy. They get broken through. Another kill coming through. That is 4 down. Can anybody from Langley Eustace touch the kill in time? They're all going to flood through grass. There's no chance to stop it. Eglin, a phenomenal comeback will stop the victory for Langley Eustace.
I mean, it does technically say that it was contested there. I don't know how late that was, but it was pretty close. 4 seconds difference, a photo finish at the end between these two teams. It's not a 3-0, Brody. No chicken dinner for us. Eglin came to play. What a turn of events throughout the second set. They were just trading blows in the first set.
Oh man, I really thought as we got into that third and final set that it might have been over for Langley Eustace, and then, you know, again, I think it was what, Charms? 36 and 25? Like, yeah, shout out Wolf, by the way, at 42 kills, but it doesn't matter. When you still lose the map, it doesn't matter what numbers you put up. A loss is a loss, right? And, you know, Eglin proven that there. But you called it, I think it was like 13 spree for Charms.
13!
Through the final couple of, or the first couple of hills, excuse me, on the final set of rotations. They were down by like 50 to 60 points going into that final set. Charms just basically took the game into his own hands.
Wolf had a cruise missile the entire time. It's on the kitchen hardpoint. It's not going to be effective. We'll see at the end. We'll try to break it down. Again, no minimap is kind of a bummer for the entirety of it, but it was all kind of happening right in front very, very quickly. But Wolf goes on like a massive 14 spree almost at the beginning of the game. And then Langley, like, they build like this very comfortable lead throughout the second set. This is where Eglin like locked in, and then Charms is making plays just like that all the way at the end. But basically what happened at the end, you got those back P2 spawns. You're infinitely going to get to kitchen first. The way that the spawn system does work in Black Ops 6, they may have had those back P4 spawns, but they're not going to spawn right in their LOS. They say in Call of Duty Mobile, they're going to spawn in the sanctuary of the hop-up over by the top flat that will lead to top bedroom. And that is such a long walk away from them. So Eglin, whether they're aware of it or not, they execute it perfectly. The kill feed erupts, 13 spree. I've lost my mind, man. That map one was insane.
Yeah, crazy ending the game, and it's something that Langley Eustace will be kicking themselves for, because again, they had such a massive advantage going into the final set that
90-point lead.
Crazy, something like that. Yeah, I mean, Eglin managing to get P1 control and then P2 control. I do think there's an element of Langley Eustace panicking somewhat. So now they go 1-0 down in what is a very important series, right? You commented perfectly. Langley Eustace, they might be 2-0 right now, but if they lose this, it would basically be a 3-way tie for the top seed in the group, right? If I'm not mistaken, if Eglin were to win this series. So every single map that they lose is a step closer to disaster. For Langley Eustace, that is not a happy start to this best of 5. Because crucially, again, I called it, you have such momentum coming off a 3-0 straight into another matchup that losing that in game number 1 is really the only path to victory for Eglin. So that is fantastic first steps from them to do exactly that. With that said then, let's talk about the future of this series. We are 1 map down. Let's jump into map number 2. Here's a look at our best of 5. It is that Hacienda Search and Destroy, and perhaps this is the only reprieve here for Langley Eustace.
Oh, absolutely. They only gave away 2 rounds to Anderson. On the other side, Eglin, to your point, even in their regional playoffs, they still struggled in Search and Destroy. They lost it in around 11, albeit that was protocol. Will end up being the map 5. This has to be a little bit more of a comfort pick. We didn't get to see the map 5 between them and Anderson because of reasons, but it's just another one of those things that was going to be done on Rewind, which would have been their pick. So Hacienda is going to be the choice here, and it's going to be very interesting to be able to see how they are willing to bounce back. Again, they were able to watch Langley Eustace versus Anderson, that map number 2. So just about through as much as they can possibly download and develop through 8 rounds worth of play through a 6-2 win in Langley's favor, Da Vinci Masterclass as it may have been. I think that Eglin should have the download, but executing it is entirely different. They definitely have the momentum on their side with their 1-point win.
Yeah, I think, you look at the strategies or the lack thereof in the previous map and the previous one for Langley. I think Langley are going to have something totally different to play for here as we get into this second map. They're not going to have free access to Secret constantly, right? They're not going to have free access to the bomb site on defense constantly. Things are going to be totally different here. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. I think there's going to be a lot more resistance as we get into the second map. How Langley Eustace, I think, reacts to that is going to be the key thing for me. I don't think you're going to get to win a 2 versus 4, per se, as easily.
As an update, as results are still coming in, I'm going to be giving everybody the conclusion for the seeding all the way at the end, but still so much more Call of Duty left. played, man. This is insane. But Rammstein's got to be sitting there just so happy. Eglin just took a map off of Langley. Because it's going to go down to like map differential, too. That's what's insane. And, like, Group E, given that Langley were here off of their win, we're so ready to walk with their heads held high as the #1 seed. That might not be the case anymore with that map 1 loss. We'll have to see how it all pans out. They're on offense first, or Eglin.
Yeah. Eglin, as you said, taking a map is crazy. Can they take a second one?
It's possible. They can win the entire series, man.
Yeah, they absolutely can now. Eglin, egg on Langley Eustace faces after the map #1 in towards this one, and Eglin already towards A site. It's worth saying nobody from Langley Eustace right now actually staring out of the window, and the reason for that, as you can see, Floki and I believe it was Charms were looking in that direction. They are making sure that nobody looks towards the top side. Stuns out, they know somebody's there now.
So long con play out of DaVinci. He's clearing a lot of space, but it's going to be a 3v4 bomb being planted. First blood on to Shaky, but still, watch out for player #7.
A big one. Oh my god!
It was close.
Almost got perfect shots and almost a clip there on towards Charms. But there's the trade now towards the site. Charms has to get back here. Tripping Burrito and Floki are down for the count, and they're all dead.
Yeah.
You knew exactly where that last player was. Very easy to execute on it.
Yeah, even if DaVinci finds that kill, right? It's great because then the round would have been over so much sooner. But because he doesn't, and he gets Charms to be one-shot, he can't quickly come assist his teammates. And it almost felt like the timing on the opposite side over by U-turn and up by open, that maybe they were all turning around to try to help, because that retake out from top plat just felt a little too easy. Wolf's going to find 2 in that round. Just about a picture-perfect retake to come all the way through there from the opening salvo. They only lost 1 life along the way. Now, just because Charms is just absolutely piecing. He's close to losing his life, though. I will give him that. DaVinci, very nice shots.
Yeah, crazy. Honestly, he gets every single shot there. It's the fact he doesn't get first shot that ends up killing him.
Yeah.
Man, whew, what a wild ride that was. Langley Eustace starting search and destroy very strongly, and they've got a free B-bomb site to work with almost immediately off the rip. Trippin' Burrito just going to hold the office and hoping that he could maybe cook up a nade here. No trophy to stop this one. It tags, but Flak will save. Trippin' Burrito now shots through to try and get the exit frag. It doesn't happen.
They knew that one person was in here. Wallbangs up top would confirm top office, but they still planned it for the correct side. Gonna be clearing a lot of land all the way up through the spiral staircase, but again, DaVinci, he's that player lurking inside garage to watch this cross.
Trippin' Burrito, keeping an eye on it. You have to execute all at the same time here. DaVinci, as you said, is a little bit out of the play, so effectively a 2 versus 4 on the site. Reaper, good for the first. Reaper actually finds a second while Wolf gets his gunfight against Floki, so what was a very favorable position now turns very unfavorable. Trippin' Burrito didn't get involved in that sequence of events, and he will get bullied out of the round as well. W players on the site.
Yeah, just for simplistic terms, if you're looking at this from Eglin's perspective, I don't remember who it was, but there was one player kind of threading with the idea of like clearing through Spiral and clearing through Zig maybe. You got to take that one through reinforcements, especially in that 3v3, wherever the reinforcements are going to be coming from, because you're going into such an unfavorable gunfight over by the Rock Hill inside of P4. What makes it so deadly are the corners, the head glitches, the potential for the water. There could be a player lurking down there and getting a timing all the way over by the boathouse or over by Lambo for sure, but you just got to try to clear any sort of reinforcements first with numbers, but it's unfortunate to say it all kind of fumbled right in front of him. Now Langley Eustace got a 2-0 lead.
No, Tantalize wants to be careful here. Might get challenged from Trippin' Burrito. He is playing with fire right now, trying to play his life. That's information. He's throwing enough shoulders right now. He's garnering a lot. And actually gets away with a kill. Hello? How on earth has Tantalize managed that? Surely not a second. That would be egregious, wouldn't it? Charms now looking for the flow up. That's not going to happen. Now you're in a 2 versus 4, and you've got 0 real estate.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of knowledge of where a whole lot of players could be still located at, though they haven't really budged. And as it comes down to Charms, really have a pop-off moment alongside Floki. Search and Destroy has really been not their wheelhouse. What's the opposite of that, Brody? I don't know. Whatever it is, that's what it is for Eglin. It's not their wheelhouse.
I didn't even know. I'm awful with idioms like that, mate. I got no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
so
you're British. I thought you would have had something cool to say.
Yeah, but I don't really care about being British, you know, so I kind of lose the aura. I lose the effect. Anyway, nade over the top. I don't know if that's going to stop the plant. Yeah, it won't, but it will make him very weak. Down to 35 HP. No immediate follow-up. Loki's going to find the kill. Oh, he hits the regen just in time for that kill against Wolf. Now down to a 2 versus 2. Langley Eustace might be on the other side of a 2 versus 4 now. Late reposition coming through from Da Vinci. They just have to hold their angles. Floki's been tagged up now. You want the help coming through from Charms. It's going to be a reposition to try and salvage this round. Top secret is everything. And you've already brought Langley Eustace down to their knees. Tantalize on the outside. Should be able to get Floki for free, but it's whether or not you expect the reposition. You've got so many different angles to check. And all Charms need to do is check this at 7.5. Does exactly that. And that is the 2 versus 4. Whether you get this or not, what a beautiful play from Floki and Charms.
Yeah, no, really well played. That's how you gotta manipulate the clock. Even when you do have numbers, when you lose them, it doesn't really matter. You had no information whatsoever where the last player was, so you just gotta play the clock. That's exactly why bombs are planted in very particular situations and why we talk about clutch spots. That open area through the upper echelon of the mansion here on Hacienda is such a crucial bomb plant spot to be aware of. And that was so well executed there at the end from Charms, just playing the clock to an absolute T. The first round scored for Eglin.
That was a big, big clutch to get Eglin into this, not just for the round, but also for the momentum in their favor. Now Langley Eustace want to try and come out stronger towards this round. They've done exactly that. That TK is probably not going to help that much. Ultimately, though, you take Charms out, you can probably live with it. You've got the kills. Now Shaky has to stop the plant, but he's not going to be able to do it with where that bomb's going down.
That was a very frustrating decision, of course, coming out from Langley Eustace. Felt like that they should have potentially won the previous round. Just 4-man hit something. Works out wonderfully. Shaky. Not a whole lot of util to make this work. Does find the first, but have to gun the second cleanly enough as he did the first and then snap to the third, which would have been cool. Maybe would have had to submit that to a trailer of some kind or almost a highlight reel, but Reaper will put him down. He's up to 5-1, by the way, Brody. It's Langley Eustace team is absolutely shooting. It's just insane the composure that they must hold for themselves, given the fact that they just barely lost that map one.
Ugh. Langley Eustace, big to bounce back off the round that happened previously in the 2 versus 4. Eglin, see where they go onto this one. They have, generally speaking, favored the initial B hits and then had to transfer to A later on in the round, so wouldn't be surprised if the same thing happens again. If they are doing that, they're going to meet head-to-head with Da Vinci. Can the man provide some art for Eglin to deal with? He's just going to hold the angle for the moment here. And it becomes a game of chicken. Who shall blink first? Trippin' Burrito has blinked. He wants the gunfight. He's shooting towards Tantalize. Tantalize isn't the immediate problem, though. It's Da Vinci towards the site. That stun, I believe, did actually connect. So information here, Da Vinci can just play the under angle.
And they knew that this play was coming quite some time. That stun landed on a Shaky. Nobody challenged anybody, especially Tantalize, through that upper hallways. They know they got these guys trapped over on this B-bomb site.
One way to play this is by getting the bomb down. It's the angle at which Da Vinci can't watch from under. He's looking for the exit frags, and, well, he's not going to get it. Back towards the site they go. Now they're just picking angles. Tantalize very quickly eviscerate Shaky. Down to 2 players, and they're slowly getting peppered up here. Floki going to find 1. 1 versus 2 now. It's not to be. Wolf beams him over the top of the rock, and that's Langley Eustace with a retake.
That first 1v1 for Tantalize is disgusting. The centering, pristine. The pre-fire, even better. That is just filthy stuff. He knew he was taking that gunfight. I don't know if he was aware that he was going to be the tip of the spear through it all. His teammates were already fighting on the boathouse side of P4, and by the time he rips that first player to smithereens, here comes Wolf all the way up to a 5 spree. He also got the defuse, Brody. Who knows what that does for score streaks. He's probably well on his way towards a Hellstorm missile. You're halfway through that. Has an RCXD to play with as well. That was disgusting. That should have been an Eglin round win through and through. It just got ripped away from him.
Yeah, that might be a round we look back to later on, folks. Langley Eustace with a retake. Really starting to feel themselves now in towards this search and destroy. Da Vinci. Util through. Nade over the top, and Shaky gets tagged with it. Again, the flak will save him. Floki going to follow up with another one here, and now Eglin have a lot of presence through the middle of the map, and you got to imagine that Reaper's probably not going to feel confident getting this rock down.
No, definitely not. Tantalize under a lot of fire. He's going to give up the space for now. They've already lost the spree, so this round seems all but a loss. It's just depending on how flawless it's going to be. Reaper does find one. Do not isolate yourself. They're red dot chasing right now, Brody. They're just trying to find the elimination wherever he's located at, but got him separated. For Reaper's sake, to try to clutch this, he does have the bomb. He's just going to have to play a guessing game on where one of these players is located at. Luckily enough for him, they're all isolated. They haven't a single clue where he's located at.
There's just no information here for Reaper. Now he has information. Oh, gets a freebie. 20 seconds, though. It's your imminent problem here, and he's going to go to plant that rock. Floki? Floki? Eyes on bomb? Okay. Oh, my God. Floki, please go to Specsavers.
Oh, man. FOV is sometimes a little bit too tight.
He's got to change that. Surely that's not default FOV.
I have no. Whatever. Round win is round win is round win, Brody. And they stopped the streak. That's what's probably most important. The RCXD very much so still in a conversation for Wolf, so wait to hear when that one comes creeping on in for a round, but diminish this lead now to 2. What's the response going to be here if you are Eglin, right? Because, like, Langley Eustace had just been mowing them over. The retake in the previous defense was sublime. It's going to be a very fast assault over towards A. Langley Eustace are here, but just through the upper decks.
Oh, nade out. No trophy to stop it. Yeah, beautiful nade. That's going to get the players out of secret here. Floki needs to be ready for all the pressure that's going to come through Platt's side. Should have the comp. Those Tantalizes up there. Reaper also going back over towards you. So, Langley Eustace now fighting with you for now for this retake. There's that first. Yep, just didn't check towards tin, and there's no immediate recourse hit. These guys are not playing for top secret. They know that Langley Eustace are the ones that need to chow. It's a beautiful kill from Floki, who continues to have a lot of value in towards this round. 2 versus 3 now for Langley Eustace on this retake. Floki, yet another kill, given the ace. Please, never mind. Triple Burrito's going to take it away, but it doesn't matter who gets the kill as long as Eglin do. Again, I think, honestly, that nade to stop the player from hitting towards top secret, that kind of wins them the round to a certain extent.
Oh, absolutely it does. I mean, the moment that you get that spacing provided, that was the player that was supposed to stop the bomb plan from being there. And that was what the opening ripoff was all supposed to be about. You get the upper hallway control just in case anybody's pushing through open, in case anybody's pushing through over by secret. But, I mean, Charms with a very well-placed frag grenade of all things. Again, most players like to run Semtexes, but the reason why you like those frag grenades is off of those bounces. That kept that one individual trying to chow that busy for quite some time. 2 in a row for Eglin now. Langley Eustace trying to retake top center. Maybe it could be an open execute. You find first blood. Nice nade.
Feels like Langley Eustace might have stabilized here. But they have lost a 4 versus 2 before. So,
that's true.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, proper. Langley Eustace, they're going to get that rock down now. And for me, it's all about where Eglin go after this rock goes down. No top secret control again for Langley Eustace.
Floki's on a 5. Gotta pair ourselves together. Floki's down low. Reaper's timing. It's really good, but Floki's pre-aim is better. But not enough to get away all the way off the rock. So he gets up to 6. Not enough, I don't think, with plants or defuses to be able to get up towards that cruise missile, or Hellstorm, excuse me. So he's still going to have the RCXD to combat it on the opposite side. Tantalize is able to move his way up to 8 and 3. He's absolute beaming. Map number 2. But still, Langley Eustace is able to stop the spree of rounds. I think that's what's most important for them. Eglin are really starting to piece things together. Just really finding good value with their utility more than anything. And me and Colin kind of nerded out over an entire, 2-minute buffer in between a couple of maps. Just talk about the sensitive properties that you do get with that utility. Need to see it in full effect. Here comes Eglin on another offense.
All right. One last hierarchy. You don't have the streaks anymore if you're Floki. You do have your weapon, though. And maybe that's all you need here. Charms on the offensive and gets the trade. Beautiful little slide out into the middle of the map. That's Eglin now with site control.
That's back-to-back offenses that Eglin are just 4-man hitting something. It worked over towards the A site and tried over by B. They're trying to fight their way back in towards the search and destroy, but Reaper evens things up 2v2.
Have to hit this at the same time. Has to be well timed. Eglin have chosen their corners. Watching the cross. Tantalize just holding off for a second. There's a slide out. Immediate child coming out from Reaper. It's beautiful. And now down to the 1 versus 1. Reaper is the one to close it out. Langley Eustace in the 2 versus 3. They get it done. And they outright the series.
Yep, they will do that indeed. 11-5, proving that it's just 1 round discrepancy between Anderson and Eglin. The difference, Eglin beat Anderson, so we'll give them another round. I'm just kidding, of course. Maybe that is what they're saying. But nonetheless, that's exactly what happened right here. 11-7 out of Floki, not good enough. 11-5 from Reaper, even better. Tantalized, double positive. I'm going to be getting nightmares from that opening gunfight that he took to be able to get that round win in that retake. Those shots were absolutely disgusting. Please tell me it's a replay.
You guys are normally on it. We're going to get some replays here for sure. I know you're going to get your wish. I just know it, mate.
He ripped that guy off the head glitch. I just need to relive that moment. It was disgusting. I don't think he got it.
Oh.
I think it was previous that one. No, you're just dude.
There it is.
He didn't get the first or the second bullet, and he still won the gunfight. Like, that's what's disgusting.
Headshot
like,
multiply, mate.
Do go Bert. Langley Eustace throughout a lot of these rounds and throughout a lot of the retakes until Eglin finally understood to just 4-man hit something, because that's what's ultimately going to work, is just brute force your way through, go figure. Is that the retakes were just brute force, just by one player, just being a superstar in those moments, versus Eglin figured it out too late, just used numbers forehead and just overwhelmed that one superstar player.
For sure. All right, well, that's game number 2 done and dusted, mate. I mean, just closing thoughts here before we start talking about game number 3. That was a big map, I think, for Langley Eustace, for sure, right? Especially after what happened in map number 1, I think they were absolutely certain that they were going to come into the series with a lot of momentum and kind of breeze through the hard point. And I think, again, I know that Eglin is a significantly more difficult opponent than Anderson, but still, that kind of had to have taken a hit to their mental. So that search and destroy is a huge bounce back for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be able to confirm not only just Hacienda search and destroy versus Anderson, but I feel like all opponents going forward again, all 12 teams that are at this event will be in that playoff bracket. Whichever ones are going to be facing Langley in the future should be taken note of. Hacienda search and destroy, veto that immediately. Do not face them there. They are disgusting.
Yeah, for sure. Hacienda Search and Destroy feels like a strong map mode combination for the boys of Langley. They tie this series up at 1-1. We have a series on our hands, folks. Next up is going to be that swing game in control, but Q is going to win it. We're going to go to a break and find out afterwards.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the DAF Esports World Championships. We've got Eglin versus Langley Eustace right now, and what's absolutely sluggerfest between these two teams. Honestly, I think coming into this series, we expected Langley Eustace. I mean, both you and I predicted them to 3-0 this matchup. So that map number 1 loss was a real shocker, but now Langley Eustace have bounced back.
Yeah, I mean, through a 90-point advantage, they completely get flipped over in that map number 1. A 4-point differential. The final break comes through in P3, but map number 2 was a little bit more decisive. Just a lot of bruising rounds, immediate sprees just being put up on the board by Langley Eustace, continuing what we got to see from their absolute domination towards the end of the first set of hard points back on that Skyline map number 1. So an absolute bruiser for sure, like you were kind of coining it, Brody, setting up a wonderful segue, but it's about to be a swinging map mode combination here.
For sure. Well, let's show how that looks in the map set right now before we get into the control. Then, as you said, that 90-point advantage got whittled down to, well, nada, as Eglin managed to take that map number 1 away. But we saw the bounce back from JB Langley Eustace on the Hacienda Search and Destroy. You called it at the end of the matchup. It is a map mode combination that you're going to want to ban against this team moving forward as we get into that championship bracket. Next up then is Hacienda Control. And going back to the control, in the last series, Langley were able to take it away convincingly against Anderson, who themselves look like a pretty good control team. So Langley are still, I feel like they're still going to be somewhat confident going into this next game.
Yeah, man, look, Anderson still took Eglin to a round number 5 on Vault Control, and you talk about a map mode combination that has a little bit less structure when it comes down to control. Look no further than Vault. Hacienda, though, is definitely something that is a little bit less nefarious than having that power position to get away over by the B control zone. It comes down to a lot of flip executes, and what I mean by that is being able to realize where you are on the map to be able to execute onto one of the 2 zones. Flipping offensive rounds on Hacienda is not as rare as the other 2 maps that we do have in the pool as far as control mode is concerned, but still, Hacienda to be able to make an offensive an activation still happen for your team is still nice to be able to see. Very opening break-off dependent, but of course, we got to highlight the Slayer's Wolf, of course, in that map number 3 versus Anderson in that 3-0 was just an absolute monster. When he went 29-12, that map number 3 casually, as he also was dropping a performance in that map number 2 just now, Brody. Definitely looking to him to make an impact.
It's always Wolf, right? I mean, again, you know, everyone on the roster is pretty sick. But it's always Wolf. If someone's dropping a 40 bomb, you could just tell, like, look, somebody on Langley Eustace is dropping a 40 bomb. That's all you need to say to him. Like, yep, it's Wolf. I don't even need to, I don't need to guess anybody else. It is just constantly Wolf doing dirty things to the opposition. But as we said, back in map number 1, because he was, what, 42 kills, I think is what he finished that map number 1 with. You know, despite that, they still lost. So just because Wolf goes off doesn't mean that they're going to win the game. And that was the win condition for Langley Eustace back in the Konas Championships was, all right, look, Wolf's doing well every game, but everybody else needs to step it up a little bit. So that is definitely the case here as we get into this control. Off the rip, feels like a pretty substandard approach towards the offensive line. Only one player finding value. That is Charms, who continues to play his life pretty well on towards this B zone, and just staying alive here is going to be good enough to waste some time, but now finally he goes down, and all business as usual here for Langley Eustace on the defense.
It was waiting for the timing over by Well. It never happened, so it meant that he was kind of late to be pushing inside a 10. Should have bumped out a whole lot earlier, but his teammates dealt with the supposed reinforcements, but we're still spawning parallel. Our Eglin trying to get over towards this B control zone. Charms is going to get red down low, but we're stalling out the clock once again.
Defensive B has been pretty solid so far. Ideally, you don't even really want to give away 1 tick. Floki keeps 1 player up top preoccupied. That's going to afford a lot of space for Shaky, who is currently solo capturing the point. First tick through. Second tick about to be on the way. Now you've got Charms coming to help out the squad as well. Langley Eustace, they have to be very careful here. That's 3 down in the feed. Reaper now looking for exit frags because B has gone.
Nobody on transition. Tantalize is playing the long game just to make sure that nobody's going to flake around the back. It's a good play knowing who Charms is as a player. Shaky's going to get scouted out inside a top secret, so that's one less player to be worried about.
Well, I will say the one concern I always have is players transitioning well from an immediate B capture in towards A. Doesn't feel like that's happened just yet. They're on hunt for Trip and Burrito. Good kill up towards Splat, and that's all of the presence around the backline completely gone. As a matter of fact, you yourselves have installed a player towards bottom lobby that's a proper nuisance to these guys. Chow out here from Charms and Floki. Both players gone. Just like that, in an instant, Da Vinci eviscerates them.
Up to 3 in a row, 7 and 4 now for Da Vinci. Just as much as we were talking about Wolf, Reaper also had a really good map number 1 versus Anderson on Vault Hardpoint. Da Vinci was a very good shout, always there, going tit for tat. There was just that many little kills on the map, the way that Wolf and Reaper are playing. Now you're starting to see that moment come alive, up to 4 in a row.
Good kill for Shaky. Life advantage isn't going to mean diddly squat if Eglin get on the point and get some map control here. We've seen it all fall apart in the past. They're starting to get players forward as well. Keep an eye on play number 2. Trip and Burrito moving all the way forward here. Gets that kill on towards Da Vinci. Isn't able to convert for a second, but you take a trade to buy some space for your team. Shaky now finds another one. An opportunity now with 30 seconds on the clock, but you lose both of your players, and now you're searching for a hero again. There goes Trip and Burrito. Floki, the last one left alive. He needs to be an absolute demon.
Needs to try to hop on one of these 2 zones. We're running out of time. 15 seconds now, and Floki already lost his life. Next player up would be Charms, and there's only 10 seconds remain.
That's being watched as well. There's no way he gets behind enemy lines. Yeah, perfect play from Da Vinci, recognizing that open fence's side, well, is open. Chip and Burrito buy some time, some space. Somebody get another point. No, never mind. Top coverage is not there for Eglin. So, honestly, a W defense for Langley Eustace off the back of losing B. I think it's very easy to kind of almost immediately lose control of A, but they held on.
Yeah, no, they sure did, man. And look, when it comes down to it, you really got to be feeling satisfied if you are Eglin just to be able to take these 3 segments. In opening rounds, especially on Hacienda, the way that the verticality does work with frag grenades in the game, you're going to be able to get like a lot of good early damage. And I think that utility usage from Langley Eustace has been showcased, at least through the game and a half that we are through so far, Brody, is very peaked so far. Da Vinci up to 10 and 7, 6 and 3 for Reaper. Eglin with 3 segments to see what their defense has to offer. Langley Eustace, you know, they like their aggressive routes. Got 2 players already through well. Here comes that top secret push.
Chows. Oh, rule foremost transitions for the second gunfight is going to be denied it, though. And now, Langley Eustace really wanted that topside control because their only hope of capturing B is to just try and full send towards the point and hope that your headbutt strategy works out. Flanking play also potentially from 1. Can they find another kill? No, will be denied. Charms has to settle for just 1 kill for the moment, but again, that entire play disrupts the process. It allows Eglin to get towards the point. The player up top in Reaper has been contended with, and Eglin are doing a really good job at the moment of keeping this round alive in their favor. Charms now on 5 in a row.
12 and 6, 5 in a row, slides down the stairs looking for a little bit more, but Wolf will put him down. Of course, it's Wolf to step up, but he hasn't had really that big performance we've been expecting. Now we're just under 40 seconds. Langley Eustace, they trail by a single life. They're slowly trying to work some progress over at B, but 2 players have already bumped forward. They lost one of those 2 players. The setup was a little lackluster, but at least they found a kill along the way. They start on the clock. They're going to be able to lock in this first segment, Brody, but they need to be able to convert this into a 60-second add-on.
Eustace trying to keep this alive. Now moving forward, 3 down once again. Da Vinci did get a kill, but he's the only one in that entire passage of play that does. 25 seconds on the clock. This has not been a good offense from them whatsoever, and their last little ditch effort is to try and get forward towards B, but it's a nice kill. You get rid of the player top secret. Now you can start to move forward. 1 last player on the point. It's all down to Charms, and he gets cut down. That's 4 down. They can jump on the point. Oh.
Got 2 players strong. Wolf now up to 3 in a row. Not bumping too far forward, though. He doesn't want to go too far away. Again, tradable positions. Com's got to be electric. Wolf loses his head, but that's 60 seconds added on towards the board. Lovely call coming through from Eglin. They knew that zone was going to be chalked. They're going to be setting themselves up for exit to make sure that the A also does not get any segments captured.
Extra 60 seconds, and crucially, a 1 life advantage. It's a tentative lead, but they're not a disadvantage like Eglin were when they were on their offense and captured B. Take the trades at the moment. Tantalize a couple of kills through the middle of the map. You're starting to clear some space here on the path towards A. Langley Eustace right now trying to make their way back towards the point. Floki's going to shut down Da Vinci here, but you've got players forward. Reaper gets shut down inside tin, and now Wolf, I think, instead of capturing the point, is trying to clear some space.
I would love to do nothing more. Running out of time, though. 26 seconds remaining, and Tantalize, oh, he's going to take the time to shoot some bodies. Got to win the round first, Sutton. Going to have Wolf on the zone first. He's going to get bumped out, loses one down low, does Shaky 2 for 1 kill feed.
6v4. Eglin have to be perfect. 20 seconds on the clock here. Flanking play from Charms could still blow this thing wide open if he's got the shots. Yes, he does, but switches weapon, gets traded on out. Floki towards the point. Floki for 2. Tripping Burrito for another one. Now you've got numbers all of a sudden. 15 seconds left, and Langley Eustace have no choice but to force send it towards the point. Close Semtex is going to stop Da Vinci from taking the route. He knows he has to go for it off the back of the regen, but Wolf from up top could still do it. The 360? Why are we adding style to our final kill effort? Eglin take that round, and they are so damn fortunate to get it.
Yeah, only the 3 segments worth being captured, right? I don't think that first segment ended up coming through unless I completely mistook myself. But still, what a turn of events. I don't think the 360 was intentional. I just generally don't think you saw that player down there. But regardless, really did feel like that through all the kills and all the transitions that we did have, that should have been an offensive round converted for Langley Eustace. Just so many opportunities where people were just trying to get way too many kills. They were feeling themselves, man. Just hop on the zone, stack the zone. You'd be surprised how fast the round would go if you do get 4 dead and just 3 players just hop on the zone. I promise you.
All right, well, that's an error that Langley Eustace will look back on potentially if they do lose this game as something that might well have befell them. But for the moment here, they've got to deal with the next effort from Eglin. It feels like things are a little bit more split up here off the start of this round. Instead, they've got players sent in towards A. Charms looking to run route already, and they're not really that preoccupied with the player up top in secret. Instead, this entire play feels like it's predicated on what Charms is able to produce. You lose the gunfights around the front, you've got one player behind, and Charms will slide down from the heavens to take you out, and that's the door towards B open.
Gotta be careful with how fast you're sliding around up and around those areas, Charm. There is a shark in a tank up there, and he does not like to be upset. First segment being locked here at B. Looking for secret control down low. Charms gets the info that Da Vinci's trying to play his life. He's going to get traded out. Not thanks to Tantalize. He already found the opener on the triple buttons. Now here comes the flood out of the tin.
Now one more player, Floki on the other side. You have to deal with him, and Trippin' Burrito now comes from afar to help on out Reaper. Now using the Mercury spot to try and hold on. Nope, gets beamed by Floki. He was now on 3 in a row. It feels like history's repeating itself here. The third tick is about to go through. Langley Eustace aren't stopping this. It's all about getting those exit frags. And there they do not this time. Shaky follows up with a double. Langley Eustace is a full sprint towards the point, but you just can't when Shaky's finding the kills. It's not Floki, it's Shaky. Now starting to streak out again.
5 life lead now. 3 spree for both Shaky and Floki. And they got a lot of good space on the map and a lot of time to be working at. Floki also giving you right back to Tantalize. It's a combined 8 spree. Shaky dealt with. A-Zone not so easily captured. Trippin' Buttons trying to keep this progress rolling.
And why wouldn't you? You got to force Langley out of position, right? You got a player behind now. Wolf potentially could stop this one. Has to fly out into the open to do so. Yep, catches Trippin' Burrito on the exit. No immediate trade as well. Wolf gets away. You've got to survive a 90-second onslaught with a 6 life differential. This is a huge, huge ask, but you're starting to get some of those kills. Extra bullets back in the body from Tantalize. Return to sender, and that's all of a sudden 4 down here. Not so favorable for Eglin anymore.
And just absolute love between these two teams. I can only imagine the pleasantries between the two at the end of this best of 5, but we got to finish this control round first. The offense can still be converted. 13 plays up against 9. Eglin on the offense still have the numbers. If they wanted to, Brody, with the time, they could just hop the zone and play the trades.
I mean, that has to be the play, right? Shaky, oh, nice drop shot for the second kill there. Double headshots, and immediately sells out. Oh, big gunfight for Reaper. Now moves forward. Should be able to get the regen here before he gets involved in another engagement. Big gunfight for top secret control. Wolf will win that. And now Langley Eustace starting to move up the map here, despite the fact they're at a 5 versus 9. These little individual crucial plays might be the difference maker. That was a big one from Wolf. Tantalize isn't going to find anything on the fight because the players have already moved forward. Floki finding value, able to double up. Trip and Burrito with another one. It's all just down to Reaper and Wolf.
If there's any player you want alive in the situation, it is Wolf. He's one shot. 13 HP. He still finds a kill. Reaper pinches it on the opposite side for 2v4.
No way.
Sub 25.
Just a smidge away from getting that capture fruit. And they might have just clutched up here. Oh, God. Towards the point they go. Wolf is just going to hide in the corner. Wolf is hiding in the corner, but he does get shut down. Would have been nice to find that kill. And now towards Winery. Reaper forced out towards the point. They know they've just got to get the capture through. That's all they needed. Eglin get it done. 2-1 to them now, and that's the offensive round victory they needed.
Man, Wolf is going to be kicking himself. He's going to go back and rewatch this. Just the slightest bit of trigger discipline, and he would probably find the freest two-piece. He could have then pushed forward and get a lot more space over by open stairs. That's insane how close that timing was, but when you're in a 2v5 like that, any kill I would be in the same situation is a good kill, so... Tough scenes, full 6 segments being captured there for Eglin at the end. That puts them up to 9. And, well, if it wasn't obvious already, Langley Eustace, they have to win this offensive round, Brody. Otherwise, it'll be an Eglin lead. That first seed looking mighty juicy right now.
And Eglin have been such a nuisance to Langley Eustace in this series. They continue to be so, and that's the start they wanted. TK makes things difficult, though, especially as Tantalize will immediately follow up the Semtech. So, opportunities starting to open up here for Langley Eustace, but they lose crucial ones across the board. And their efforts need to be real centered here towards either of these control zones. Again, top secret control, great for Shaky. Towards the point, Da Vinci trying to keep this initial push alive. Will do exactly that. Flanking play. Is it red? Player number 4, Charms, hasn't been shut down just yet. He will finally pop up for the first kill. He's holding off the reinforcement while towards the point. Shaky's trying to hold it, and there we go. Charms straight back towards the point. Will clear things out. It's a flanking play that holds them off.
Everybody's just bottlenecked, though. Look at all of Eglin, all of the arrows just around the same area for so much time. There's so much unknown. Now the body stack on the opposite side's coming through on the other side of top secret, looking for the snap, and the trade is good for Wolf, but not ready there for the secondary gunfight versus Floki. Reaper is, though. That's good kills. That second segment's as good as locked, and they're postured for a third.
It feels like history is going to repeat itself here. Langley Eustace should be good to capture the B zone. It's all about what the transition looks like. Eglin looked like more successful. Wolf now trying to do what Shaky did in that last round. Get control of top office, but kills now coming through. Wolf might have to reposition here. No point holding your nerve. Just get towards A. You know that a lot of the FUD's going to come from Winery side. Perfect read at the very least on towards Charms. Nice kill as well to follow up. Wolf trying to keep the presence alive. Langley uses a push 3 players through, and now Wolf just jumping straight back onto the point. Second kick now potentially through here. It's 3 down in the feed. 1 remaining player. Shaky trying to be a nuisance in the moment here. First kill looking pretty good. The second as well. Shaky, are you kidding me? That single-handedly is given the chance. Shaky looking for the third. He will get turned on, runs out of bullets, but he's given his team a chance.
Just a sliver of a chance. 8 plays 13, 5 life lead, still being maintained. Charms needs to step up, finds the first. He's too weak for a second gunfight. Second segment's gonna be locked. Third segment's well on its way, and that's gonna do it. Force out the round 5. It's gotta go to kills.
Oh, man. I don't even know what to say. Langley Eustace managing to clutch up. It's all about that transition. We talked about it in the previous round for Eglin, where they're able to follow up almost immediately with kills. Langley Eustace into towards this one. They do exactly the same thing. They push forward. They get office control. And albeit they lose a couple of the gunfights, it looks kind of scary for a moment. They shut them down. They prevent what would have been a phenomenal clutch from Eglin. And they're able to force us into a round number 5. Langley Eustace, by the way, on the defense.
Yeah, the last 2 rounds were that dominating. I mean, albeit that they still lost the penultimate round via the kills, or via the segments, excuse me. The round previous to that, they were just absolutely slaying out, so I'm not ultimately surprised, but Eglin, they got to go for the hat trick as far as offenses are concerned. The last 3 rounds here in this Hacienda swing map mode combination beckons for a round 5 offense. That's what Eglin need.
All right, Lakeland feeling confident off the start of this game. They've already got players pushed forward, but they're going to deal with a war on two fronts here. As Langley Eustace approach from both sides of the hardpoint. The initial channel out from Da Vinci is not good. Wolf is good for the trade, though. Tantalize will take Shaky out of the play, and Wolf immediately transitions into a second gunfight. So Langley Eustace now have full control of well. Eglin trying to reapproach this through the middle of the map, but that doesn't work.
Oh, didn't read the full corner. Wolf's playing it tightly. 4 spree now for Wolf. Got a trophy system to keep himself safe, and he can hold that line. He's getting red dots all across the map. Everybody's trapped in and around the inner parts of the spiral staircase. He's looking for a timing down low.
35 seconds on the clock. Eglin, they need to do something right about now. Chal out from Da Vinci, just trying to be a nuisance around you. He's going to be able to hit the regen before getting in towards that fight. And yeah, Trippin' Burrito down for the count now. Eglin's only hopes rest on one player that seems to have got past, and Shaky gets caught out. He finds a kill. Is that good enough? Da Vinci keeping an eye on the exit forwards here. Langley Eustace, they look like they might have it locked. It's one last chance for Eglin to get through, and they seem to be peppered up. Only Charms can find any value whatsoever, and the players, they do hit the regen, so Shaky's going to get across, but 2 seconds on the clock here, and Shaky gets peppered up.
He's got to take the gunfight versus Reaper. He loses it off the respawn block. Everybody else spawning over by driveway, and it was a well-orchestrated opening break to an even better spawn trap, well enacted from Langley Eustace to close it out in 5 rounds. They will take the swing map mode combination in what was a crazy swing of not only the previous round, but just overall in the control. Down, but certainly not out.
Well, there it is again. We talk about it, right? The player that is always going to show up regardless of what happens. Wolf is just shy of the 40 bomb this time around, mate, but he still absolutely outperforms everybody in the lobby with 39 frags to his game. But what a weird sort of game there, right? You know, I think things were pretty substandard, right, at the beginning of the game, where both teams couldn't really get those offensive victories off. But it's when we approach round number 3, I think that's when the tide starts shifting, at least initially, in Eglin's favor.
Yeah, I think what was most impressive out of Eglin is just how they came out and probably felt very confident off of their BXP, right? I mean, in their opening offense, they were able to get those 3 segments over at B, nothing to capture over at A. Funnily enough, it felt like through the offenses that we did get, A was the more difficult of the 2 zones to be captured. B, obviously being looked at, was constantly being assaulted, and normally it's supposed to be the opposite of the 2, but whatever it may be, man. I'm not too sure. Eglin played a really tight game number 3 here, Brody, and just ultimately speaking, it got ripped away from them. There's a lot of good flanks being put together by Da Vinci. People baiting out all forward for Wolf. Wolf being snappy as ever. Whatever heroics that were trying to be showcased out of Eglin Air Force Base just was not good enough to be able to take that map number 3. Now they got to do things the utmost difficult way, and that's being able to not only just take the red card hardpoint, but if it extends to that protocol search and destroy, again, a game mode that they've been struggling with all year long, that's what's up on the docket for them to be able to beat Langley.
Yeah, that's the key thing. Search and Destroy has not been good for Eglin for a very long time. It's been their issue. It was their issue, per se, in the Konus Championships. So I think for Eglin to go to a Game 5 is going to be difficult enough. So yeah, you're absolutely right, mate. In this series, losing that control is a big L for Eglin to take. That being said, let's just, take our first steps before we start talking about that potential game number 5, because Eglin did take the map number 1. Here's a little reminder as to what our series has looks like so far as we start talking about that next map, because again, you go back to map number 1 and Eglin were able to close down, what was it, like an 80 to 90 point deficit, something like that, to clutch the hell up in that final hard point of that map number 1. So there's no real reason, to me at least, proper, why they couldn't do it again here on Red Card.
Ultimately, no. I mean, history is set to at least suggest so, but I would even go on the opposite side that this probably should have been a 3-0 for Langley, and I'm not just saying that for my pick'em sake, trying to get myself a breadstick over here, gentlemen, but, like, it's one of those things that, like, they kind of threw him away. Like, I hate to call it what it is, but, like, a 90-point lead on Skyline, there's no reason why you should ever be losing something like that. On Red Card, you can be swinging a lot of different hardpoints like that. It's very easy for a Red Card hardpoint to get away from you when you do have 90 points up on the docket. But slaying isn't everything when it comes down to it on Red Card. Spawn traps can be enacted. The routes need to be paid off to be able to be playing for those spawns well within 20. You can't get away with the same antics that they did on Skyline, did Langley, to be able to get that 90-point lead. And damn well could be potentially where Eglin might catch them by surprise. That we have seen how methodical they can be in the slower pace. Mostly just sets up a perimeter for Charms to go AWOL.
Yeah, and I think the bigger thing for me as well coming into this one, right, is that Eglin are now warmed up, right? You know, I know that they've lost a couple of maps here, but, you know, you talk about comparatively how long it maybe took them to get into that first map. Obviously, they will be warm, right? They'll have shot bots, you know, what have you. They will have, you know, warmed up to a certain extent, but it's not the same as actually getting into the swing of a series, right? You know, getting some momentum, getting the comms flowing, you know, really starting to feel yourselves in a best of 5. They are now there, right? They are now fully warmed up, even if they've lost the last couple of maps. And so I think maybe this hardpoint will play out differently. Not so much in terms of, hey, like maybe Eglin, you know, are able to take this one. But I think just more to the point that they should come out firing on all cylinders. I don't think they're going to come out as flat as maybe they did back in that Skyline hardpoint. I think, you know, we talk about where they're at right now and some of your star players. I mean, Charms has been on one basically the entirety of the series. So far, the routes that he's been running, constant nuisance. I think, you know, that wasn't necessarily happening early on in that Skyline hardpoint. So to me, they're going to be showing a totally different face here in Red Card, but is that enough is the question.
It's also, you got to be careful with how many rogue routes you're trying to run. Red Card is a very fickle mistress. I'm mostly thinking of like P3, like how far before you need to go before you actually give up the spawns. And if you're not anchoring them on P3, you're going to have a lot of reinforcements to deal with from the enemy team behind what you thought was going to be your backline. So got to be careful and almost got to be tamed when it comes down to a lot of these route makers. So the same can be said for Wolf on the opposite side. We're looking for Charm to step up in a really big way. He went on that massive 13 spree, was one of the main reasons why Eglin were able to make that 90-point swing. Was massive. It's massive stuff. But we got to see through that Hacienda control that there's a taming to this beast. I think lately you're starting to understand that. As long as you could just wait for time, throw out a couple shots, play your life, wait for reinforcements to come around. Who knows? You could probably end up taking down that kill by time, but it's mostly just exhaust time and just take down the other 3. It seems to be working out so far.
All right, man. Well, Red Card Hardpoint will be the next one up in this best of 5. Again, a reminder for kind of big picture here for a second. Langley Eustace were fighting and still technically are fighting for one of the highest seeds in the competition. A reminder that if you are one of the top seeded teams, top 4 to be specific, going into the championship bracket, you get a bye to the second round of play because there's 12 teams. If all 12 teams start in the winners bracket, the logic being the top 4 teams have to get a bye and the rest of the teams will duke it out in the first round of play to play those top 4 teams in winners round 2. So it makes the path a little bit easier to winning the DAF Esports World Championships. You do really want to avoid that first round matchup if you possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, that also sets yourself up to be able to overly prepare. You would feel for those next round matchups, right? You could potentially take the cocky maneuver if you are a top seed, knowing that your first round might just be a certain warm-up. That is typically how things go as far as the Call of Duty scene is concerned, but you never really know, right? I think that's what we've gotten as far as the representation so far. Everybody was kind of sitting there writing off USAFE. We were sitting there talking with Rammstein in their interview earlier with 3 a.m., and everybody was just like, oh, they're USAFE. They're not going to be able to make a mark as far as this is concerned. All 3 regions in their representation, albeit as big as CONUS is and PACAF for their resiliency, are all here to play. And I think every single opponent, even if it is the first seed versus the 12th at the end of the day in that opening matchup of the playoff bracket, you definitely don't want to take anybody too lightly. It's very rare that we get a 3-0. Langley Eustace were the first ones to be able to do so versus Anderson, I'm pretty sure, as far as our week is concerned, Brody, but denied one here. Potential for the reverse, though.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, dude, there is so many ways this can go, honestly. And you know, I'm highly impressed with Eglin in this series as well. You know, to take down a big roster, I would say, and Langley Eustace, at least in map number 1, and then to play them as close as they did in that control. I think, you know, Eglin probably have a lot to prove coming into this best of 5, right? That they look as good as they do. Even if you don't lose this series, I will say as well, like, yeah, all right, look, you're probably still going to have a relatively high seed, probably not top 4, but still, I think you've proved yourself to be a pretty competitive roster. And it's all about momentum, right? Ultimately, if everyone makes it through, the stakes aren't as high. But I think it proves that when maybe the stakes are a little bit higher, when Eglin do have to fight for their tournament lives, when we get down to that championship bracket, when everything matters just a little bit more, that Eglin are a roster that really have a lot of faith in themselves. So I've really enjoyed watching Eglin over this series so far.
Also have a lot of pace, too. I think that's what's mostly been settled so far, and Again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but sometimes you just gotta blitz a little bit better than your adversary. Though you can't make that same argument when it comes down to a red card, hardpoint. Gotta be a little bit more, I guess, choice with your routes that are going to be taken. A lot more ARs out to play in as far as this map 4 is concerned, Brody. Eglin need it to force that map 5.
Yeah, this is AR Central. I can tell you as a sub on this map that there's not a lot of things that you can actually do, right? I basically live in Ticket when I play red card hardpoint, and that's probably what your subs more likely than not are going to do off the start of this game. JB Langley Eustace, though, starting pretty strong on this one. They get the first 15 seconds of time. Eglin, I think, don't want to overextend in towards this hardpoint. They're going to try and take Da Vinci out of the play, and that's exactly what they do, but we know how this works proper. You just got to make sure you stay on those spawns for P2.
Ever so important. Until it's not, right? I've seen so many spawn traps go awry throughout all the challengers and CDL that I've watched all year long, so we'll have to see how it all pans out. Shaky's on a 3. I think he's going to be aware that players actually got the press box spawns, and so they're not going to be fully aware. Not quite yet. Wolf's all the way up top. Going to be aware that a couple players might be beneath him until it's too late, though. Soaking up time still is Eglin.
Yeah, so here's the big issue here. Eglin can now get in control of this hard point, and the most part, JB Langley Eustace should be spawning in the backline. Yeah, that spawn out towards the middle of the map should say exactly that. I was waiting for him to turn around. We obviously don't have the minimap. We can't see those spawns, but you can kind of get a figure where those players were, that the spawns had flipped in favor of Langley Eustace, but you can fight this from the front. Charms trying to play his life. Going to get shut down. Wolf for 2 kills. That should give Langley Eustace the opportunity to get a player in towards those goalposts, but Tantalize, his body gets sent flying. No idea what caused that. And now it's Charms who can get right back through to the time and again hold them from the front.
I ain't never seen that before. That was the coolest thing all year long. They could play of the year. What a weird ragdoll. Anyway, 8 and 6 start out for Wolf. 7 and 3-4 now for 7 and 5 out from Charms. Pretty dead even game through the opening first 2 hills. Nobody getting spawn trapped. Still plenty of time left to fight over, though. And you can see how just dramatic this entire P3 can be. Very, very Michael Bay film-esque. Got to get your trophies down as soon as possible, especially if you are Langley. You could have saved Eglin. May not matter if Loki takes down 2 of his own teammates. Gosh.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and now you can fight from the front of this hardpoint again. Those back spawns are pretty sticky, so you should know where those guys are coming from. Wolf has a couple of different avenues to look at. Has help from the stairwell, but Wolf's going to get that kill regardless. Second one now coming up as well. Again, the players should be in a position that they should be able to deal with this relatively well. Now Wolf for the resistance. Looks to get his 5th in a row. Does get shut down, but again, Tantalize was in that stairwell, so was there as the backstop for the roster. So a couple of team kills, self-nades from Eglin, means that Langley Eustace now have a slight advantage going into the next.
Sure do. Really good position here for Da Vinci over by Globe. He does find that kill on a Shaky. It's going to cause a lot of ruckus that you need to clear this top plat first, and just as soon as you start thinking you can move a little bit further forward, it's 3 for 1 in the kill feed. First wave of gunfight secure for Langley Eustace. Their lead will grow.
And the cross is being watched right now. Da Vinci, the turrets are locked in for Langley Eustace. One more player across the way. Tantalize runs out of bullets, has to hit the reload, so Charms gets the cross. Simprin Burrito getting a blow for those players down, but Wolf is going to pick up where his teammate left off. Nade over the top. I think that might have landed a little bit closer than he wanted. Nice drop shot for Floki. Players out of the key power positions now, but it's too little too late. Eglin, they are going to get the scrap time, but if you're Langley Eustace, that's not the end of the world, as long as you rotate properly, and they haven't done that properly.
No, I think that's what's probably the most alarming thing is we've been asking for is for the rotations to be on point, especially when it comes down to red cards. This is the one hard point, especially in the pool of maps that we do have, that you want to have a route man to get in towards these anchoring of the spawns because it's so quick. Can be the gunfights, especially when Shaky does find 2 that can start getting away from you. Albeit having a bruiser force, it's very difficult to do.
Langley Eustace is now going to be in for back 35. You take a 40-20 split on this hard point until that happens. Back spawn's now locked in for Eglin. They get players towards the point. It's readable, I will say, but Da Vinci needs to survive a little bit longer than that to actually make some use of said readable spawns. So back into the hard point, Eglin go. Floki trying to fight Overwatch for Shaky in towards the hard point, but there isn't coverage of Ticket. So Langley Eustace, they're able to break through, but it feels so temporary right now. Eglin constantly have some kind of response. That Semtex from Wolf will keep Shaky at bay for the moment, but again, a little wraparound through Tickets, good enough for Charms. Eglin take Langley Eustace out of the scrap time, and well, really, Langley Eustace don't get that much of a look at that hard point.
You think that if you would have Reaper step it up just even so slightly, I mean, he's got a minute of objective time, but 3 and 14 is a crazy stat line for what we have a 30-point lead out of Langley Eustace, 19 and 12 out of Wolf. Going back towards the center of the map, Eglin are fighting hard and trying to keep themselves alive in the series, trying to force their way in towards a map number 5 on Protocol Search and Destroy. This opening hardpoint is not suggesting otherwise. It's all Langley Eustace soaking up a good chunk of it.
There's a lot of time you're giving away now. Inside the hardpoint, Floki. Straight towards the point. Gonna get shut down inside ticket. Power position here. Wolf picks up exactly where his teammate left off. And Trip and Burrito now just gonna sit in towards the middle of the map. Good crossfire from Trip and Burrito, who will end up going by way of Semtex to the respawn point. But this is a good 10 seconds for Eglin. Again, Eglin were pretty good at manipulating the spawns last time around, probably.
Yeah, they sure were. Just trying to get into the backside of P2 and trying to convert it into a little bit more time, but they did get broken, mostly from the press box spawns not being watched. It's just that very unique timing in between P1 becoming unactive and P2 starting to flip. Here comes the push attempt over by Globe. Langley Eustace trying to keep their head on the swivel. They have no idea where the reinforcements are.
Yeah, Tantalize just had too much to look at there around top hedges, you know, through the middle of the map. He knew somebody was going to be going in that direction. He knew there was presence around the stage as well for Langley Eustace. So, Eglin... Or for Eglin, excuse me, Langley Eustace don't get control of the hard point. Now Eglin can just watch that top side. Dorito, right, just run straight past somebody. Yeah, he did. Reaper gets that kill. Shaky down as well. So all this down to Floki from afar. And it's all about covering for the exits now because there's 20 seconds left. I don't really think you're going to get much of a chance of taking this time away.
No, it's not. You want to play for exits. You want to try to set yourself up for a very successful P3 because that P2 was as good as you could possibly imagine, but still 40 points is the lead that Langley Eustace have. And here comes the bump out from it. I believe Eglin, actually. I saw them hop over towards the hard point. We can't see it, no mini-map. They're actually spawning all the way out, so every single gunfight going forward was a big one. Floki for the first.
Langley Eustace now going to pick up the first couple of kills here. It's a tentative advantage. You've got to be careful about players towards the point, and that TK is certainly not going to help. Tantalize, fortunately, will follow up the team shot alongside Da Vinci, but he's weak from that engagement. Has the assistance of Wolf, but has multiple sides to fight from this hard point. Tantalize following up with yet another one. Trades galore. Tantalize now on 5 in a row. It's Charms to stop it. Charms for 2. Charms looking for the third, but runs out of bullets. Da Vinci surely softened up enough that his teammates can come through, but it's constantly one battle after another. Reaper the next one to find the double, and Langley Eustace hold.
Couldn't break the spawns. Langley Eustace hold indeed. They got the back spawns all this time being soaked up. They're going to be well closer to 200 points. They will be further away. 50 points is the lead. We've been here before, though. Very different map mode combination, though. We'll have to see if Eglin Air Force Base can fight their way back in towards this. The kill feed suggesting otherwise. Trip and Burrito trying to play for exits. Everybody's already past the globe. His time is great.
Oh, no.
He's throwing it away.
Oh no, Reaper, surely not like this, Reaper. He does get traded out, but does that soften things up enough for Langley Eustace to get a player through? Wolf is that guy, and he has taken a bite out of Shaky. Finally cut down after 5 in a row. 3 in the feed for Eglin. Peace here on the battlefront as Eglin do manage to get control. Langley Eustace, this is a huge chunk of time if they don't manage to grab it, so they're still going to send reinforcements off the spawn to stop this. But I wonder how much more you actually invest into it. They're going to try one more time. One player through the point. It's Da Vinci. He gets shut down. Wolf might find 2, but his objective might have changed here. Is there any point in full sending for 10 seconds? Well, Langley Eustace seems certainly to think so. Wolf takes his teammate down. All of that for a rather large puddle of blood.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the difference in between them getting over 200 or not, I guess, but they felt like it was pretty important. We'll have to see if it's worth it for a 43-point lead. Doesn't look too bad for me, but we rotate over towards the grandstands. It will be Langley Eustace here first. Vinci trying to go for the highlight reel moment. We'll lose that gunfight. 2 for 1 feed. Eglin are here.
This is where Eglin got a lot of time last time. I think more accurately, they took time away from Langley Eustace no matter how many breaks they made. Da Vinci, though, on the flank might well have just broken this wide open. He's trying to play his life. Can't do it. So Wolf now the next one to try and disrupt the process. Is anybody going to stop him? They don't know that Wolf's here. He can only find one again despite the killing sprees. He can't cap them off with control. The rest of the teammates have to do that, and that double from Reaper, that might give them the 20 seconds of time, but it's not over. The players coming off the spawn being continual nuisances. Reaper needs to keep his head down. Wolf is there for the follow-up. And despite all those gunfights, you still don't get any control.
No, none whatsoever. Still a 40-point deficit between these two teams. Da Vinci for 2 there on the exit. We're going back towards the center of the map. We go to new. A minute 30 on the game clock so far. Eglin in towards the time first. 30 points is the difference. They're looking good to soak up the back 30, or the opening 30, excuse me. Da Vinci still finds that kill. Da Vinci stays alive. He's pushing all the way back to the press box. 4 dead. Hold on a second. Langley Eustace can still win it here.
They still can. They're in towards the time. Trippin' Burrito recognizes there might have been an opening, turns away at the wrong time, though. Straight towards the point he goes. I think maybe a teammate might have dealt with a player inside ticket, or maybe not. Tantalize comes out to take the kill on towards 1, and now they know where they're spawning proper. This is dangerous.
It sure is. 20 seconds still left to fight over. Eglin know that they have to keep them all trapped. They know that they need to hold over towards the stage and to keep them all trapped and play for the exits, but they're all spawning so far out. These are great kills to find for Floki. Ticking control could be big, but you can't overextend.
Big 5 seconds to grab. Looking towards new. Eglin are the first team to touch once again. Langley Eustace will not grab that time, by the way, so that's 19 seconds away from victory. Eglin can't finish things here, no matter what happens. Trophy systems down. Eglin hunkered down towards this time. Shaky watching the cross, but will get shut down. Now they're starting to get chowed from elbow side. Here comes the initial hit. Reaper gonna get cut down here. Trippin' Burrito actually doesn't get that gunfight. I thought he would be weak enough, and well, now you've got players towards the point. Langley Eustace have broken through.
Floki's just gonna have to climb all the way up top. 241 and counting up. Langley Eustace, they smell blood in the water.
Oh no. This could be it. Wolf finds 3 in the feed, and that should be it, folks. Langley Eustace, no more players getting towards the time. They break through the front, and Eglin nowhere to be seen. It's another hardpoint victory, this time, though, for Langley Eustace.
Yeah, not letting this one get away from them. It wasn't as egregious as a 90-point lead, but it was so close to it. Very good closing of map number 4 and the series out of Langley. Charms was fighting his heart off to see if he can try to will his team back in towards a map victory, but no 13th spree this time around. It is Langley undeniably going to be the #1 seed from this group. 44 and 25 from Wolf is just devastating stuff.
Dude, he's just always doing it. He's always doing it, bro. The Wolf is never satiated. He is always hungry for kills, and he's always putting up numbers in every single game. God, at what point can he stop? Well, he's constantly facing good teams as well, so the fact he's doing it now, God, I can't imagine what he's going to do if he faces a weaker team than Eglin. Anyway, Langley Eustace did not start this series in great fashion, did they, proper? We talked about it. Going on that third and final set, they had an advantage, and they fumbled it. But from there on out, it looked, for the most part, like it was all Langley Eustace.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, I would probably argue that they probably won this series 4-0. They quite literally scammed. I mean, shout-outs to Eglin for capitalizing on the advantage that Langley just gracefully gave them in that map #1, but Langley Eustace through and through were definitely the better team as far as this best of 5 is concerned. Better team on the day, and ultimately just through the group. A target on their back, maybe, but their hardpoint and overall slaying capabilities, Wolf's consistency needs to be studied in the lab.
Yeah, for sure. Here is that control, by the way, and that's another moment, I think, in this series where maybe Eglin will look at this one and be like, all right, cool. Maybe we should have won that map, and maybe this should have gone to a game #5, and we talked about how the search and destroy probably wouldn't have been their bread and butter, but, like, you know, they win the control, then they don't really need to, right? They just need to win the hard point and stop it. But ultimately, that's a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas, and Eglin did not win that control. Massive clutch up for Langley Eustace in that final round. And, of course, we got to the red card hard point, and the game just started to run away from them. Phenomenal effort, ultimately, from their opposition, but Langley Eustace, they come out on top. Look, we want to know what the hell happened in the series, so I guess the best people to speak to are some players from that matchup. Let's go to an interview. This time we're going to be switching up our interview. We're going to go with Da Vinci from Langley Eustace. I want to see what the artist himself has to say about a phenomenal series. First and foremost, mate, congratulations on the victory. Another one back-to-back. You've been a real star for us to watch over the last couple of matchups. I do want to start this interview on a bit of a downer note, right? We want to talk about the start of that series for you guys. Talk to me a little bit about kind of what went wrong in the Skyline hardpoint, because you guys had a massive advantage and you kind of let the game slip a little bit.
Yeah, so we were doing perfect into that little slip up on the P4. We were counting kills all the time, and then one got through, Charms, he broke our P4, and, you know, it just threw us off our game after that. We had to slow down, we were playing too fast, but, you know, in the end, we came back. We won 3-1.
I like that comm from Charms especially, because that guy was an absolute nuisance. Just watching him run across the map, just exerting that 13 spree was nasty work. But I mean, the argument could be made. You guys probably won this series 4-0 if you guys do recognize you do slow up that pace. And I think that was recognized through the Hacienda Search and Destroy. It was a continuation in that control as well. I don't know. I think you guys were probably just as surprised that you probably got that round 5 defense. But my biggest question for you, Da Vinci, throughout the entirety of this tournament so far, what's it like playing with Wolf? He talked about the communication being on point for him, but that dude's just dropping numbers. I mean, you guys are setting him up for success. The teamwork has to be absolutely on point.
Yeah, it is. I love playing with Wolf. He's my favorite person I met in AFG. He's just a humble, great guy, you know, and he's a confident boost too, just knowing you have somebody like Wolf on your team.
Yeah, dude, Wolf looks insane. And obviously, give credit to yourself as well, dude. You've been playing phenomenally throughout every single series that I've watched you as well. You know, let's talk a little bit about the future then. Obviously, you know, you guys have just won back-to-back matchups. You now have a very high seed. I'm pretty sure, I don't want to go ahead and say this officially, but I'm pretty sure you guys are probably going to get one of the buys into the second round of the championship bracket. Looking towards that championship bracket then, who is the first team you guys want to play in your roundup matchup?
If we come in and it's early, you know, start of the day, I would love to play Cannon. You know, shout out Artie, my boy. He helped me a lot with where I am today. He was actually one of the biggest persons to help me in the Air Force, like get as good as I am now. But yeah, I want our rematch.
I would love to see that rematch as well, mate. That was a phenomenal Konus Championships Grand Final. So to see that again, that would be a treat, not just for you guys, but also for us as well. With that said then, before we let you go, again, congratulations on the dub. Anybody you want to give a shout out to, either back home or back at base?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my dog sitter. She's cool. She's watching my dog. I want to give a shout out to my team. Shout out to Artie. Shout out moms, of course, Mama Dukes. Number one woman in my life. And everybody that's here, to be honest. Shout out everybody that made it out.
All right, man. Really appreciate you. Go enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Congratulations again on the dub.
Appreciate it. You guys too.
Alrighty, well, that was Da Vinci himself talking about the game and, of course, playing alongside Wolf, the man, the myth, the legend. Just brilliant to see him in that post-match interview. Any thoughts there, Proper? I mean, they're feeling pretty confident right now. They can beat Cannon in that rematch.
It's just interesting, like, how chill he is. Like, and the same thing was said for Wolf when you and Colin were interviewing him as well, Brody, because it's like, to walk away with such an intense match like that, like, you and I have been competing and watching video games for a long time. Like, I'd be amped, like, jumping out of my shoes, but, like, he's just chill. It's a long day of Call of Duty. He's like, yeah, man, it's a vibe. Like, we're probably going to get a bye coming in towards the playoff bracket. It is what it is. Yeah, give us the number 1 team. We'll probably smack the living heck out of them if it's early in the day. I like this coming out from this Langley team, man. You can definitely tell that the practice, the communication, everything in preparation towards this tournament is absolutely firing off. They are poised to make a very deep run.
Yeah, they are. Well, that is Langley Eustace locked in with one of the highest seeds in the tournament. Unsurprising considering they're the runners-up of the Konus Championships this year. We have one more matchup to go, folks. Don't go far, because on the other side of this break, it's going to be Hickam versus Buckley. Absolute sluggerfest of a matchup. Don't miss it.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DAF Esports World Championships. My name is Seymour, jumping back in with Proper as we're getting into the last match of the day for our Day 2 action. And Proper, this is the end of our group stages, as well as we're going to be able to figure out what the seeding is going into tomorrow will look like. And it's been quite an adventurous journey. I mean, you guys just had a fantastic game. I couldn't believe Eglin was showing that much grit.
Yeah, I mean, Eglin definitely coming out to play. I think that could be said for all 12 teams that we do have in representation as far as this World Championship is concerned, right? I mean, you go back throughout all the solidification as far as groups are concerned. I think the only one that is solidified thus far would end up being like Langley. They're getting the 2nd seed, Cannon being the 1st seed, but we still have so much more to decide. And that's mostly going to be coming down to who could potentially get the 2nd seed with our premier matchup coming up.
Yeah, who can get the 2nd seed within their respective groups. And like you've kind of hinted towards, we are going to be looking into one of the bigger matchups of Group C to determine that outcome, as we can look into what is now Buckley taking on Hickam to close out this group. A big one in terms of seeding, and for Buckley, it is just kind of easing through what we talked about last time to see what level of Buckley we can get going into the bracket stages tomorrow. For Hickam, they got to look for their first win of the entire tournament as they're sitting 0-2 down in Group C. So while we're kind of hinting towards these teams, let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into our first one so that we can break things down on what to expect. And we're looking at Hickam Air Force Base for the first time here on our stream. At least I'm going to be looking at them for the first time, and I love this team. This team's got some love behind them from the side of PACAF when we got to see them. Fearless, the GOAT, Skirk, Miles, and Breadwinner. It's a hardy team that has something to prove now within Group C.
Yeah, again, this is the 2nd team from those PACAF finals. They ended up beating Mississauga in the winners finals 3-1, then losing in grand finals 1-4. What ended up happening then, we're not too sure, but that's a lot of time in between now and then. But as you were already pointing out, they've already played up against Series versus Cannon, which they lost 0-3, and then Offutt, which they lost in a map number 5. So a win here versus Buckley would be really setting the statement that they are most certainly here to play. They're adapting as the day goes along, but still plenty more to prove. They're not out of the tournament, not by a stretch of the imagination. We have no idea what their ceiling truly looks like. The jerseys are fire, though. I will say that much.
I was going to say, I was thinking, and you know what? I don't think they have actually missed on any jersey from either region. I think I'm loving the red tone coming out from the PACAF jerseys. I'm loving the green from the USAFE jersey that Rammstein is going to be wearing. And, you know, to be honest, it's the only green jersey that's going to be
so
worn,
noticeable, yeah.
Throughout this entire tournament. I love it. I think they cooked with the jerseys, and I'm hoping that Hickam can cook in this matchup as well. But to introduce their opponent for this matchup, a team that we've seen plenty of throughout this stream, Buckley Space Force Base, taking their stage for the 3rd time inside of this tournament. The groups that can never get over Dante holding on to that golf club as he's ready to hit the links after this tournament is done. But this Buckley team, they showed up into this tournament. They weren't supposed to be here. You bring Revenge in, and you know, from what we've seen, they just keep getting better and better. And when we talked to Revenge in that interview, he was pretty adamant that he does not want to he does not want to lose any more respawns.
Yeah, no, definitely doesn't want to lose any more respawns. Can we get confirmation whether or not it's Dante's own like 7-iron, or is that just like a prop you guys have like at the arena? I need confirmation of this. I need explanations. But nonetheless, yeah, I think that this team that, to your point, wasn't supposed to be here. Revenge coming in towards the mix was an absolute unit in that time that we had him on Series versus Offutt. Earlier today, he ended up dropping that 1.35 overall KD, and it was very impressive for us. He kind of had a little bit of a generational fall off as far as the control is concerned, but on Hardpoint, that guy was an absolute freak. So you're really watching out for Revenge to make continuous impact for this team. But I would even put it that much further as far as Buckley is concerned. If it's not going to be Revenge, we also got to be watching out for Hale. Those two in tandem, if one of them is not hard popping off, the other one is more than likely to be able to pick up the slack.
As long as Dante's stepping up in the hard points, that is something that I think
that's fair.
Really looks towards. I think you're totally right, though, in pointing out Revenge and Hale. It's been the two that we've been kind of singing praise for all week long. And for Hickam, I'm looking towards the kind of standard in Fearless the GOAT. He's a guy who I love seeing play constantly whenever he takes the stage. So let's see if they can get it done, and let's take a look at where they're going to have to get it done inside of our map set for this best of 5. One thing for certain is that these two teams have been doing their homework on each other when you are looking back to it. We will get a repeat from the Vault Hardpoint. That's going to be the map 4 that we'll be seeing for Buckley, where we got to see them play it earlier on today. We're going to be starting, though, with the Skyline Hardpoint, a double dose of Hacienda, a Vault Hardpoint map 4, and a Protocol Search and Destroy for the map 5. And everything from what we've seen so far for Buckley proper, I don't know how you feel about this. You are trying to avoid that map 5.
Yeah, I mean, you get rid of the Hacienda if you are Hickam, so that leaves the Skyline open. Don't want to be facing Buckley on that Hacienda. Don't really want to be playing it yourself, so I don't really hate it. But, you know, the Vault Hardpoint so very much so into a conversation. That was something that we knew that Buckley were very, very good on earlier. We got to see that in that map number 1 versus Offutt, but I guess it's more of a consistency factor. Yeah, you don't want to go towards that map number 5. History may be doomed to repeat itself. We kind of were phrasing that up earlier versus Offutt, and it came to fruition. 2-6 was that map number 2 as a map number 5 looming in the distance. You're hoping to get this done in 3, if not 4, if you're a fan of Buckley.
Kind of worried right now because you get rid of the Hossie hardpoint, but you have a Skyline hardpoint, and everything that we've kind of been seeing from this Buckley team proper kind of points towards this Buckley team will be good on a Skyline hardpoint from the pace that they've been setting throughout every single respawn that they do play. But that is for what we are going to expect inside of that map set. Let's look at our predictions for the series. We're both on the same page, just a little bit off, I'd say. 3-1 for Buckley is what I'm thinking. 3-0 for Buckley is what you're thinking. I'm giving Hickam a little bit extra. I think they're going to fight back a little bit, but tell me, why do you think it's going to be a 3-0?
Well, if the Protocol Search and Destroy was the map number 2, I would definitely say it was going to be a 3-1, but I think just the pace that we're going to end up seeing is going to be generational for Buckley. You go back towards their matchup versus Offutt. The only map that they ended up losing was the Protocol Search and Destroy. Otherwise, everything else was pretty dominant, minus the Hacienda hardpoint, which they wanked up out of this entire situation. So not even a consideration. Thanks to Hickam, they got rid of it, albeit a very disaster class out of Dante. It's not in this map mode, or this best of 5, excuse me. So Skyline is going to be the first start of the playground for what I assume is going to be a 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's valid to say the least. Every single point that you are making for that 3-0, I got Hickam just kind of bring it out a little bit more. I think that they can. And you know what? I kind of want something like that. Going into the playoff stage, I never like to see a team go 0-3. I think that Hickam, they need some light right now to lift their spirits going into what is going to be a grueling double elimination bracket, no matter who you are, going into day number 3. So getting ready for this map 1, Skyline Hardpoint. Andy, we have not really seen it too much. At least I haven't seen it too much throughout this tournament so far. What do you think we should be expecting on this map for those who aren't familiar with this map?
Whatever numbers Revenge and Hail are, you're going to be watching out for those numbers through the X-rays. Of course, we don't have the mini-map available in this current build for Codcaster, but still, I digress. Those guys are going to be playmakers. You're going to be watching them continuously. And what the response is going to be from Hickam. Again, this is their first time on broadcast, Colin, so we don't really know what they're able to do versus all the pressure. But the one thing we know for certainty when it comes down to this Group C, right, is that the Cannon versus Buckley matchup might as well have been what pace can be looked like for the entirety of this tournament to the powerhouse that is Group C. Cannon were that much faster than Buckley. Buckley were that much faster than Offutt. If Hickam were unable to take respawns off of Offutt, I'm not too hopeful for the Skyline hardpoint, but they got to find a way to stop them from just sprinting dead in their tracks. You know how they got to do it, Colin? Talk about that utility. We got to see it.
Oh, utility, it's everything.
I'm ready to sing. I got to talk about it, man. We got to talk about it every single series, man. Utility got to be on point.
I think that's the one thing that everybody can be like, how do I get better at Call of Duty? Just use your utility. Just try to use your utility a little bit better. We see so many players make some big plays off of some well-placed stuns, semtex, frags, you name it. It is part of the game for a reason, and it is a part of the pro skill set for a reason as well. But as we're waiting to get into this Skyline hardpoint, we do have an update for one of the matches off stream. That's Peterson 3-0 over Nellis. I will say that Group A, it's a mess. It is a complete mess. You got one team beating another team. Peterson 3-0 now. Nellis, they're dropped down to a 2-1. It's just all over the place. So many game 5s, so many chances for upsets, but it's probably the group of death for a reason, and it's been very entertaining to see.
Yeah, Peterson, the only thing that makes sense in that entire group, that's for sure. They only lost a handful of maps along the way. I believe only losing 3, sorry, excuse me, the map, of course, map 5 that we got for them. So clear cut favorites coming away from that group, but not enough to best the match differential, or the map differential, excuse me, over Langley, Eustace, nor Cannon. So that should put them at the number 3 seed, but still fighting very, very hard throughout the entirety of that. Misawa started off a lot of question marks. We thought they were going to get better with Peterson in that opening series. Peterson, the clear-cut favorites. I think a lot of people were leaning that way once they beat Misawa in that day one.
I think Misawa, we expected a lot more than what we got from them.
That's
being the PACAF champions. As soon as they made it through, beat Hickam, and took that podium, we had a lot of expectations for them coming into this tournament, but I think Peterson, Nellis, both surprising us in that factor. Kadena, a valiant effort. I got bamboozled by production earlier. I thought Kadena had won a map, but I was fed incorrect information proper, and yeah, everything's shaping up well and dandy over there. Still waiting to hear what is going on for some of the remaining matches over in Group B as we are finishing up Group C here on the stream. Our last match on the stream. We will be updating you along the way with what is happening between Rammstein versus Eglin. Both of those teams still looking to play.
Yeah. Still a lot more left to be discovered as far as the second seed is concerned. Again, Rammstein going to be taking out some frustrations, I can imagine, from that map 5 when we heard from 3AM earlier how I really wanted that one run back versus Langley. Eustace felt like they could have been able to convert that map 5 into a win, but then hoping that Eglin was going to be able to get the job done for them so that way then maybe they could get the first seed. But still, second seed doesn't sound too bad. That, of course, will be happening later on down the road. As Colin said, we'll give you the updates for that.
Yes, we will. So for the Skyline, just an update. We're dealing with a technical issue, trying to get some of these players ready to go. I did get a little bit of a tip that it seems like they are all ready to go. So our stalling is done, Andy. We're free. We get to watch a Skyline Hardpoint.
It's well and truly underway. Favorite side of the map, I believe, there for the moment would be Hickam, but honestly just got ran over. Oh, no, it was Buckley. They started off on the favorite side of the map. Hickam is doing the running over at this moment in time.
It's a good start for Hickam. 12 points uncontested. A couple kills traded back and forth, and finally a comfortable chance for Buckley to start collecting some time of their own. So here we go. Revenge hopped in. Spawns are flipped for the rotations towards new, and I like this call from Hickam. Looking to be a little proactive on the P2 rotation. Seaskirk could get in behind. The chase is on, and he turns it into a double kill. So now Seaskirk looking to pull some of those spawns away. Unfortunately, he goes down, and it is not successful.
No, it is not. Still, Buckley holding on to the favorite side of the map. That is successful. Albeit they didn't have the greatest opening break in the world. Their setup needs to be a good one. They already got players lurking all the way through Piano. Got Fearless the GOAT currently trying to join his teammate down there in Gymnasium, but the initial time's here for Buckley.
Buckley did say on stream they're not going to drop another respawn across the remainder of this tournament. Well, here is where they can put their money where their mouth is in the setup. They get broken, and Hickam's going to be able to flip this lead back in their favor, at least for the short while. Still inside. Seaskirk in the back line. A little bit of pressure. Nice snap, but it's Hale to beat him to break the camera, and looking to put some pressure on the players inside this hard point. Fearless the GOAT has to back up, looking to play his life. Man, Dante for a second I thought was going to get that kill, but he has to reload, and it allows Hickam back in.
Yeah, had to reload literally everything there. You saw no ammo left in the aims. Had to reload there after we saw them running out of bullets in the Jackal. So tough scenes, but still Buckley got a decent amount of time off the P2. That is the side of the map that they started on, so you would expect nothing less. Over towards Kitchen we go. And while Buckley may be the first one here, Hale needs to find a big 2. It's revenge for the trade. Needs to find a handful of more. He's the player that's pushed up furthest here, Colin. He's not here alone anymore.
Buckley looking to bring things back. First one's in. Kills looking good. And the couple remainder behind the table. You don't expect it. It's Revenge just hiding, playing coy. 3 go down yet again. Buckley starting to find some form here on the skyline, and you gotta be worried if you're a Hickam fan, seeing just how much the slaying is skewing back in their favor. But Fearless up the respawn. Breadwinner looking to back him up, get back into this, and see if he can get some of the scrap time.
Be nice. Buckley were able to flip the lead here off of the heroics thanks to Hale. 10 and 8. Revenge trying to find a double piece, but still Miles will find the trade regardless. Scrap time secured. Just about a dead even game as we're going all the way back towards P4, and Breadwinner, Fearless to go. They spawned in here. They do well to find those 2 kills. It's split spawns at this moment of time. Revenge needs to time it perfectly, or doesn't, I guess. Yeah, just force your way all the way through. That'll work.
4 down, and you're in. Lead going to go back to Buckley. This has been a pendulum back and forth. Very narrow margins between both of these two teams, but Buckley looking good to get a good chunk of this P4. Spawns should be back in to support this, but it's Hale to go down again. A couple kills there for Dante. It's going to at least stop this push for now. Seaskirt, the last one alive. Dante's going to turn around. 5 in a row is found, and Buckley's still soaking up this hill.
Up. Off of that big break that came through from the front, Revenge has been kicking his feet up. Dante's up to 5 in a row. He will be put to rest. 24 and 14 between him and Sour Patch Kid. Here comes the break attempt out from Seaskirt, just trying to fight for the back 10 seconds at the end of the first set. And if you had told me this was going to be the scoreline at the end of what was a crazy P2 break, thanks to Hickam, Buckley have certainly turned this first set around.
So going into the third set of rotations, up 50 points. Hickam, we're going to have to find some of that early magic that we had at the start of this skyline. You can see some players slowing down. Seaskirk in particular, he was a good part of that P2 break, and I haven't really seen too much towards the last end of that hill. And we go into the new set. Hickam going to put together 3 kills. Fearless going to hop onto that time. Revenge jumping from the top roof. Going to get back in for the moment for Buckley, but it is still a back and forth affair.
That sure is. Down low gunfight. Toughed him out of the which way you spin it. Need Hickam to have a step-up moment from one of these 2 players, or one of these 4 players, excuse me. As Buckley are really starting to run away with it. 20 seconds left here on P1. Buckley still holding on to the favorite side of the map. We saw what that meant for them in the opening set of Hardpoints. 3 off the feed there towards the tail end of P1. And, well, with Hickam getting the majority of time here at 1, it keeps things within 20.
I don't think I've ever seen a team get so much time on P1, yet struggle in P2 and P4 to get some
P1
time
Reapers,
going.
man.
But yeah, you know what? And whatever works for you, works for you. Now, Hickam, half the setup towards P2. Another set of kills as 2 go down for Buckley. Make it a clean 3 so far as Breadwinner starting to slay out in 5 in a row. Hale on a solo mission to see if he can switch up some of the attention. Will Revenge is pinching from the front line to go down. Hale finds all 3. And that should be good enough for the break, if not for Seaskirk to get his 5 and break back for Hickam to keep this one back and forth.
Well, it's just everybody's having ourselves a wacky university evening. We're streaking, fellas. Everybody, all 8 players in the server going absolutely crazy. Hickam now have flipped the lead. It's 133 to 22, and still 10 seconds left to soak as far as P2 was concerned. Buckley starting to throw question marks up into the air. The lead has completely fallen by the wayside, but they still hold the rotation over towards 2. This is where they started to build the lead in the first set count.
And what's the difference, Andy, when we did see it earlier on today? It was the Revenge feature that you get in terms of that slaying. 11 and 15, he is nearly silent as the rest of the team that's slaying out around him to find that success to keep it close. But you have to think that if Revenge can get that pace that we know him to bring, this one can skew back towards Buckley. It's just Hickam are doing so well at keeping him on the leash. Breadwinner on the screen. Good shots to break this hill. Can you find anything more alongside Miles to get the break for the rest of them? Revenge goes down. Breadwinner's in. How long can you stay?
Trying to make superstar plays. Moments happen here. Breadwinner, good centering. Not good enough. Didn't have an HP advantage. Hale's going to take that kill. Almost lost his life. 6-3 now for Hale. He's going to have the entire army of Hickam just sliding out right in front of him. The entire Air Force base. Just take that chow. We'll end up getting that kill. 20-point lead and growing for Hickam. We're going back over towards Bath. This time, Buckley will be the first one here. They're fighting for exits the hard way. Of course you are. Why not? Your name's Revenge. He also gets the audio cue up top with the pistol. 3 in the feed. We're grooving.
No communication over towards Seaskirt.
Oh my God.
Breadwinner finally going to put him away, but good trades from Hale as that space is getting pushed. Miles going to slip in. How does he get that kill? Hale's going to trade it, so Damage not really done too much, but it is an opening still for Hickam to put some pressure, and the spawns in the back for Miles. Chance for the break in. You just have to find a few more kills, but everything lines up for Buckley, and it is a wave down for Hickam. Back into it. Buckley should flip this lead.
Should be able to do so indeed, and they should be conceded to soak up the back 20 seconds unless Hickam really want to fight for this side of the map, which I would suggest not to do otherwise. Buckley and their P2 shenanigans have been able to maintain what has been somewhere south of a 40-point lead the entirety of this game. Yeah, Hickam fought back and valiantly as far as that P3 is concerned, but it's still not enough. 197 to 170 is going to be the scoreline. Back to P1 we go.
Back in for the third set. Can Hickam work their magic again? 2 kills down. Fearless gonna hop into time. Shots out from everywhere around it as Buckley are surrounding. Sharks in the water looking to pounce on this hill time, but even still, Hickam slowly and surely chipping away at this lead. Dante's gonna have a chance to jump on in. 6 in a row. He's got the Hellstorm. And Buckley have a chance to put this one away with all the tools going their way.
Got a couple members that got themselves close towards a Hellstorm missile, but at least one still has one in their back pocket. Now 30-plus point is going to be the lead up towards 40. They'll put themselves well within striking distance to close it out. Hickam finally have the better side of the spawns for P2.
Smart.
But it's a little bit too late. Yeah, fight for the back 20 seconds. Keep them spawning all the way out, but there's a player who's already through kitchen. Fearless is going to take this chow. He's got to win it. He was not here alone. Big 2 in the feed for Hickam.
You have to win this rotation. You do good damage over towards P1. You stall things out, but look at the spawns. Everybody from Buckley gonna have a chance to spawn in towards the back. This could be disastrous for Hickam as everybody's got to turn around, get the setup going, and you can see the kills are showing up for Hickam. They're doing their best to keep this one going.
Trying their damnest, trying to read where all the spawns are coming from. Breadwinner, a tough angle. He's going to be late to read the player up towards the stairs, but it's there for the trade. Gets it cleanly enough. Dante off the trade. 2 for 1 goes to feed. In the break comes through up top.
3 go down again. Hickam now back off the respawns, back in the less preferred side, back into the line of sights of Hale with an aims in his hand, looking for 36. Breadwinner leaping across his screen and going up the zip we go. Back into P2 for the last 23 seconds. This would be good time for Hickam to grab to tie things up going to P3.
Buckley can't win it here anymore. That was apparent about 5 seconds ago. If you're close to the hard point, fight for the scrap and just get the heck out of dodge. Play for new, but they overextended. Hickam responding to the backside of P4. Revenge playing his life. He loses the gunfight. 3 dead now in the feed. Hickam get the scrap. They should have numbers going over towards the kitchen side. Breadwinner a little bit late. He's going to get the information. Everybody's still spawning in on that side of the map.
You get initial, but you lost a couple seconds from Buckley. Back on that scrap time. 15 seconds is all Buckley needs. And you can see so many players are now taking routes.
Oh,
Fearless.
my gosh.
AC going to be ready for the flank that's coming. It would be a big shutdown for Buckley. They're trying to pull these spawns, and it's not going to happen. Fearless with the win. Breadwinner watching over him.
Hey, pick a corner. You just gotta pick a corner, play for the trades. Breadwinner's currently up, and it's now going to be a combined 10 spree. Hail for the first.
Hellstorm's not going to be available for this hill. Everything's indoors, and all the kills are going the way of Hickam. Miles, though, nice snap, back and forth trades. A pinstripe kill feed in only 8 seconds is all you need as everybody's racing in to get the contest. Revenge now for the comeback. 14 seconds.
They can still win it here. They can still win it here. Revenge finds a second. He needs to press forward. Breadwinner needs to take the challenge. It's Revenge there to find all 3. Everybody from Hickam spawning way too far out. The jacuzzi cross is being held. When you need him most, Revenge steps up, and he finds the kill feed required. 7-point difference. Buckley wiping the sweat off their brow.
What a game 1 we got there. Buckley, 7 points to win the Skyline. We knew this one was going to be mixy, and I got to tip it to this Hickam team. They've come to play versus Buckley, keeping things as contested as could be, giving themselves a shot to put that one away. It's a late contest into the P3 to break it. I think Hickam were trying to play a little bit too ahead of themselves, not reading out on those spawns and even looking at those stats. I'd say, right, like nobody's really looking better than the other. Everybody was doing their part, and that's what leads to it being as close as could be. So many big moments for everybody.
34 and 35 out of Breadwinner was not enough. That's crazy. That's not just a funny number. That's quite a big number as far as engagements are concerned, considering he was playing most of this game with an aims in his hand. The amount of clutch factors that came through from Hale in the early get-go of the first set, which is why Buckley had, like, what was it, like a 50-point lead at one point. Revenge there for the 2Ps at the backside of P4, like brute force. It was the tailoring and the reason why they were able to get that 40-point lead going in towards the second set as well. And then towards the end, I mean, Breadwinner really started to step up in a really big way, being able to find those multi-feeds. He went on like a really big 5-3, 6-3 towards the tail end of the second set, and a sole reason why that P3 went in the way that it did for Hickam. That fighting feeling that you do get from Hickam Air Force Base is mostly all of the back end from that Herculean effort, but it was not there at the end. Revenge, shaky shots up top through that first respawn. He came back in towards the mix, and he finds himself almost a whole quad feed. That is just showcasing how built different that young man is on that stage.
Hey, big players make big plays in moments when you truly need them. In Revenge, you have a rough go throughout the entirety of that map, but it clicks at just the right time. And that's really what pushes you over the edge there if you're Buckley. Again, though, I have to state, Hickam are punching above the belt. And that game one, it really gives me some hope for this team to steal some maps away from Buckley going through this series, especially heading into a game mode that Buckley hasn't really been the best throughout this week. So we're going to look at the map set, see where we're going up next. It is going to be a Hacienda S&D for that map number 2, a map that we saw Buckley chuckle versus Cannon just yesterday in a round 11 fashion. Can this be the one that Hickam steals away?
Yeah, you just cannot allow yourself to get overextended. That's exactly what happened. And when you say that they chuckled versus Cannon, that's exactly what ended up happening. I mean, sometimes they just, their eyes get a little bit too big for their stomachs. In all reality, they probably should have been able to reverse 3-0 Cannon after losing the map 1 vault cataclysmically, but I digress. I think that you're starting to see a lot of turning of the pages, light bulb moments coming through Hickam as well. The Hacienda Search and Destroy could set up themselves wonderfully. Again, their big pop-off player was one of their main ARs, so if you can put yourself in a position to be able to watch one of your SMGs be the entry, it could be a walking 2-piece, but we've also seen it's been consistent throughout the entirety of this tournament, Colin. The team that blitz the fastest through top secret typically wins the opening handful of rounds. Hacienda could be a pace setter when it comes down to search and destroy between these two.
I'm going to hear the word blitz in my dreams after Black Ops 6 is done. One thing's for certain is that this Buckley team, the stat is still true, that after Revenge has said it, they are not going to drop a respawn from here on out throughout the games. They win that Skyline search or the Skyline Hardpoint heading into this Hacienda Search and Destroy. It's got to be one of the same. I mean, you can't have back-to-back poor performances and the consistency from Revenge. He's going to be a big part from this. I mean, you talked about it before. When you have a map like Hacienda, subs are so influential on the routes that can be run. Obviously, you look towards the ARs to find those opening plays through those long lines of sight, whether it be towards the top of the staircase, through mid, whether it be towards fences, or maybe even if somebody's making that P4 route play. So the subs have to find some timings, and that's one thing that should be looked at between both of these two teams.
We'll have to see if they can execute on it. Everybody has a good plan until they're punched in the face or get completely blitzed on. Sorry, I'm going to continue to say it, so just to really drill it home. You're not escaping it. And to think that Black Ops 7 is also revealed to be that much faster as well. So sorry, Colin. Get used to it. You're going to learn Blitzenese today, buddy. Here we go. Round number 1 between Buckley and Hickam. Offense for Buckley.
Sour Patch Kid first out. Big first blood for Hickam. Seaskirk shuts that down, and you can take a look at that minimap as we get blessed with its graces yet again. Players from Buckley are all over the place, so trying to find a way back into this round, and Hale E is lurking.
Dante, I thought he was going to make the moment just to push over towards 10. He's left alone as the bomb carrier, and those two teammates are starting to cause a ruckus. Bottom side of Office, 1-for-1 trade. Good stuff out of Fearless, but Revenge is one of the players that survived.
And it's still numbers for Hickam. So job well done to find that first kill. I was a little bit
corner out
worried.
of Dante.
Dante's going to wait his turn. 2 versus 2, 36 seconds. And everything's going to really hinge off of this flanking play from Revenge. Quickly trying to get himself into position. Miles should have been spotted, so the hunt is on. He is chasing them all around the world. Miles is going to check this B site. Nobody's going to be home. And as soon as Revenge turns the corner, well, there's the kill to bring it into a 1 versus 2 for Breadwinner. Gets the trade. Can he clutch up?
Full HP, so he should be very, very quick. Bomb's getting a plan. How's Dante decide to play this? He's got full util here, Colin. Top secret versus bottom secret.
Sub versus AR. And that's going to allow Dante a lot of freedom in this match. As you can see, Breadwinner's going for the full wrap through arches. Dante has now taken top mid control. He's going to check that bomb, get away, and Breadwinner still hasn't seen him. 23 seconds. 7.5 is what you need for the defuse, and Dante is playing this so secure. He's going to check the bomb, see nobody is there, and that should be the round. Just done. There's not going to be enough time for Breadwinner to do both now, and he is still searching. All right. Hop the bomb. Why not? Try something. Maybe. Just maybe he throws it away, but that's not the case.
The bottom secret, re-wrap through U-turn was the only other place that he didn't come get the bomb check for, and it wasn't even planted for that side. It was planted for the Mercules spot, but still, really well played from Dante. I wonder if that was good comms there on the post point. Regardless, always got to appreciate the angels from above just being able to help you make some of those decisions, and if it wasn't, regardless, still really well played there for Dante. He was the lurking player when all of the execute was going through the middle of the map. He played that corner outside of well. He finds one, plays for the timing, waits for Revenge to be able to cause a ruckus through the middle of the map, then to re-wrap over towards A for the 1v1 clutch.
And all of that bringing it back from what was a 3v4. So losing that first blood yet again is Buckley. Still not going to feel deterred in trying to take this one. As look at the fast flank that's coming through from both Hale and Revenge. In behind Hale, the nade's going to connect for a second. And that has them completely pinned inside this B site. Hale's going to find his third for the round, looking for the ace. And of course,
where it is.
It's another 1v1. He's going to hop this bomb. Caesar's going to go back around. Can he stop the clutch? Oh, the shot's in. He's away. Hale's got the chance, but Caesar doesn't back down.
That head glitch, V-head glitch, is absolutely insane. I thought that maybe Hale was going to play for the regen just a little bit. He just throws out the Eagle Chow to C-Skirk, playing for the entire ace. I mean, C-Skirk almost chuckled it here. Just full-on red screen, 1 HP, almost got away with it, did Hale, but not playing for the full regen will come back to hurt you there in the end. That much is apparent. Tied ourselves up here. It was a very fast-paced round to meet in kind, thanks to Hickam, all the way over towards that B execute. They found that first blood, set themselves up there for the easy 1v1 timing. Now it comes down to Buckley for this offense. The last offensive round, not a whole lot to depict, but they're going back towards A regardless.
Yeah, why not? Give it a good chance. Nobody's going to be home, and Revenge has got a timing all the way through the middle of the map. Everybody goes for the hard read over towards B, and it gives Revenge full-fledged attack right through the middle. Spearheading that first blood to go down. Bomb not going to be planted. They're going to pivot this one back over to B.
Would really love to be able to get that one back if you see Skirk, I'm sure of it. And go 1 for 1 would have been massive, and Miles just gets absolutely slammed. Rock bottom through the floorboards will be seen in the next round. Oh, God.
I mean,
disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole on-pace set differential there from Buckley. They find that 5th gear, and they just completely run over Hickam just all the way through the upper halls. Revenge goes up to 5-2. A flawless round at that.
Yesterday we were saying for Buckley, they had no fundamentals. They didn't look like they were communicating, and the strategy was fairly flat. So far, we've seen a lot of different chances for flanks, a lot more individual confident plays to get those timings from the subs, and no panic when you need to force a bomb plant. You saw it from Dante. You see it there from the entire team. That is some really strong attacking rounds from Buckley Space 4 Space. Hickam is going to now try to see if they can get one going again as they totally cut noise at B.
The stun connected, though. Yeah, Dante's going to be more than aware of this. Yeah, even playing for the timing, he didn't budge off that stairhead glitch.
Full flank. Hale. He's going to be seeing Breadwinner. He knows this one. That's a tough shot to take. Down to 18 health. Has to throw the trophy, but the rest of the team is barreling on into where Breadwinner is. 1 versus 3. Buckley finds back-to-back rounds. Puts the first defense in.
Yeah, the trophy system gave Fred the chance to be able to clutch it. He knew that Hale was still playing the head glitch here on Lambo, but knowing that Bread was the last player alive, just had to press forward, almost lose the gunfight, knowing any damage would have been good there for the trade. Dante not too far away, but good enough for the kill regardless. Could have been so close as far as the retake is concerned, just so quick and gung-ho. We're Hickam. Didn't even take time to be able to fully retake it. I talked about it earlier, the last Hacienda search and Stricon. You got to get somebody on a route to deal with that reinforcement play over by Lambo. If you don't, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, now for Hickam, the job gets even harder as you have to get back-to-back rounds at some point. It is going to be a stalled out push through the middle of the map. Revenge gets caught trying to find a timing through B. Bomb goes down. Hale's going to get a trade. But will he be able to get anything more? Well, it doesn't matter because Breadwinner on the hunt shoots Hale in the back, and it's only a matter of time before they collapse on him.
Yep, and there it goes. He will die. Hickam being able to match the pace and being able to put up a round on defense themselves. All just thanks to the opening salvo, just isolating themselves, where Buckley just hoping for maybe one individual play to pop off so that they could then pivot over towards bomb site. Never really occurs whatsoever. I think through all their early stuns and nades, were able to get the information garnered through the early 5-10 seconds of that round. It's the offense that they need to try to crack the code on. It's where Buckley has been really, really strong at. It's mostly from Hale and Revenge. Again, 12-7. A lot of these kills on the defense.
Back down to a one-round gap. Back onto the offense. Quick hit over towards A. They're looking for dark control. Hale's going to be here. Revenge as well. Very aggressive. Off the opening break for this defensive side. I don't think Hickam are going to be ready for him here.
Sees Girk trying to play a timing. He sees a lot of nades being popped off through the open secret hallway. Got a lot of posturization over by the garden side. Hale, Revenge, they pop off for 2. Revenge, the only one to be traded. And we are scattered across the map here in the 2v3 if you're Hickam.
The positioning pays off. Bomb now down. 1 versus 3 for Miles. Sub in hand, so he's going to get mixy, but no! The turn on! That's what Omnidirection was built for. 2 rounds again for Buckley, and we get to see it again.
Oh,
4K.
Man. Hale there off of the 4. Scoot, boot, loot, and you are dead to rights. Back into the black screen. We'll see you into the next round. He even got pancaked against the wall. That's how brutal that was. It was from the ferocity of the boot scoot.
The boot scoot
Colin.
boogie.
Yeah, dude. Some real boot scooting going on in that secret hallway. I'll tell you that. 2-round lead now for Buckley. Marching their way to a 2-0 lead in this series. 8-3 now for Hale.
Slowly and slowly, Proper just falls deeper and deeper into the insanity that is the boot scoot.
I am boot scoot.
First blood for Dante. Things starting to take a turn for the worse for Hickam. Pressured out as you got the information that there's a double stack over towards B, so you're going to turn things back towards the attention of A. Fearless the GOAT having to do the utmost to keep them back away. Gets the information on another one. Pre-fires, gives himself away. Inside is Skirk. No way. You give your teammate a chance, and he gets ripped. Still no 2v2. Miles is going to push away this bomb carrier, but Dante on the raid shell. Traded Fearless in the 1 versus 1. And of course, it's Hale. The flank through arches. Does he see him? He does not.
Really interesting decision being showcased there for Revenge. I mean, he finds that kill, but he should have read the nameplate immediately. Like, wait, that's not the guy that originally shot me. And he still sprints out of the doorway to his ultimate demise. Luckily enough, Hale was there for the already damaged Fearless the GOAT. Almost red screen was Hale, but still healthy enough to be able to take the gunfight even at range with the Jackal. Thing's an absolute laser beam in his hand. 9-3 now for Hale. 8-6 for Revenge and a 6-3 out of Dante. This is Buckley at their best. How do you crack this defense if you are Hickam? It's got to start here, obviously, but I mean, like, you're just getting completely mowed over. The trades are not working effectively.
Well, it's got to be off this first blood. If you can get Sour Patch Kid, you have a chance over towards B, but the nade is going to be so chunky. And not only that, they fully stop in their tracks, and Revenge is on the flank. 2 go down. Now it's Dante's turn. They nearly line up. The damage is done to Miles. It's only a matter of time. We say, see you later, Hickam. And hello, 2-0 to Buckley.
Only thing chunkier than that nade would be Campbell's soup on a Thanksgiving day. Golly, that is a statement and a half after you kind of fumbled and gave a 7-point differential at the end of the Skyline Hardpoint out of Buckley. That's exactly what you need from them. Revenge, Dante, Hale, Sour Patch Kid showing up there at the enemy. He didn't have really an explosive round to speak of comparatively to the other 3 of Buckley, SFB, but still, man. That Semtex was brutal. Caught all of 3 players, I believe, in the shrapnel by damage. Sets up Revenge for the flank through the open secret hallway. Hale was going to be flanking around through Spiral. It was just all going to be a cataclysmic demise to the end of that map number 2, no matter the way that you spawned it. That Semtex was a hard read.
Yeah, the Semtex was so good. And, I mean, Revenge and Dante, they were fantastic in this game, but Hale, he was surgical in the plays that he was making. And ice cold in the clutch, might I add. He did not bat an eye whatsoever. So many big plays coming out from Hale. Revenge, Dante, they were just reaping the rewards of the space given in those moments. That right there was unfortunate for Seaskirt for sure. But Hale, he was on point for so many moments. Sour Patch Kid, it's the same thing that I said about Revenge back in that first map. You show up at just the right time. You shut down a crucial play that Hickam were trying to get going towards that last B attempt. Sets up Revenge for the flanks, sets up Dante over towards B, and everything that you could ask for from Buckley in terms of trying to right the wrongs of their Search and Destroy, Andy. They did that perfectly.
Yeah, they sure did. Again, adaptations are a hell of a thing, but you don't really need all the adaptations in the world when it comes down to, okay, now I'm just going to sprint down this lane until I'm stun checked. And that's exactly what we got out from Buckley. Again, it wasn't too dynamic. It wasn't all just roses, but a whole lot of thorns, that's for sure. Buckley firing off on all cylinders with the opening 2 maps.
Well, we know that every rose has a thorn, and every Buckley has a strong control KD. So we go into this next one as we are heading into a map that Buckley has yet to lose a round on across this entire tournament, and we are looking to see if Hickam can do what seems like the impossible to start a reverse sweep in our last match of the day. We'll see you after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DAF Esports World Championships. My name's Seymour. With me is Proper, as we're getting into the back half of our last series of the day between Hickam and Buckley. And Hickam, they are right along the ropes right now. And Buckley has them exactly where they want them. Back-to-back map wins sets up what has to be a reverse sweep for Hickam if they want to get a win in the column going into the bracket play tomorrow. It surely would shake things up, Proper, but as we look towards the map set for going into this map number 3, this is one thing that we have to see Hickam now steal away a round and a map away from a team that has looked so dang good in this game mode.
Gonna start a reverse sweep here on the Hacienda control. Again, wanting to get rid of the vault. No shade towards it whatsoever. We saw a back-to-back offensive masterclass out of Buckley and a 3-0 win on that map mode combination just earlier today. But if we go to the vault hardpoint and the protocol search and destroy, we'll talk about it a little bit further because we got to just keep our focus here. If you are Hickam, this is what it comes down to. The difference in between you starting in a potential lower seed from going 0-3 in your groups. The second team from PACAF needs to show up here in this Hacienda map 3.
Yes, they do. So big ones coming out for Hickam and Buckley going into this Hacienda control. I'd like to see the vault hardpoint, and to be honest, I'd like to see Buckley go to that protocol search and destroy so we can see if they actually have changed things up for that map, as it is something that they chose to bring into this map set. But it's really up to Hickam to send us the distance. And to be honest, when you look at this series in general, the biggest surprise has been that Skyline hardpoint that opened it up. I mean, Seaskirk was incredible in that Skyline hardpoint. If you can delve into that and start going on those sprees that we saw towards P1 and P2 in that Skyline hardpoint, bring that power over towards this Hacienda. And I mean, I would still give them a little benefit of the doubt.
I would too, man. They got to have some sort of semblance of chaos control, because that's all realistically Buckley have been doing these opening first 2 maps. Is just thriving in the chaos. We're mostly talking about Revenge. Dante had his moments in there in that map 2, map 1. We also had Hale just constantly being a real big thorn in the side. And even in that round number 8, that win, right, you were able to see what Sour Patch Kid was able to do. A really methodical player, really good mindset behind this entire team, just making a lot of good calls. And that just needs to be met on the opposite side. And so far through these first 2 maps out of Hickam, maybe besides the late resurgence out from Red as far as that map 1 is concerned, I haven't really been suggested otherwise that this would be a 3-0. Mostly and selfishly speaking, because I want a breadstick.
Yeah, you got to get that point at the end of the day so that we're all tied going into day 3. But no, I think the funny thing is for this Buckley team, whenever I'm watching them, is their opponents are like, okay, yeah, we got 3 down, and then bam, when you least expect it, Sour Patch Kid gets a double kill. And we're like, where does that come from? Like, it's literally out of left field. But that's the thing with this Buckley team, is that when you least expect it, the players do come alive. And Sour Patch Kid, albeit it is not the most star-studded numbers that he's putting up for this team, but it's consistent. And he is getting the impactful kills that you can always count on. So that is one thing that you always have to worry about for Buckley, is the job is never finished when you're playing up against them. And Hickam, they learned that the hard way in map 1 from Revenge when he made that comeback towards that 3rd hill, and they learned it from Sour Patch Kid in that last round, like you said. So going into this one, no matter how far ahead you are, if you're Hickam, you are never truly away from the danger.
Let's see, opening break off, very dependent. It's offense first for Buckley to set the standard, and well, Dante, Sour Patch Kid, they find the return firing of a 3 feed. Next up would be Miles dead. Nobody even hopping on towards the zone, not immediately, because Hale was too busy riding the spawn.
So head over towards now that B zone. Contest is in, and a couple fights coming through from Hickam. They're going to double team Revenge and not lose a life in that trade. It is going to allow a quick rotate back over towards A to see if they can get it done, but they should count that Dante has made his way through for a chance for a flank on the spawn, and Hale is going to open up the gates over towards B.
All right. First segment not being locked. You would feel like through the opening breakoff, that should have been a more or less guaranteed. Dante's just kind of lurking towards the top side of Plat because they know that they got to deal with Seaskirk. He's the last player, if they're counting nameplates properly, that they have been missing. Doesn't check the corner. Hale, not expecting Seaskirk to be there. So Chaos being thrived in. Mar Hickam, great trades as well. They stopped that first segment yet again from getting anything past it.
Did it get captured?
Yeah, it did.
Okay, it did get captured. Yeah, like you said. But this is so much better from Hickam. Not just in the slaying, but in the space that they're taking and really comfortably at the same time. Seaskirk, and he's back on his own play style. 3-1, 3 in a row, looking for a little bit more towards the spawn. And at the same time, Revenge is trying to get a little mixy towards the backside. Sour Patch Kid. Oh, I thought he was about to get turned on, but no, 2 go down, and that opens up a chance for B.
And it gets you twisted for your own worth. Dante, good assistance there. Drops down from top. Secret 2 in the feed now. B-zone looking to be captured. Second segment being locked. Just under 25 seconds. And yeah, that should do it. Got 3 players on that zone. Just give it up for now. You lost 1 on the exit. Seaskirk makes some mistakes along the way, but it's only a 2-life deficit that they have to try to fight back from, but this transition could just be the round.
Good shots from Breadwinner. Ooh, Sour Patch Kid and Revenge continuing to pull some of those lives away from A, but this back and forth affair is not comfortable on either end. 2 go down, but Seaskirk's still alive over towards A. Hale is looking for him, not able to get the reload in time. Hale to stop that clock. And that's 3 down. The stack should be in. Hickam down to 8 lives. This might be the round done in a moment.
Only 1 player on the zone, so they're going to have a fighting chance. Our Hickam. First segment's just barely locked. 4 lives is the dispersion between the 2. Dante there off the pinch. Bread's still able to find 1. Now 2 players are on the zone, but nobody was covering U-turn. That's where Fearless the GOAT will be striking. He's now contesting the zone. Dante, 1v1, will lose to the pistol of Fearless the GOAT. On 4, stays alive just for a moment. Sour Patch Kid there for the trade. No response remaining for Hickam.
That's why he's the GOAT. Big plays coming out. Fearless as ever. 2 down. Now only 2 alive for Hickam. Can they clutch up with 40 seconds in a 2 versus 6? A search and destroy round and then some. As the stack comes out from A, they're going to force the hand of these players. Breadwinner, some shots up top with the Jackal. It's all down to Fearless. Might as well throw your life away because the capture, it is going to come through.
Yeah, he should have just yeeted himself towards the zone just to try to keep it contested and keep that 6th segment from being locked in. Not going to be the case whatsoever. Hickam really gave himself a good shot at fighting their way back in towards that control round, man. I mean, off of a fantastic start, I will call for what it is because now I'm just going to start ridiculing top teams. I don't know why Buckley didn't 2-player stack that B zone. That should have been a 2nd segment lock upon the first launch, but they allowed all of Hickam to work their way back in through the bottom side of Office, back in towards Secret, through the A control zone, and, well, inevitably back in towards that round to keep things interesting. But the same thing could be said for that A control zone. Took way too long to capture that, man. I mean, we got another 3 for 1 in the feed. We got 1 player of Haley's bumping all the way in towards the spawn, player playing a corner, watching the jump up peak like he's playing a clutch spot in BS and D on Hacienda. It didn't make any sense to me, but it's an offensive round nonetheless.
So now it's going to force Hickam to answer back with an offense of their own. Good stun up. Revenge has the damage, but not going to get that kill. Hale's traded out. And it's Sour Patch Kid's turn to strike on the defense. Now looking to get some more off the respawn. He is pulling so much attention away from him. A little bit of time burned, and still a couple kills for Hickam. More players to worry about from Buckley. As soon as 1 falls, it seems like there's always 2 there to take their place.
It's only Miles. He's there alone on the B control zone. They should be aware of this. He's playing a really good corner for it, though. Misses the first several shots, which means he will inevitably be traded. Fred is here for the assistance. Not alone. Fearless the GOAT off of the 4-spree heroics to keep things interesting in the previous round is also in inclusion. But there's just so many routes just being taken by Buckley that by the time you dealt with 1, the next player's behind you. Miles for 2, the B zone still being secured.
Good nade coming out from Sour Patch Kids. Still players trying to reach the zone. Wall bang's not going to land. Revenge in for the contest. Should be able to snap around, trying to locate Breadwinner, and he's just shooting a dead body. Good kills from Breadwinner. Fearless right there alongside him. The second tick getting worked on. Can it get secured? It will. And the third one soon on its way as another stack is inbound. Sour Patch Kid makes the play, stops it in its tracks. 48 seconds.
Third segment's not going to get depleted here. You need that space. 2 life depleted. Now just 2-1 between these 2 teams off of a fantastic start from Hickam. It immediately gets snuffed out. Any sort of light is just being consumed by darkness. Check your corners here, guys, because Hickam need to get a move on. Now down to 30 seconds. They did not check their corners, Colin. Hale able to strike first. Sour Patch Kid pushing up. Took all of the bullets in the magazine of the Jackal to do so, but this one is going to be put to rest.
20 seconds left. You need this if you're Hickam. What seems like top seed chances on the line for 1 round of control. 9 seconds. Seaskirk going to stop that time over towards A. See if you can at least open up an opportunity to B for the rest of the team, but they're going to peel back. They're going to try to get over towards B, and it's a race out there, but it's only Breadwinner here. Can he stay alive in times the contest is keeping him in his spot? Back over towards A, double progress and a double kill from Fearless. 3 kills down. Say it ain't so.
The other spree is just working. They're still sending numbers over by B. It's Breadwinner now. You got the progress being worked on over at A. Second segment looking to be locked at A. The third segment being locked at B. 7 plays up against 4. It's madness.
Only 4 lives left. Hale, he's going to make a chance. A's going to get captured, or B's going to get captured, and A's getting worked on. Miles for the turn on. 3 down again, and ain't no way. Hickam down but not out. They capture the A zone. They steal away the offense.
Segment progression offensive wins being traded in the first 2 rounds of a control is just... I don't know, man. So someone's got to go buy a lottery ticket on this production, because that is just not something that honestly happens all too often. That's... What? I don't know how Miles was able to find so many kills, man. Like in that one corner, the day 1 corner, nobody was suspecting it. He finds 2. He stays alive. Even when one player was dropping down from open side, he still gets the turn on him. What? Where it was Fearless to go keeping things interesting in the first round, Buckley still convert that offense. It's Miles, Fearless, and Bread all doing their part, which keep things dead even. Segments, offenses being traded, even in towards the 3rd round.
It's like you go from Trade Fest after Trade Fest to 3 down and 3 down again, and then you're just like, what? Another 3 down from Hickam. See him hit a switch right there. Fortunately, though, that switch has remained off for the defensive side, as they're going to get ran over towards this B zone. Breadwinner going to get caught in the doorway. Second ticketing worked on as the stack is in, just 2 members, so it's not as fast as it could be, but as soon as that 3rd one jumps down, it's cooked.
4 life lead. B zone. Captured. Cooked indeed, my friend. A solid medium temperature. You cannot ask for a better start. This was way more tempered than what happened for Buckley's previous offense attempt. Way more contained, though. 4 life leads still being maintained here for Buckley, who are trapped on the already captured zone.
Well, Hickam have to at least temper any of this progress, and standing in the open is not going to do you any favors. 2 down again. Miles... Good shots. That'll slow things down for sure. But like I said, when you kill 1, there is another just around the corner. Hale looking to run some routes, get busy, and the timing is actually going to be flawless for him to hit this flank all the way through wide. But he goes up top. He misses everything.
How's he going to be able to turn this into something, though? Hale, just because he misses everything doesn't mean he has everything. There's finally information. First red dot. Not expecting the second. Has the next one down bottom. Secret. Hale. Revenge. The usual suspect showing up in a big way. Miles needs to go huge. He can only find 1. Sack the zone, boys. The offense is calling your name.
Revenge doesn't see the other players getting off spawn, so there's a chance. A small chance, but a chance nonetheless, as Revenge is going to get caught. No spawn kills from himself. 3 down the other way. Looking for the break back in towards this A zone, and Fearless gets the last. Trades coming through. 11 playing 16. 1 minute left.
Just overheating, kind of scamming. Hale, Revenge trying to pick things back up. Should be good enough for the second segment, but again, just hopping up, leaving 1 player alone on the zone. Not like this, guys. Half a segment there captured for the second on A. 14 plays up against 9. There's enough time on the clock if they stay on the zone column to play the trade game. Red's good for 3 in a row. 26 and 21. Looking to play spoiler here around U-turn.
Oh, they just got to slow it down. Play their life. Bleed this clock even more. And force the pressure onto Buckley for this offense to make a play towards A. But Breadwinner's going to go down through you. Revenge getting tagged up from both sides. No confirm on that kill. In fact, he turns it on Miles. And Dante up the spawn kills. That's 3 down. Make it 4. Hop that A zone. Get it done.
Yeah, get the segments to be captured here. That could be the difference. We've been trading offense, but the segments are also that much more important. Miles last alive, not going to happen. So the kills will be there before the segment. So it's 5 segments captured for Buckley. Is that good enough? Is that the difference? I'm not too sure, because Hickam in this map 3 are fighting hard. And I mean that just so lightly. Just because Buckley are letting them have it. Again, like the B zone through the opening break, the way that they were able to convert it through their opening break off was because they reeled themselves back. But that A zone conversion off of the life lead, like, slow it up. Listen to Seymour, for crying out loud. Like, You got 3 dead, 3 for 1 in the feed. There's no reason why you should send a player all the way for spawn kills if the last 2 players are alive around the zone. Stack it, get a player towards the upper hallways, play close trades to be able to bait out reinforcements. Still a combined 7 spree between Dante and Revenge going into what could be the final round on this day number 2.
It's chaotic, but it's fun. As Revenge already on the flank. He's all the way up through mid. Nice shots in the back. Breadwinner stops him before that spray can turn into anything more. Progress over towards B getting worked on, but get this trigger discipline from Sour Patch Kid. Not gonna let that first tick get captured and force the hand of Breadwinner, who jumps right into Hale's gunshots.
You say trigger discipline. I don't think Sour Patch Kid saw him. We saw what happened when he hopped over towards the wheel out of map experience, but here comes Seaskirt. He's not here alone. 3 players strong. The B zone stack might just make it fall by the wayside. And if Buckley want it, they're going to have to work super hard for it. Sour Patch Kid looking to draw outside lines again. But his teammates called twice of it. Breadwinner's good for 2. Miles there for the 3rd. And that route might have been the difference maker. Doesn't matter. We'll never get to see it. 6 life lead, 60 seconds added on towards the board.
It's just the ultimate scam when you're trying to slide shell into a zone with no information. Fortunately enough in the rotation, Hale has been able to mitigate any potential snowball. As he goes on a 3 spree, that's going to completely silence this attack.
Yep. It's going to stall it out. Player number 8, Breadwinner's making plays, though. He's up to 54 engagements. Looking for 55. He's down low, though. He's going to be able to find this engagement to help Seaskirt get activated on the opposite side. Going to be tough. He's already made an entire life. They have no idea where Buckley are located at. They're all on the lower floor.
Trades it again. Towards A. Revenge not able to get a second one. Damages in. Nice shots onto Miles. Dante gonna finally finish the job, but lives are so close. Now even. First segment at A wasn't even captured, Andy.
6 life lead gets joinked away. Hale's on a 5 spree. He's already in towards response. Saw nameplate there late. Next one up towards driveway. A little bit of spawn protection, keeping Seaskirt alive for a little bit further longer than what Hale had wanted, but not going to be anything to really snuff at besides the life deficit. All the way down to even. 31 and 22 out of Hale. On the opposite side, at 32 and 27 for Brent, who gets snapped on by Sour Patch Kid. A very, very slow game out of them at 16 and 20, but still impact being felt.
That's what I said. Sour Patch Kid might not be the flashiest KD, but it means something. Revenge. Having the players all funnel into himself. Another spree. 3 in a row. Back off to the respawners, and Fearless going to catch Sour Patch Kid before he can get activated. 38 seconds. Somebody has to find an opening.
Something's got to give. The pressure is surmounting. The life deficit is already waning. And the clock is starting to tick all the way down. Sub 25 seconds remain, and still Hickam have a single clue. Not a single clue where some of these players are located at. They're running circles. Revenge now on a 5.
3 down again, 20 seconds. Miles is going to go for the Hail Mary play, but he goes down, and that might be your chances gone. One last chance with 4 players alive. You have to do it within 11 seconds. There's the break. Couple kills in. Somebody's got to touch, though.
Got to get out on the zone. Miles is going to be the first one here. He was able to play that corner previously, but it's going to come down to Fearless. The corner gets scouted. Bread's there for the kill. Revenge off the trade.
Shots in. Will it be enough? No. Revenge over the top. Jumps on in. Breadwinner all alone. The slide shell. He's still in it.
Wait. 1v4.
1 versus 1. No, he's going to jump out in the open. And he sells the round for Buckley to put it away in a 3-0 sweep.
Just needed to stay alive, maybe get a hard scope on where the player is going to be coming from. Didn't get the comm on who the first one was going to be off the respawn block, maybe, but it was a 50-50 guess. Could have came through the open staircase side. Could have slid Chow out from secret. Not knowing where the spawn from the immediate first player up was going to be coming from is always what you got to be focused on when it comes down to those last-second decisions, but it'll be a 3-0 here, a 3-1 into the control. 2 offensive round wins out of Buckley, and Hickam just could not match those odds.
Dude, it doubled Breadwinner at the end scoreboard too.
Damn.
So good we had to see him twice. But it wasn't enough to win the match. Buckley 3-0 sweep to finish off day 2. I thought we were about to see the most miraculous end to the control, but it just was not meant to be for this team. And for Group C, that is going to solidify what we're looking at for our standings in that scenario. So Buckley, they're going to move up to that 2nd seed from Group C. Offutt They're guaranteed the number 3 spot coming out of that group, and Hickam settling for 0-3. Not able to get anything away from this Buckley team, but this has me excited for when they do go into that double elimination bracket, because this was a close game.
Every single team will be in that playoff bracket, man. We got narratives on top of narratives. Man, you just cannot make it up. These storylines are going to be massive. These teams, albeit 0-3, like, Hickam fought so hard. I was ready to write it off. That opening offense out of Buckley had no reason turning it the way that they did, and they were like, nah, hold on, we can do that too. They were able to swing away a 90-point deficit in that Skyline Hardpoint. We don't have to talk about the search and destroy, but like they were fighting hard, man. And I think that you're gonna get a lot of that when it comes down to a lot of these teams. There's so much unknown quantities, and we talked about it yesterday, you and I, as well as Brody, throughout a multitude of different casts. Is that we had so much time in between when we saw them in regional playoffs and now at the DAF World Championship. So what are going to be the odds going in towards this? The only thing is for certain is that Canon are the real deal. Otherwise, when it comes down to it, it's Call of Duty, baby. Day-to-day esport, anybody can beat anybody.
Hey, you know what? And you go into tomorrow, maybe that first match is going to be a little bit tough playing one of the higher seeds, but you get knocked down into that lower bracket, you could do some serious damage to teams that just are not ready to play you. But before we get towards that topic, let's go into an interview. We got Sour Patch Kid ready to join us here on the desk. My man, I'm just going to start something off with a very, very simple question that I've been wondering ever since I started casting you. What's your favorite flavor of Sour Patch Kid?
Probably the blue.
That's a solid flavor, dude. Blue Raz goes crazy, man. I'm telling you. They also have like some good like hydration flavors of blue raspberry. I devour those things. So just a quick question for you as far as like just Buckley as a team. First of all, congratulations on your win here, securing the second seed, not only with the win over Hickam, but also over Offutt as well. Clearly, the biggest preparation would have to be for that series versus Cannon. So albeit you guys were the faster team here, I want to go back towards that series. Do you feel like that's going to be the preparation going forward, is just to be the faster team on the day? Because in my eyes, it was the only difference in between you guys and them in that best of 5.
I think Cannon was a good series to watch some VOD. We had a rough two start games. We ironed everything out afterwards, after the intermission, and I think if we face them again, we'll have a much better chance on it.
For sure, and I'm gonna hit you with some quick questions. I just need to lock in right now for what I want to know for your team, for the tournament in general, from your eyes. Who's the best player on your team?
It's a toss-up between Hale and Revenge.
I could agree. I could agree with that one for sure. Who's the most underrated team in the tournament?
Most underrated, I think, is I haven't played them yet, but Masawa is making headlines so far. They're making it a lot closer, as well as Rammstein. People wouldn't expect any of the PACAF teams to be as good as they are, so they're definitely making a name for themselves.
I can agree with that one as well. Now this one is a testing one. Who do you think's the most overrated team in the tournament?
The most overrated? Oh, man. I don't know if there is an overrated team. All the teams are performing a lot better than we expected. There's some teams that we thought were going to be a lot easier than they were. Nobody's actually a easy win at the moment.
Okay, I was trying to get some. Again, I tried twice now. It's failed. I'm not going to get the trash talk out of you, but I will give you over towards Proper, because I'm sure he has another question.
Well, I guess the most question for you, just off all of those heavy hitting ones, Sour Patch Kid, is there anybody that you're mostly eyeing? Again, we're kind of ironing out as far as the seeding is concerned, so we don't know what that playoff bracket's going to look like. But off of Rammstein being a very good representation for you, Safe. Is there anybody that has a bigger target for you, for Buckley, or just as an individual to face?
Canada is definitely the team that we think is to beat. They look really strong, especially after the team rework. We don't have as much familiarity with what their current setup is. So I think Canada's our biggest lookout.
For sure. I mean, Yodak's been a great addition to that team. And just one more thing about the tournament in general. What's your favorite thing so far about traveling to the World Esports Championship at Patrick Space Force Base?
You probably heard it before, but seeing everybody in person again is different. Just playing with them online, but being able to actually see your friends and buddies in person is really awesome.
It's incredible. It is fun to watch, and you know it's always exciting when we also get a little bit of a look inside the venue, all the trash talk that goes on, all the competitive nature that we see from the friendships that are born through this tournament. But before we let you go and enjoy that win, is there anybody back home, maybe at your base, that you'd like to shout out?
My workout partner, I love shouting him out. He's awesome. And then all my coworkers that have let me go to this TDY, because there's a bit of a lot of absent time at work right now. So them making room for me is absolutely amazing and very kind of them to do.
And we love that. We love to see you playing here alongside your fellow Buckley Space Force Base teammates. But enjoy the win, my friend. Thank you for coming on for the interview, and I'm sure we'll see you guys back.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Well, it's not really, I'd say, the most trash talk. I'm trying, Andy, to get these guys.
You're not gonna get it, man. Like,
give
I'm
me
sorry,
something.
dude. These are Air Force guys. Like, you're not, like, they are some of the most humble, like, you even heard of, like, being able to see everybody, like, albeit, like, we're getting body shots and a whole bunch of, like, trash talk. Like, at the end of the day, like, these guys fly together. They talk to with one another, especially for, like, how an Air Force base does work. Like, you got the air traffic control towers, depending on active pilots or not. Like, I'm sure that even online through scrimmages or just playing online Call of Duty, they have a lot of interactions with one another. You're not going to get trash talk out of these guys, man. Good luck.
I mean, I was hoping for a little bit of just playfulness out of the competitive nature that we get from these guys.
Too humble of a group, Colin.
They're too humble, and I'm going to break it down over the next course of the couple of days proper. I will bring it out of them, but for today, I mean, it's been a wonderful, I'd say, finale towards these groups. We got a couple teams topping off. For you yourself, I'm sure it hasn't been too much of a surprise for the outcomes, but were there any teams today that really stood out to you when you weren't really expecting them?
I'm kind of surprised just overall with the outcome. I thought that Hickam was going to at least take a few maps off of Space Force, or off of Buckley, excuse me. I would say that everything that happened today was kind of par for the course. I can't say that anything kind of jumped off the page. Eglin fighting hard in that map number 1 was probably the highlight moment for me. I thought that Charms played out of his mind as he typically does, but yeah, man, everything just kind of panned out exactly how I expected it to.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that one. And Charms was fine. He's a demon, like his gamer tag was showing. He went and he transcended for that matchup. But that's going to be it for today as we get set up for day number 3. We are through the group stages. We're going to be getting into the bracket play, double elimination. So lots of Call of Duty to get through as we see these players battle to be a champion at Patrick Space Force Base. Don't forget to follow along for everything that's Air Force Gaming across the entirety of this tournament, and show some love to USAA for helping put this one on. Folks, we'll see you tomorrow at the same time, same place to get ready for some more action.